Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Who snorted coldly and gave him a solid whack. Bao whimpered a few times, not daring to entertain any more wild thoughts. Mystic Azure Realm, Peace Market. Chujuan arrived here once again. This time, he appeared as a bald, fierce-looking man. Just by looking at him, one could tell he was incredibly menacing, deterring anyone from approaching. Upon arriving at Ping Market, he immediately sensed a significant change in its atmosphere. A little inquiry revealed that the Wu family, which controlled Ping Market, had been raided by the Divine Star Sect. Someone had reported that the Wu family was hiding remnants of the Infinite Sect. Divine Star Sect sent cultivators to investigate, and it turned out to be true. The entire Wu family, consisting of thousands, were condemned for colluding with demonic cultivators and were all executed. Only the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Tang, and some Infinite Sect demonic cultivators escaped with their lives. Chujuan sighed. His guess had been correct. A large group attracts attention. The Wu family estate was bound to encounter trouble eventually. Fortunately, he hadn't stayed with Liu Zhenke and the others. Otherwise, he would have become a target of Divine Star Sect's pursuit too. Once again, he would have to live a life where everyone wanted him dead. Chujuan displayed little emotion, sitting quietly by the window in the tea house, sipping his tea as he had always done. Now that he had advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, he could overhear most cultivators' conversations without the need for the eavesdropping worm. As he expected, only a month had passed on the Mystic Azure Realm. Huang Hao's disappearance was still a popular topic among many rogue cultivators. Additionally, another major event caught Chujuan's attention. The Golden Core cultivator of the Infinite Sect, Wan Wuiying, had been surrounded by 3 Golden Core patriarchs from the Divine Star Sect and Golden Dragon Temple and had ultimately perished in battle. The fall of a Golden Core cultivator was a monumental event throughout the 9 provinces of Yu Kingdom, naturally sparking heated discussions among many cultivators. When the Infinite Sect was destroyed, only 2 Golden Core patriarchs escaped. Now, there's one less. Chujuan took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat sentimental. The alliance between the Divine Star Sect and Golden Dragon Temple, however, surprised him. Among the 5 righteous sects of the Yu Kingdom, the Divine Star Sect held the dominant position, followed by the Golden Dragon Temple, Mystical Sound Palace, Imperial Spirit Mountain, and Heavenly Seal Sect. The relationship between the top 2 sects was fraught with friction. Yet, to deal with Wan Wuiying, the 3 cultivators from the Divine Star Sect and Golden Dragon Temple had managed to cooperate. However, the entanglements and grudges among the 5 righteous sects were too distant from him to warrant much thought. I wonder where there might be large-scale conflicts so I can fish in troubled waters and extract a Foundation establishment stage cultivator's living soul for my evil soul chain. Chujuan lightly tapped the table, listening intently. However, after a long listen, he couldn't gather any useful information. These chi refining stage cultivators hardly said anything of value. Without lingering, Chujuan left the small spiritual stone to pay the bill and departed. He did not go to the Wu family estate. Who knew if there would be an ambush waiting for him there? Chujuan took out the Heavenly Star Flying Sword and headed south. After being refined by him, the appearance of the Heavenly Star Flying Sword changed significantly. Unless it was the person who crafted the Heavenly Star Flying Sword, it was impossible to easily identify it as Huang Hao's former weapon. If I can't find a Foundation establishment stage cultivator's living soul, I'll have to settle for a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast's soul for the evil soul chain. Chujuan headed south, passing numerous villages and towns without stopping. A day later, he saw a vast mountain range stretching across the land. Shrouded in mist, it resembled a celestial realm. This mountain range, called the Cloud Mist Mountains, marked the boundary between Tong Province and Wu Province in Yu Kingdom. The Green River Prefecture, where Chujuan had previously been, was one of the 8 prefectures of Tong Province. The Misty Mountains were known for their frequent demonic beast activity. Naturally, there was no shortage of Foundation establishment stage demonic beasts. Chapter 43, Misty Mountains, False Accusations. Chujuan sheathed his flying sword and strolled forward. Upon arriving at the Misty Mountains and just as he was about to enter, Two figures swiftly flew in from either side. Two were dressed in the robes of the Divine Star Sect disciples. Two wore the robes of the Golden Dragon Temple disciples. However, they were all at the chi refining stage. The four looked at Chujuan with unfriendly expressions. Chujuan furrowed his brows. It was his first time at the Misty Mountains. How had he offended both the Divine Star Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple simultaneously? Feigning fear, Chujuan cupped his hands and said, "Honorable fellow Taoists, I am but a loose cultivator. Why do you block my path?" The two monks from the Golden Dragon Temple chuckled softly. "Where have you come from, and where are you headed?" Chujuan replied, "I come from White River Prefecture, intending to enter the Misty Mountains to slay demonic beasts and earn some spirit stones." White River Prefecture lay at the foot of the Misty Mountains. He did not mention coming from Green River Prefecture. After all, Green River Prefecture was located in central Tong Province, far from the Misty Mountains. If he were only at the chi refining stage, it would be impossible to travel such a distance to kill demonic beasts for spirit stones. A disciple of the Divine Star Sect scrutinized Chujuan. "You claim to be a loose cultivator. Do you have proof?" Chujuan scratched his head anxiously. "Proof? I have been a loose cultivator for over 50 years. The disciple of the Divine Star Sect sneered. "I think you are pretending to be a loose cultivator to enter the Misty Mountains and rescue someone. You are clearly a demonic cultivator. Everyone, attack and kill this fiend." With those words, the four surrounded him. The two disciples of the Divine Star Sect wielded their swords, while the two disciples of the Golden Dragon Temple brandished their Vajra rods. They moved as if they had practiced many times before. In the blink of an eye, the four magical tools cast an impenetrable net. No matter how Chujuan tried to escape, he could not elude their attack range. The four exchanged knowing smiles. In recent days, they had used this method to jointly kill 8 loose cultivators. No chi refining stage cultivator could withstand such an encirclement. Yet, before their eyes could register, Chujuan vanished, leaving only a faint yin evil aura. The four were momentarily stunned. Then, a bloodline streaked across the air. In an instant, 4 heads flew, blood gushing like a fountain. Chujuan swiftly gathered the 4 corpses into his storage bag. He meticulously examined the storage bags of the 4 and discovered that they had indeed killed numerous loose cultivators, collecting several storage bags. From one of the storage bags, he even found an order from a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. So, this is it. Liu Zhenke and his men were discovered, fleeing southward until they finally hid in the vast Misty Mountains. Several Foundation Establishment stage cultivators led a large number of chi refining stage cultivators into the mountains to search for them, while these chi refining stage disciples guarded the foot of the mountains. As long as they could kill a demonic cultivator, they would receive considerable sect contributions. The chi refining stage disciples stationed outside then conceived the idea of killing innocents for merit. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Chujuan scoffed. Wasting no time, he immediately plunged into the thick fog of the Misty Mountains. He had initially thought he would have to settle for the soul of a Foundation Establishment stage demonic beast as his weapon spirit. Now, it seemed there were better options. The Foundation Establishment stage cultivators searching the depths of the Misty Mountains for Liu Zhenke and his men were, after all, walking souls. In the process, he could also enrich his myriad souls banner. In a cave within the Misty Mountains, Zuming, Chenj, Weihua, and Beifeng trembled, not daring to make a sound. Before them, Wu Tang lay on the ground, pale and unconscious. A long, narrow wound marred his chest, golden light swirling within, preventing it from healing. Liu Zhenke expended his spiritual chi into Wu Tang's body but could not dispel the golden light. The unique spell of the Golden Dragon Temple is indeed difficult to break. After a long time, Liu Zhenke had no choice but to retract his spiritual chi. Zuming whispered, "Uncle Master, what should we do?" Liu Zhenke smiled bitterly, "We can only take it one step at a time. Who could have predicted that Wu Tang's own grandson would betray us?" At that moment, the sound of magic tools whooshing outside caught their attention. Everyone tensed. "Don't make a sound, I'll go take a look," Liu Zhenke said seriously. Zuming and the others nodded solemnly. Liu Zhenke cast a spell to conceal his aura completely before leaving the cave. Like a wisp of wind, he drifted into the forest. Not long after departing the cave, he saw signs of battle ahead. Upon closer inspection, he found only a pool of blood. These battle marks. They must have been left by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The battle ended quickly, one side must have had overwhelming power. Strange, could it be a loose cultivator? Liu Zhenke cautiously investigated, puzzled. The Misty Mountains were vast, a place where many loose cultivators gathered herbs and hunted demons for spirit stones. These days, he had seen many scenes of loose cultivators being slain. It was not hard to understand. Any demonic cultivator's head was a significant achievement. But there were only so many demonic cultivators, and the merits were not enough to go around. Some righteous cultivators had devised the idea of killing innocents for merit. They used loose cultivators as substitutes for demonic cultivators to gain sect contributions. The Divine Star Sect and Golden Dragon Temple turned a blind eye to these actions. After all, in their eyes, loose cultivators had no background or foundation, killing them was inconsequential. Liu Zhenchen did not linger and immediately left. Moments later, several figures arrived at the scene. Leading them was a middle-aged cultivator named Sun Shi, the very same Sun Shi who had previously sent He Liang to capture Chu Zhuan. The young cultivator beside him was named Zhang Zi. Both were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star Sect, long renowned in their field. Accompanying them were 5 Qi refining stage disciples, all looking competent and resolute. These disciples were entirely different from those guarding the mountain's foot. Junior Brother Zhao's distress signal was sent from this location. Zhang Zi said, looking at the bloodstain on the ground with a grim expression. We are still too late. Sun Shi's face was also dark. Liu Zhenchen truly is a formidable individual. Despite being injured, he managed to kill Junior Brother Zhao in such a short time. He took a deep breath. Continue the search. Even if we have to scour every inch of these mountains, we must find these remnants of the Infinite Sect. Yes. Zhang Zi and the others responded solemnly. Liu Zhenchen had just returned to the cave when he inexplicably sneezed. Strange. Foundation Establishment stage cultivators do not sneeze. Could someone be talking about me? He was utterly baffled. In another cave within the Misty Mountains, the original inhabitant of the cave was a lone black bear, a Qi refining stage demonic beast. Chu Zhuan had courteously invited it into his 5 Viscera temple. Not bad, I've obtained the soul of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator and a storage bag as well. No wonder they say that murder and arson yield golden belts, robbing and killing certainly brings quick rewards. Chu Zhuan inspected the looted storage bag, clicking his tongue in wonder. Shortly after entering the Misty Mountains, he encountered a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator from the Divine Star Sect. Without a word, the other party had pointed at him, calling him a demonic cultivator, and attacked him with a magic tool. Helpless, Chu Zhuan had no choice but to send the man to an early grave. Moreover, adhering to the principle of resource recycling, he diligently extracted the man's soul and even threw the corpse into the corpse nurturing tower as nourishment for the corpse puppets. It was, he thought, a fitting end for the man's generous contribution. Chapter 44, Stop and Face Your Death. Chu Zhuan infused the soul into the evil soul chain. Whether the soul was suitable for the evil soul chain required further tempering. If it couldn't endure the tempering, it would dissipate and become nourishment for the cord. Moments later, a wail echoed from the evil soul chain as the soul shattered into countless fragments. Chu Zhuan shook his head helplessly. Fellow Taoist, you just don't make the cut. For the next month, Chu Zhuan remained in the Misty Mountains. Every few days, he would go out to hunt Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Of course, his main goal was to find a suitable soul for the evil soul chain. Absolutely not for their storage bags. Yes, absolutely not. After a month, Chu Zhuan had taken down 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators and more than a dozen Qi refining stage cultivators. The Myriad Souls banner had grown significantly. But he still hadn't found a suitable soul. These souls, without exception, couldn't last more than 100 breaths before shattering into countless fragments, becoming nourishment for the evil soul chain. This left Chu Zhuan quite frustrated. He even began to suspect the cord was doing it on purpose. As if it wanted to devour more souls. As for merit, there was no need to worry. After all, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. Once a mortal embarked on the path of cultivation, they became a cultivator, no longer a mere mortal. Slaughtering mortals would harm one's merit, but killing cultivators would not. Seems I need to kill a formidable Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. I think Sun Shi would be a good choice. Chu Zhuan nodded to himself. He had seen Sun Shi from afar several times. However, Sun Shi was quite advanced in his cultivation, at least at the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment stage. To deal with such a cultivator, thorough preparation was necessary. Chu Zhuan didn't want to be caught off guard. The sound of battle? At that moment, Chu Zhuan's brow furrowed as he heard the sounds of an increasingly intense battle. The air was filled with the whooshing of spells and magical tools. In a flash, he appeared atop a giant tree, concealing his presence completely while observing the surroundings. Soon, he saw one person pursuing another. The one being chased was Liu Zhenchen. He was bleeding profusely from his right arm and bore multiple wounds. The one chasing him was Sun Shi. Sun Shi roared, Liu Zhenchen. You killed my junior brother Zhao. And you murdered 2 other Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star Sect. Stop and face your death. Ahead, Liu Zheng, using his escape technique, was almost spitting blood in anger. When did I kill anyone from the Divine Star sect? Nonsense. I've been hiding in a cave every day, killing people would only expose my location. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain this to Sun Shi. He only wanted to shake off Sun Shi and hide back in the dense fog of the mountains. Reading on this site? This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. Unfortunately, his injuries were severe, and he lacked healing pills, significantly slowing his escape speed. Though he had injured Sun Shi, the latter had an ample supply of healing pills. Even though he expended his vital blood to escape, he still couldn't shake off Sun Shi. Worse, the commotion would inevitably attract other cultivators. If the monks from the Golden Dragon Temple were also drawn in, he would surely die. Up in the giant tree, Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Sun Shi was so focused on pursuing Liu Zheng that he hadn't noticed Chu Zhuan's presence. If he attacked now, it would be a thunderous strike. Even if he couldn't kill Sun Shi on the spot, he would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Zhuan struck just as Sun Shi sped past the giant tree. The evil soul chain shot out like lightning, aiming for Sun Shi's head. The myriad souls banner unfurled, and over a dozen vengeful spirits and evil ghosts pounced viciously. Sun Shi never expected a deadly ambush from the treetop. In a panic, he instinctively summoned a small silver shield to block. However, Chu Zhuan's long-prepared attack was not so easily thwarted. With a clang, the silver shield dimmed and fell to the ground. The evil soul chain continued its relentless assault, striking Sun Shi's head directly. With a scream, Sun Shi plummeted to the ground. The vengeful spirits and evil ghosts swarmed him, tearing at his flesh. Long, who had been waiting for the right moment, surged forward, tearing off one of Sun Shi's legs. "Get off!" Sun Shi roared in fury, releasing 16 small swords from his sleeve. The vengeful spirits were instantly pierced through, forming gaping holes. Clang, clang, clang. The 16 small swords spun around Sun Shi. It was his life-bound magic tool, the Azure Cloud Divine Edge. This treasure, a set of magical tools, consisted of 16 small swords, capable of both attack and defense, advancing or retreating at will. It was the magic tool that had made Sun Shi famous. Earlier, he had used this very tool to heavily injure Liu Zheng. Standing on one leg, Sun Shi coldly glared at the top of the giant tree. There, a bald cultivator hovered. He growled, "You are also a demonic cultivator? Fine, there are actually 2 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators in the Misty Mountains." He urged the Azure Cloud Divine Edge, sending all 16 swords hurtling toward Chu Zhuan at lightning speed. In one breath, the swords were in their original position, in the next, they were right in front of Chu Zhuan. Swoosh! The Azure Cloud Divine Edge pierced the bald cultivator who had ambushed him. However, it did not feel like it had pierced flesh. Sun Shi's vision blurred, and he realized that the spot where the bald cultivator had stood was now empty. All that remained was a mass of dark purple yin evil aura. Sun Shi froze, sensing danger, and hurriedly tried to retract the Azure Cloud Divine Edge to defend against an attack from behind. But it was too late. The evil soul chain lashed out from behind, slicing across his neck. A head flew high into the air. Blood spurted like a fountain. Sun Shi's consciousness was swiftly consumed by darkness and cold. Chu Zhuan activated his soul-extracting technique, pulling a soul from Sun Shi's body. Excellent. Chu Zhuan's eyes lit up. This white soul was much more condensed and superior to the 3 he had previously acquired. It might just be suitable for the evil soul chain. Liu Zheng, who had been fleeing desperately, suddenly heard Sun Shi's scream. He halted and looked back. He saw a bald cultivator extracting a soul from Sun Shi's crown. The scene filled him with a sense of familiarity. This was a common practice among demonic cultivators. Moreover, the soul-extracting technique clearly belonged to the Infinite Sect. Could this be a Foundation Establishment stage disciple of the Infinite Sect? The Infinite Sect had 10 Golden Core Patriarchs, each with Foundation Establishment stage disciples. While Liu Zheng didn't know all of these disciples, he recognized most of them. But this person was unfamiliar. Liu Zheng did not foolishly approach immediately. Instead, he kept his distance and called out loudly, "Thank you for your help. May I know which Patriarch's disciple you are?" Chu Zhuan glanced at him without responding. He did not want to be associated with the remnants of the Infinite Sect. The 5 major righteous sects of Yu Kingdom were all keenly watching the remaining demonic cultivators. The closer he got to the Infinite Sect remnants, the more likely he would be targeted. He did not want to live like a rat in the streets again. Liu Zheng hurriedly continued, "Fellow Taoist, I am Liu Zheng, a Foundation Establishment stage disciple under Patriarch Quan Wu Ying. Fellow Taoist. My master, Patriarch Quan, is still alive. With him, there is hope for the Infinite Sect to rise again." Chapter 45. A 29-year-old Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator Chujuan raised an eyebrow. Hadn't it been widely rumored that Wan Wuang was slain by the combined forces of 3 Golden Core cultivators from the Divine Star Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple? However, according to Liu Zhenke, he was still alive. Liu Zhenke quickly explained, "Fellow Taoist, the rumors about my master's death are false. In reality, he was captured by the Divine Star Sect and is being used as a test stone for their swords. Since this matter is quite disgraceful, the Divine Star Sect falsely claimed that my master had died." As he spoke, his expression was filled with indignation. Chujuan's interest was piqued. Wan Wuang being used as a test stone for swords by the Divine Star Sect, what did that mean? If Wan Wuang was indeed still alive, it would be good news. Having a Golden Core Patriarch as a backer would make all the difference. Furthermore, if Chujuan ever had the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core stage, he would need a Golden Core stage cultivation method and a mentor to guide him. "What do you mean by that?" Chujuan asked. Liu Zhenke replied earnestly, "This is not the place to discuss such matters. Fellow Taoist, please follow me." Chujuan pondered for a moment and then followed him. After a short while, the two arrived at a concealed cave. With a sweep of his gaze, Chujuan saw Zuming, Chenj, Weihua, and Beifeng. On the ground lay the unconscious Wu Teng. Besides them, there was no one else. It was evident that the other Qi refining stage disciples were either dead or scattered. Only these few remained with Liu Zhenke. Seeing a stranger enter, Zuming and the others immediately became vigilant. After Liu Zhenke gave a brief explanation, they relaxed and even showed gratitude towards Chujuan. Thanks to this bald cultivator, Liu Zhenke had returned alive. Without Liu Zhenke leading them, they would have been easy prey, captured sooner or later. Liu Zhenke spoke again, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask which patriarch's disciple you are? I recognize about 70% of the Foundation Establishment Stage disciples of the Infinite Sect, but I have never seen your face before." Chujuan. Chujuan no longer concealed his identity. Liu Zhenke was stunned. "Chujuan?" Zuming and the others were also taken aback upon hearing this name, Chujuan. Chujuan wiped his face, dispelling his disguise, and revealing his true appearance. Indeed, it was that face. It was the very face they remembered. However, the current Chujuan exuded a powerful aura, clearly no longer the mere Qi refining stage cultivator he once was. Liu Zhenke was utterly shocked. You've advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage? When did this happen? I remember you were still at the 9th level of Qi refining not long ago. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation." Chujuan chuckled. "Uanghao had a Foundation Establishment pill. I took it and broke through. It was a fortunate coincidence." Liu Zhenke was stunned and clicked his tongue in amazement, to succeed in Foundation Establishment with just one pill. "Junior brother Chu, your talent and luck are exceptional." He had now begun to address Chujuan as junior brother, clearly acknowledging his identity. After a moment, Liu Zhenke couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Chu, you should be under 40 years old, right?" Chujuan nodded. "This year, I am 29. He had joined the Infinite Sect at the age of 10, serving as a servant disciple for many years, only managing to channel Qi into his body at 20 and reaching the 4th level of Qi refining by 28. According to the calendar of the Mystic Azure Realm, he was indeed 29 years old. Liu Zhenke marveled, deeply impressed, to reach Foundation Establishment before 30. If the Infinite Sect still existed, even the nascent Soul Patriarchs would likely have taken you as a disciple. Chenj, Weihua, and Beifeng were both excited and envious. Chu. Uncle Master Chu. Zuming, however, had a complex expression, harboring some jealousy. "Greetings, Uncle Master Chu." It had only been a little over half a month. He was still at the 5th level of Qi refining. Yet, Chujuan had soared to the Foundation Establishment stage. Comparing oneself to others was indeed infuriating. He recalled that when the Infinite Sect was still around, Chujuan's talent was mediocre, his progress akin to a snail's pace. How had Chujuan's cultivation speed become so extraordinary after the sect's downfall, as if he were riding the flying sword of a Golden Core master? As if remembering something, Liu Zhenke suddenly asked, "When Sun Shi was chasing me, he said I had killed several of his junior brothers. Could it be?" Chujuan did not hide anything and directly nodded, "It was I who killed them." Liu Zhenke's eyes widened, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Junior brother Chu, you've recently advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, yet you can firmly crush the Divine Star Sect cultivators who have long been in the Foundation Establishment stage. Truly impressive." Zuming and the others were stunned, deeply impressed. Incredible. Was this really the same Chujuan who was at the 4th level of Qi refining? Chujuan asked, "Senior brother Liu, You mentioned earlier that Patriarch Wen has become a test stone for the Divine Star Sex swords. What does that mean? Liu Zhenchen gritted his teeth. Those hypocrites of the Divine Star Sect. You must know that the Divine Star Sect cultivates Sword Chi. Chi refining stage cultivators train in Heavenly Star Sword Chi, Foundation Establishment stage cultivators train in Pure Star Sword Chi, Golden Core stage cultivators train in True Star Sword Chi, and Nascent Soul stage cultivators train in Divine Star Sword Chi. The Divine Star Sex leader has long been at the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage, but his Sword Chi has always been lacking, preventing a breakthrough. The best method to temper True Star Sword Chi is to battle with vengeful spirits, evil entities, fierce ghosts, and corpse demons. My master has a unique constitution, his blood is a great supplement for ghostly beings. Therefore, the Divine Star Sex leader imprisoned our patriarch within a grand formation. Periodically, they extract his blood to nourish fierce ghosts, then test their swords on these ghosts, thereby tempering their True Star Sword Chi. Liu Zhenchen spoke bitterly. However, this matter is extremely disgraceful. As the leader of the 5 righteous sects, the Divine Star Sect couldn't publicly admit to it, so they falsely claimed that my master was dead. Chu Zhuan sneered upon hearing this. Righteous or demonic, what's the difference? There is only the path of cultivation. As long as one can achieve their own goals, a righteous cultivator can become a demonic one, and a demonic cultivator can walk the righteous path. It all hinges on a single thought. The actions of the Divine Star Sex leader were not much different from the so-called demonic ways condemned by the righteous sects. Where did this information come from? Chu Zhuan asked again. Liu Zhenchen pointed at Wu Tang. It was gathered by Brother Wu. He even discovered the exact location where our master is being held. It's in Misty Manor, on the northern side of the Misty Mountains. His eyes shone brightly. Junior Brother Chu, let's join forces and rescue our master. With our master shielding us, it wouldn't matter if we left Tong Province or even New Kingdom. There will always be a place where we can reopen the Infinite Sect. Chu Zhuan frowned. With just these few people, rescuing a Golden Core Patriarch seemed almost impossible. Liu Zhenchen noticed his concern and said earnestly, Wu Tang has already scouted the area. Yanwu Manor is usually guarded by only 4 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, all of them trusted followers of Divine Star Sex leader, Mo Huanshan. Mo Huanshan visits only once a month. He doesn't want to draw blood too frequently, as it would hasten our master's demise. Chu Zhuan pondered. If this information was accurate, they could indeed attempt a rescue. How many Foundation Establishment stage cultivators do we have? Including Wu Tang, that's only 3? Chu Zhuan inquired. 3 against 4, and there will surely be defensive formations in the manor. The probability of successfully rescuing our patriarch seems quite low. Chapter 46, The Soul Refining Technique and the Tome of Bloodworms. Chu Zhuan was no rash man. With a little thought, one would realize that at least 4 cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage were needed for a successful rescue. Moreover, Wu Tang was injured and had not yet awakened. Liu Zhenchen stated solemnly, there is another, the direct disciple of the first ancestor, at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. Chu Zhuan's eyes flickered. Could it be? Indeed, among all the Foundation Establishment disciples, he is the one with the finest aptitude and the most hopeful to advance to the Golden Core period. Li Zhuanming, Senior Brother Li. Chu Zhuan was astonished. He is still alive? Before he had even begun Qi cultivation, Chu Zhuan had heard of Li Zhuanming's renown. Back then, Li Zhuanming's cultivation advanced rapidly, unmatched in prominence. All 10 Golden Core elders were convinced that Li Zhuanming would be the next to ascend to the Golden Core period. After the fall of the Infinite Sect, Li Zhuanming disappeared without a trace, and many believed him to be dead. Unexpectedly, Li Zhuanming had managed to escape from death. Truly deserving of being the foremost among the Foundation Establishment stage in the Infinite Sect. Liu Zhenchen nodded. Wu Tang has made contact with him. He has concealed his identity and joined a mid-sized sect. However, to rescue his master, he is willing to act. But on the condition that the master accepts him as his principal disciple. Chu Zhuan chuckled. There were conditions, of course. But this was to be expected. The Infinite Sect's teachings were lost, and Li Zhuanming's desire to become the principal disciple of Wan Wuang and receive the true transmission was nothing out of the ordinary. Liu Zhenchen declared solemnly, strength in numbers, I hope Junior Brother Chu will join us. I, Liu Zhenchen, am asking for your help. After speaking, he knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan quickly helped him up. Senior Brother Liu, I agree. Liu Zhenchen was overjoyed. Very good. With this, the probability of a successful rescue increases significantly. Chu Zhuan asked, when do we act? Several Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star Sect have died. They might send more people. Our time is limited. Liu Zhenchen replied gravely, As soon as Wu-Tang's injuries improve, we'll make our move, within 3 days at most. Agreed. Chu Xuan nodded. He paused, then added, Senior Brother Liu, do you have the soul refining technique and the tome of blood worms? The soul refining technique, a foundation establishment stage cultivation method, strengthens the spirit, enabling control over more corpse puppets. The bloodworm's tome, also a foundation establishment stage technique, allows for the creation of an organ known as the bloodworm sac within the body to house goo insects. The bloodworm sac functions similarly to the corpse nurturing tower. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. However, while the corpse nurturing tower is specifically for nurturing corpses, the bloodworm sac is dedicated to cultivating goo insects. Moreover, once the bloodworm sac is cultivated, it enables the nurturing of a life-bound goo and increases a limit of goo insects one can control. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the might of the blood steel wire had fallen behind. Chu Xuan had long planned to cultivate his life-bound goo. But without the tome of blood worms, he didn't know how to proceed. Liu Zhenchen nodded, I possess both techniques. I've heard that junior brother Chu is proficient with goo insects. Are you planning to manage both goo insects and corpse puppets? Chu Xuan nodded, I will use every means to enhance my strength. Liu Zhenchen pulled out 2 tomes from his storage bag and handed them over. I have transcribed these myself, they are without any errors. Chu Xuan nodded and handed over a storage bag. What's this? Liu Zhenchen asked, puzzled. Upon opening it, his expression turned to delighted surprise, so many blood beads. And several large blood beads too. Chu Xuan smiled, I have nothing else but these to exchange for the soul refining technique and the tome of blood worms. I hope Senior Brother Liu does not mind. Liu Zhenchen's smile was broad, not at all, these are quite sufficient. Blood beads, which could be used by Zooming and the other 3 for cultivation. Large blood beads, which he could use for his own cultivation. This bag of blood beads and large blood beads perfectly addressed his urgent need for cultivation resources. In desperate times, blood beads could also serve as healing pills, although not as effective as genuine healing medicines. Upon hearing the words blood beads, Zooming and the others also showed a glint of thrilled surprise in their eyes. Their respect for Chu Xuan deepened. Chu Xuan pondered for a moment, I won't stay here. I will find another cave. After saying this, he left a communication jade. Senior Brother Liu, use this to contact me. Alright. Liu Zhenchen watched as Chu Xuan departed, filled with deep emotions. If the infinite sect still existed, given time, Chu Xuan would certainly be a genius comparable to Li Xuanming, alas. Elsewhere. Chu Xuan, after a short search, found a cave occupied by a python. The original inhabitant was courteously invited into Long's stomach. He casually swept away the foul smell of the place. Then he sat down to meditate, contemplating his next steps. Rescuing the Golden Core Elder was inherently risky. Even the most meticulous plans could fail. Therefore, he was preparing for the possibility of failure now. Beyond the Misty Mountains lies Wu Province, a place long considered the wild hinterlands, abundant in poisons and specters, previously the backyard of the Infinite Sect. Now that the Infinite Sect is no more, few sects are interested in taking over Wu Province. If there are any issues with the rescue plan, I must immediately head south, straight to Wu Province. Once within the boundaries of Wu Province, the sky is the limit, and the sea is boundless. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. He retrieved the tome of bloodworms. After a thorough examination, he quickly understood the method for crafting the bloodworm sac. The sac could be formed anywhere in the body, but beside the heart was optimal. Since goo insects crave blood, the blood near the heart is of the highest quality, and convenient for feeding. Moreover, located near the heart, the goo insects could also quickly reach every part of the body via the blood vessels, making it the fastest route. The side effects, however, were also quite apparent. Should there be a lack of blood food, the goo insects would first attack their master's heart. But for Chu Xuan, this was no issue. Having killed so many zombies, he had prepared a large number of blood beads. The bag he had given Liu Zhenchen was just one of many, he still had plenty. Additionally, the enthusiastic and hospitable cultivators of the Divine Star sect had also been meticulously collected into the corpse nurturing tower. There was enough to feed the goo insects and corpse puppets on a daily basis. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Xuan decided to create the bloodworm sac near his heart. The process of forming the bloodworm sac was somewhat painful. After all, it involved manipulating one's own flesh to form an organ near the heart that did not previously exist. To say it was painless would be a lie. It took Chu Xuan 3 full hours to form a rudimentary bloodworm sac. Now, it only needed to be reinforced. Reinforcement did not require Chu Xuan to expend any mental energy, so while he worked on this, he also took out a storage bag he had previously captured to inventory. At that moment, The blood steel wire suddenly emerged from his palm, its head pointing toward one of the storage bags. This was Sun Shi's storage bag. What have you sensed? Chu Juan was puzzled and immediately began to remove the items from the storage bag. The blood steel wire hovered for a moment, finally stopping in front of a piece of amber. At first glance, the amber seemed ordinary. But upon closer inspection by Chu Juan, it actually encapsulated a drop of blood. He asked, "You want it?" Chapter 47, Blood Steel Wire's Second Transformation, The Boiling Blood Technique. Blood Steel Wire nodded its tiny head eagerly. Chu Juan looked surprised. He suddenly recalled the content from the Tome of Bloodworms. Blood Steel Wire was a descendant of the ancient exotic insect swallowing gold blood mother. If it consumed such blood, there was a chance it could revert to its ancestral form. Even if it didn't fully revert, its strength would increase substantially. Could the blood within this amber be that of the swallowing gold blood mother? No, that can't be right. Sun Shi is merely a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. How could he obtain the blood of an ancient exotic insect? This must be the blood of another powerful goo insect, yet somehow related to the swallowing gold blood mother. It's likely from another descendant, such as the flying blood locust or the mountain steel beetle. However, since blood steel wire desires it, let's allow it to consume and see. There's certainly no harm in trying. Chu Juan sliced open the amber. Before he could even command it, blood steel wire pounced forward, swiftly devouring the dark red blood. After the feast, blood steel wire immediately became sluggish. It leisurely returned to Chu Juan's body, burrowed into the bloodworm sac, and curled up. Then, to Chu Juan's astonishment, it began to spin a cocoon. He could distinctly feel the aura of blood steel wire strengthening rapidly. Is it beginning its second transformation? Chu Juan was amazed. He calmed his excited emotions and began to cultivate the soul refining technique. The soul refining technique was divided into 3 levels, and although it did not involve spells, it could enhance the soul by up to 30%. An enhancement of 30% was still significant, better than nothing. If he found a better technique in the future, he would certainly switch. 3 days later, Chu Juan suddenly sensed something unusual in the bloodworm sac. He quickly looked within and saw the cocoon of blood steel wire cracking, its aura suddenly breaking through a bottleneck. Chu Juan was delighted. When he looked at blood steel wire again, its appearance had not changed much, but its length, hardness, and thickness had all increased significantly. Although it had not reverted to its ancestral form, its strength had increased dramatically. It's now at the early stages of the second transformation, comparable to a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. If it becomes a life-bound ghoul, its power would increase even further, but there's no time left. Chu Juan was greatly pleased. With blood steel wire advancing to the second transformation of a ghoul, he had gained another method to fend off enemies. I've never given you a name before, now I'll give you a splendid one. From now on, you shall be known as Gangzai. Chu Juan was very pleased with the name he had chosen. It was incredibly creative. Blood steel wire nodded obediently. It didn't understand, nor dared to comment. Gangzai it is, then. Could it even ask for a change? What about your innate spell? Chu Juan carefully sensed around. Gangzai, understanding his intention, immediately moved near Chu Juan's heart. It opened its mouth and gently bit on the surface of the heart. It seemed as though something had been injected into the heart. Stolen content alert, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Chu Juan raised an eyebrow. He immediately noticed that the blood flow within his body had quickened. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though his blood was about to boil. Moved by a thought, Chu Juan swiftly made a cut on the palm of his hand. The wound barely appeared before it began healing rapidly. Within a few breaths, the blood scab fell off, and the skin was as good as new. Chu Juan was mildly surprised. Boiling blood technique. This was certainly a top-tier spell. This technique could increase the host's blood flow speed and accelerate wound healing. The physical quality of the flesh would significantly improve. Good, good, good. Chu Juan repeated the word good thrice, delighted in his heart. With this, he had gained another method. Just then, his storage bag suddenly vibrated. Chu Juan took out the communication jade. Liu Zheng's voice immediately came through. Junior brother Chu, Wu Tang is no longer in serious danger. Senior brother Li is waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. It's time to depart. Chu Juan responded promptly, good, I'm on my way. He returned to the cave they had used before. He found only Liu Zheng and Wu Tang present. As for Zhu Ming and the other Qi refining stage disciples, they had all disappeared. Liu Zheng noticed his confusion and smiled. With senior brother Li's help, I've already moved Zhu Ming and the others to a safe location. Chu Juan nodded in understanding. Wu Tang looked at Chu Juan, remarking with emotion, I never imagined you would become a Foundation establishment stage cultivator so quickly. Liu Zheng laughed heartily, Not just you, I didn't expect it either. Let's go, both of you. We're setting off. The three left the cave and hurried down the mountain. Before long, they saw a figure at the foot of the mountain. The figure, dressed in flowing white robes with an aura of immortality, had his back to them, a perfect embodiment of a disciple from a righteous sect. Here you come. The person sensed their approach and turned around. Chu Xuan got a clear view of the man's face. With eyebrows shaped like swords and a remarkably handsome appearance, he looked every bit a disciple of a leading righteous sect like the Divine Star sect, rather than a sinister disciple from the Infinite sect. In fact, League Zhuanming had indeed been contested between the Divine Star sect and the Infinite sect in the past. It was only after the Infinite sect paid a tremendous price that they were able to include League Zhuanming in their ranks. Greetings, Senior Brother Li. Chu Xuan, Liu Zheng, and Wu Tang all bowed their hands in salute. In the path of cultivation, strength was respected. League Zhuanming's level was higher than theirs, rightfully earning him the title of Senior Brother. League Zhuanming's gaze swept over Liu Zheng and Wu Tang, finally resting on Chu Xuan. He nodded slightly. Not bad. Managing to advance to Foundation establishment under such circumstances is no small feat. If it were in the past, I would have recommended my master to take Junior Brother Chu as a disciple. The master he referred to was the first ancestor of the Infinite sect, the strongest among them. However, he had perished long ago. League Zhuanming continued, Junior Brother Chu, being newly initiated into Foundation establishment, your strength is insufficient. You shall stay on the periphery and keep watch. Chu Xuan chuckled lightly and nodded in agreement. Since someone capable was willing to handle the rescue operation, and they preferred him to keep watch outside, it was more than suitable. He did not wish to reveal his strength unnecessarily either. The news of Sun Shi and the others' demise must have already reached the Divine Star sect. We should not delay any longer. Let us depart now and head straight for Misty Manor. With a light kick off the ground, League Zhuanming's body shot out like white lightning, quickly leading the way. Chu Xuan and the others followed closely behind League Zhuanming. An hour later, the four arrived at the northern part of the Misty Mountains. The terrain here was relatively flat. Nestled among green mountains and clear waters was a manor, Misty Manor. At first glance, Misty Manor appeared to be just an ordinary manor. However, it was enveloped by a protective array, concealing deadly traps. Anyone daring to intrude would provoke a lethal response from the cultivators of the Divine Star sect. Liu Zheng and Wu Tang both looked toward League Zhuanming. Senior Brother Li, what should we do? League Zhuanming spoke calmly. I have already investigated the 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators stationed here. The strongest is at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, and the weakest has only recently achieved Foundation establishment. 2 of them will be handled by me, the other 2 are yours. Junior Brother Chu, your task is to quickly locate the focal points of the array and destroy them, and assist us when the opportunity arises. League Zhuanming tossed an object to him. It was a mirror. This treasure is called the array-breaking mirror. It doesn't have much offensive or defensive capability, but it can identify many of the focal points of arrays. Chu Xuan nodded and accepted it. League Zhuanming had everything planned out. It seemed there wasn't much left for him to do. Chapter 48, Golden Dragon Temple, Battle Monk Hueco. Chu Xuan channeled spiritual chi into the array-breaking mirror and soon spotted numerous invisible threads that did not exist to the naked eye. These threads guided him to the locations of the array flags. Even if he could not find the focal points directly, destroying these flags would weaken the protective array covering Misty Manor. Given Chu Xuan's expertise in arrays, finding the focal points was only a matter of time. Shortly after, he located the first array flag embedded within a stone pillar, invisible from the outside. Without the needing Chu Xuan's command, Long emerged from the corpse-nurturing tower, growling lowly before fiercely striking the surface of the pillar. With one palm strike, the pillar cracked. With 2, it completely shattered, revealing the array flag hidden within. Chu Xuan extracted the flag, infused it with spiritual chi, and instantly shattered it. As expected, the array shrouding Misty Manor weakened considerably. Meanwhile, sounds of battle emanated from within the estate. Clearly, League Zhuanming and his 2 companions had engaged the 4 Divine Star Sect cultivators defending the estate. Chu Xuan chose not to join the fray, instead swiftly removing array flags around Misty Manor. Thanks to his solid foundation in array techniques and the aid of the array-breaking mirror, he removed and destroyed over 120 array flags in just half an hour, completely dissipating the array above Misty Manor. The pressure on League Zhuanming and the others significantly lessened. Excellent. Faster than I anticipated. League Zhuanming laughed heartily, his fingers jabbing fiercely. His sinister finger strength tore through the air, enveloping his opponents like a torrential downpour, leaving them gasping for breath. A scream rang out as one opponent's shoulder was penetrated by the finger strike, blood spurting uncontrollably. League Zhuanming relentlessly pressed forward, his finger strikes piercing through the air in rapid succession. His final strike pierced directly through the heart, killing his opponent instantly. Liu Zhenke and Wu Tang also began to gain the upper hand in their fights. Everything seemed to be falling into place. Master Hueco. The array is broken. If you do not intervene, we will all die, shouted one of the Divine Star Sect cultivators toward the estate, veins bulging on his forehead in anger and frustration over the inaction of their hidden ally. Li Xuanming and his companions exchanged looks of confusion and uncertainty. Hueco? Had a monk from the Golden Dragon Temple also arrived? From within a room in the estate, an indignant voice soon responded. Idiocy. I was choosing an opportune moment to strike, but you've revealed it. The next moment, a Kakara saber cleaved through the wall, hurtling towards Wu Tang with a flash of blinding golden light and a sharp aura that made one's hair stand on end. Wu Tang cursed silently and dodged urgently. The Kakara just grazed past his skull, shearing off a tuft of his black hair. Wu Tang felt his head, realizing he now had a bald spot. Humphrey, quite the dodger. Came a cold sneer. With a loud thud, a tall and burly figure leaped out from the chamber, entering everyone's line of sight. The figure stood over 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and robust, dressed in ochre-colored monk's robes, with bands wrapped around his wrists and ankles. The Kakara, having completed a full circle, returned to his palm. This tail has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Golden Dragon Temple, Battle Monk Hueco. Liu Zhenke's expression shifted slightly. Chu Zhuan, perched on the rooftop, thoughtfully observed the situation inside the estate. Monks from the Golden Dragon Temple were divided into 2 types, battle monks and scripture monks. Battle monks trained in combat from a young age, specializing in vanquishing demons and evil spirits, often traveling to different places to perform exorcisms. The Infinite Sect disciples had their fair share of clashes with these battle monks. Scripture monks, on the other hand, devoted themselves to studying Buddhist scriptures within the temple. Initially, their combat prowess was far inferior to that of the battle monks. However, upon reaching a deep understanding of Buddhist teachings, their power could surge dramatically. This was what they meant by the words become the law. Referring to scripture monks. Chu Zhuan had heard of Hueco before, a prodigy ranked alongside Li Xuanming. Blessed with extraordinary talent, Hueco had reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 30 and was highly regarded by the many Golden Core monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. Li Xuanming had faced Hueco several times, more often losing than winning. Li Xuanming, benefactor Li, ha ha ha, we meet again. Hueco stared at Li Xuanming, his sinister laugh suggesting he saw a worthy adversary. Li Xuanming's expression darkened. He had previously investigated the situation at Misty Manor, which was supposed to be guarded by only 4 people. Misty Manor used Wan Wuang's blood to nourish evil spirits, which then honed the sword Chi, hardly a noble endeavor, not widely known. Why would Hueco be here? Could the Golden Dragon Temple be involved too? Li Xuanming shouted, Hueco. Your Golden Dragon Temple claims to uphold the purest Buddhist doctrines, showing compassion for all beings. And yet, you stoop to collude with the Divine Star Sect, engaging in such evil as imprisoning cultivators and feeding them to ghosts? Hueco laughed derisively, nonsense, I am here only to exterminate evil ghosts, I know nothing of imprisoning cultivators or feeding them to ghosts. It seems you demons of the Infinite Sect have truly walked into a trap. With that, Hueco stamped on the ground, causing it to tremble violently. The hard flagstones cracked under the force. In an instant, Li Xuanming, Liu Zhenke, Wu Tang, and the 4 Divine Star Sect cultivators struggled to maintain their balance. Earthquake technique. Chu Zhuan immediately recognized this signature spell from the Golden Dragon Temple. The battle monks of the temple were renowned for their indomitable courage and strength. The earthquake technique could harm both enemies and allies alike, yet the battle monks could navigate the trembling ground as if walking on flat land. It's time to deliver you all. Hueco sneered, slashing his Kakara again towards Liu Zhenke. His upper robe suddenly flew out like a spider lunging at Wu Tang. At the same time, he clasped his hands, and a string of prayer beads around his neck flew out, aiming straight for Li Xuanming's head. In an instant, he was manipulating 3 magical tools at once, attacking Li Xuanming and his companions simultaneously. Moreover, judging by the radiance of the magical tools, both the Kakara and the prayer beads were high-grade magical tools. The robe was of a slightly lower grade but was still a powerful mid-grade magical tool. Damn it! Li Xuanming cursed under his breath as he dodged swiftly. His strength was sufficient for him to evade the onslaught of prayer beads just in time. Liu Zhenke was slower to react, his arm was grazed by the Kakara, and a large chunk of flesh was torn away, blood gushing out immediately. He grunted in pain and retreated, enduring the agony. Wu Tang was less fortunate. His injuries had barely healed, and the sudden movement aggravated his chest wound. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the attacking robe, which constricted around him like a massive python. Within moments, his face turned red from suffocation, nearly on the verge of death. Hueco laughed heartily. How weak. Has the infinite sex demonic cultivation really degenerated to this extent? Liu Zhenke clenched his fists. Hueco was cunning indeed. He had allowed the 4 Divine Star Sect cultivators to deplete their substantial spiritual chi, observing all their techniques. Now, his intervention was sure to be decisive. Retreat. Li Xuanming gritted his teeth and threw out a black flag, signaling a retreat. The sudden appearance of Hueco had completely disrupted their plans. Any further delay would inevitably result in reinforcements from the Divine Star Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple. By then, escape would be impossible. The black flag hit the ground, and thousands of ghosts surged out, swarming toward Hueco and his group. This was also a high-grade magical tool and one of Li Xuanming's trump cards. The robe-entangling Wu-Tang was assaulted by numerous ghosts, dimming significantly and forcing it to release Wu-Tang and retreat to Hueco's side. The 3 Divine Star Sect cultivators also hurriedly used various means to dodge the ghosts. However, Hueco stood motionless, utterly unfazed. He grinned bizarrely. Leaving? Did you ask the monk's permission? Chapter 49, The Secret Pattern Scripture, Suppression Evil Rune. Hueco roared lowly, his muscles bulging impressively. From his body, hidden golden dragon patterns erupted, soaring into the sky above Misty Manor. Their resonant cries shook the heavens and earth, creating a formidable aura. The tens of thousands of ghosts that surged from the black flag hadn't even approached Hueco before they were torn apart by these golden dragon patterns. The weaker ghosts couldn't even withstand the radiance emitted by the dragon patterns and were instantly reduced to ashes. A torrent of golden light showered down, completely enveloping Misty Manor. Li Xuanming, Liu Zhenke, and Wu-Tang immediately felt their circulation of blood and spiritual chi obstructed, as if the golden light was suffocating them. Chu Zhuan, lying on the rooftop, also felt his cultivation of the blood evil demon refining scripture significantly slowed. Wu-Tang was both shocked and enraged, unaware of the nature of this technique. Li Xuanming, having had previous encounters with the Golden Dragon Temple, recognized the technique instantly. Suppression Evil Rune? You've actually cultivated this move. He exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing these words, Liu Zhenke and Wu-Tang's expressions drastically changed as well. The cultivation techniques and spells practiced by the Golden Dragon Temple were almost all designed to suppress evil spirits. Demonic cultivators always suffered when facing the temple's monks. The Suppression Evil Rune was a technique from the secret scripture of the temple, the Secret Pattern Scripture, known for its difficulty to master but immense power once perfected. It could even combat enemies across 1 or 2 higher cultivation levels. Even within the Golden Dragon Temple, the number of monks who had mastered this pattern could be counted on one hand. And Hueco had managed to master it. No wonder he was bold enough to face 3 opponents alone and confidently proclaim that none would escape. He had such a formidable technique to rely on. Buzz. The golden light blasted against the black flag. The flag cried out in distress, its light dimming, showing cracks on its surface. Li Xuanming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and had no choice but to retract the flag. He was profoundly shocked. This flag, his life-bound magical tool, the Black Wind Flag, contained tens of thousands of ghosts. Yet, it couldn't withstand a single strike. Now, even his life-bound magical tool was severely damaged. What else could possibly contend with Hueco? Hueco laughed wildly, confident of his victory. Use all your life-bound magical tools and your various methods. Li Xuanming gritted his teeth. Both of you, we must go all out now. It's our only chance. Liu Zhenke and Wu-Tang nodded solemnly. Liu Zhenke took out the corpse-nurturing tower, pointed at it, and a beam of black light shot out, releasing one of the corpse puppets he had been meticulously cultivating for years. Hueco glanced at it and scoffed. I thought it was something formidable. If it were a 3rd-level corpse general, I might have taken a longer look, but it's just 2nd level. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Wu-Tang slapped his shoulder fiercely, and a large, fat insect burrowed out. Its rear end faced outward and suddenly began firing. The thumb-sized eggs it shot out hatched rapidly before hitting the ground, forming thousands of small, transparent insects that swarmed around Wu-Tang in the blink of an eye. Hueco swept his gaze over them and laughed again. Brain-eating insects? Is this your trump card? Li Xuanming growled, and mine. He violently threw a black pearl into the air. It exploded midair, releasing a surge of black light that quickly enveloped Misty Manor. A wave of yin evil chi spread rapidly, battling against the golden light. The intermingling of the black and golden lights wrested back some space, relieving Li Xuanming and his companions from the oppressive golden light that slowed their cultivation techniques. An evil black pearl? Not bad, bringing out such treasures. Huaikong laughed heartily. But do you really think that's all there is to my suppression evil rune? At that, the expressions of Li Xuanming and his companions changed. In the next instant, the golden dragon patterns in the air burst into even more intense golden light. The environment barely held together by the evil black pearl was shredded instantly. Liu Zheng's second-level corpse general, just as it charged forward, started howling in pain under the intense golden light, smoke billowing from its body. The three Divine Star Sect cultivators, now somewhat recovered, immediately moved in, encircling the corpse puppet. Despite its toughness, the corpse puppet could only withstand so much against three Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. As for the brain-eating insects, although unaffected by the suppression evil rune's golden light, they couldn't get close to Huaikong. The ground began to pile up with their corpses, yet no wounds appeared on Huaikong. Weak, so weak. Huaikong continued to laugh derisively, swinging his Kakara to bisect swarms of the brain-eating insects in midair. In the next moment, he suddenly controlled his Kakara to slash towards Wu-Tang. Caught off guard, Wu-Tang barely managed to dodge his head, but his right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder by the blade of light. As Wu-Tang's right arm fell, so too did the mother brain-eating insect atop it, severed into two pieces, its fluid splashing everywhere. This mother insect was Wu-Tang's life-bound goo. With its death, Wu-Tang immediately suffered a backlash, his mind feeling as though it had been smashed by a hammer, leaving him in a dazed state. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Die! Huaikong bellowed as he raised his Kakara for another strike. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng were too engaged to come to Wu-Tang's aid, and could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. However, just at that moment, a surge of yin evil chi flashed, and a chain whipped fiercely towards Huaikong's back. Huaikong sensed the threat of death and his face paled. Abandoning the downward stroke of his Kakara, he conjured a golden bowl in front of him. The evil soul chain struck the bowl, leaving deep cracks on the bowl's surface before sending it flying. The chain's momentum unabated, it struck Huaikong directly in the chest. A crack sounded as a long, narrow wound opened from his left shoulder to his right waist, blood flowing freely. Even more critically, the golden dragon patterns on Huaikong's body, which had been protecting him, were disrupted by the strike. The golden light enveloping Misty Manor weakened significantly. Huaikong, his face a mask of shock, quickly retreated, casting his gaze toward the attacker. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng also turned, startled, and saw that it was Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan? Liu Zheng exclaimed in surprise. He had thought Chu Zhuan was only watching from afar. Given the sudden appearance of Huaikong and the dire situation, Liu had assumed that Chu Zhuan might have fled. Instead, Chu Zhuan had not only appeared but had also landed a precise strike on Huaikong, reducing the power of the suppression evil rune. A flicker of realization passed through Li Xuanming's eyes. The suppression evil rune was indeed powerful, but because it was inscribed on the body, it was vulnerable to close combat. Any damage to the skin could obscure or break the rune patterns, significantly diminishing their power. Li Xuanming had known this weakness but had been unable to get close enough to Huaikong once the rune was activated. Chu Zhuan, who presumably had never encountered the suppression evil rune, seemed unexpectedly aware of this vulnerability. How had he known? Chapter 50, Yin Evil Demon Claw, Weak Spell? Chu Zhuan watched Huaikong, whose face was a mix of shock and anger, and his own expression was as calm as still water. Had he been observing from the rooftop all this time for nothing? He had already noticed that every time Huaikong activated the suppression evil rune, the patterns on his body would light up briefly. Clearly, damaging these patterns would greatly reduce the rune's power or even neutralize it entirely. Even if he didn't know the exact method to break the rune, he could deduce as much just by observing. What are you, boy? Huaikong snarled, glaring at Chu Zhuan menacingly. Without a word, Chu Zhuan suddenly lunged forward, spiritual chi bursting from the palm of his right hand, forming the semblance of a gigantic spectral claw. Huaikong, having clashed with infinite sect cultivators multiple times, recognized the spell instantly. An evil demon claw? Ridiculous, you think such a trash spell could harm me? He scoffed, stomping the ground and drifting backward. He beckoned his Kakara back to his side, preparing to strike at Chu Zhuan. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng, both Foundation Establishment stage cultivators themselves, were also familiar with the Yin Evil Demon Claw. It was a spell that was neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. If powered only by spiritual chi, it could indeed be considered quite feeble. Moreover, Yin Evil territories were now dominated by the righteous five sects, where would ordinary demonic cultivators even acquire Yin Evil chi? Without yin evil chi to power it, the yin evil demon claw was no different from any other Foundation establishment stage spell. It's too slow, he won't even touch Huaikong's clothes. Li Xuanming thought with a sigh. The three Divine Star Sect cultivators looked at Chu Zhuan with scorn. Using yin evil demon claw in this day and age seemed outdated to them. Seeing them approach, Huaikong waved them off with a commanding gesture. Stay back, let me handle this demon spawn myself. He was still smarting from the sneak attack that had injured him and wanted to wash away this disgrace with his own hands. He was eager to split the head of this unknown cultivator with his kakara. At that moment, Chu Zhuan suddenly slapped his sleeve, and, astonishingly, yin evil chi surged from within it. The yin evil demon claw had barely begun to form a moment ago, and in the next instant, it was fully manifested. Covering dozens of zangs in a flash, the claw grabbed Huaikong. Huaikong's eyes widened in utter astonishment. The claw of yin evil suddenly tightened its grip. He instantly felt every bone in his body crackling and popping. The bones in his arms were crushed to pieces at that moment. Ah! Huaikong screamed in agony. His scream momentarily stunned Li Xuanming, Liu Zhengqi, and three cultivators from the Divine Star Sect. How had the situation reversed so completely in the blink of an eye? Why had Huaikong been captured by the claw of yin evil? Impossible. Could it be? Li Xuanming's gaze shifted, noticing the residue of yin evil on Chu Zhuan's sleeve. He understood. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Junior brother Chu initially formed the claw of yin evil with spiritual chi, leading Huaikong into complacency. Once Huaikong relaxed, he immediately infused it with yin evil chi, instantaneously materializing the formidable claw. This yin evil chi is extremely pure, making the claw tremendously powerful. Li Xuanming murmured. Liu Zhengqi listened, his face a mask of surprise. Yin evil chi. Where had Chu Zhuan acquired such pure yin evil chi? Chu Zhuan, watching Huaikong controlled by the claw, once again activated the evil soul chain, pulling fiercely, aimed straight at Huaikong's head. Damn it! I will tear you apart. Vajra beads. The pain drove Huaikong to fury. He even abandoned his usual moniker of this monk. With a roar, the rosary beads flew towards Chu Zhuan. Mid-air, the string threading the bead snapped. 72 beads, each the size of a thumb, hurtled toward Chu Zhuan like cannonballs. Chu Zhuan gestured, and the golden wood shield materialized beside him. Clang, clang, clang. The beads hammered on the shield, creating a sound of metal striking metal. The shield began to deform but did not shatter immediately. Only a high-grade defensive magical tool could withstand such a powerful attack. High-grade magical tool. Liu Zhengqi's eyes widened. Chu Zhuan had only recently advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. How had he obtained such a high-grade defensive magical tool? Crack. The evil soul chain viciously snapped towards Huaikong's head. Huaikong's pupils dilated in shock. He cried out, Vajra cassock. The cassock he had used to attack Wu-Tang flew in, positioning itself above Huaikong's head. Crack. This mid-grade magical tool was instantly severed by the evil soul chain. It was as fragile as tissue paper. Such a powerful magical tool. It seems to be the life-bound magical tool crafted by junior brother Chu. Liu Zhengqi exclaimed, his face filled with awe. Save me. Save me now. Huaikong cried out in terror. He had not anticipated that even the top-grade magical tool, the Vajra beads, could not fend off this young adversary. The mid-grade magical tool, the Vajra cassock, shattered instantly under a single blow. If his head were to be struck squarely, he would be gravely injured, if not killed outright. The three cultivators from the Divine Star Sect immediately surrounded Chu Zhuan from three directions. Your opponents are us. Li Xuanming sneered coldly, and with Liu Zhengqi flanking him on either side, they blocked the trio's path. Despite Li Xuanming's depleted spiritual chi, injuries from the life-bound magical tool, and wounds inflicted by Huaikong, he remained a prodigy of the Infinite Sect. Even now, facing two adversaries was well within his capabilities. Huaikong, witnessing this scene, was beside himself with rage. His pupils dilated in utter despair, forced to watch helplessly as the evil soul chain lashed down. You dare kill me, my master. He cursed in terror, but even his threat was cut short. With a snap, the soul chain bisected Huaikong's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chu Zhuan reached out, extracting the soul from Huaikong's body with a swift motion, and tossed it into the evil soul chain. Inside the evil soul chain already was the soul of Sun Shi, still adjusting. Huaikong's soul, evidently stronger, joined it. Between them, a struggle ensued. The survivor would earn the right to become the evil soul chain's spirit. Huaikong's death was nothing short of catastrophic for the three Divine Star Sect cultivators. For Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng, however, it significantly boosted their morale. In less than 100 breaths' time, the 3 Divine Star Sect cultivators were successively slain by Chu Xuan, along with Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng. The trio panted heavily, though with differing needs. Li Xuanming and Liu Zheng genuinely needed to catch their breath, while Chu Xuan merely pretended. His life-bound worm had not yet been deployed in his battle with Hueco, so he had not played his last card or exhausted his strength. Yet, he needed to feign weariness, otherwise, he might appear too formidable. Liu Zheng exclaimed excitedly, "Junior brother Chu. You're far beyond a mere newly advanced foundation establishment stage. You must be at least at the 2nd tier already, aren't you?" Li Xuanming looked at Chu Xuan with a mix of emotions. "Junior brother Chu, you've hidden your strength well." Chu Xuan merely smiled. "When traveling abroad, one keeps some strength hidden, no offense, senior brother Li." Li Xuanming nodded, understandingly. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, "The obstacle is removed. Let us hasten to rescue the ancestor." Agreed. Both Chu Xuan and Liu Zheng responded gravely. Chapter 51, The Golden Core Cultivator of the Infinite Sect. Liu Zheng helped Wu Tang to his feet. The 4 of them entered the villa together. Shortly thereafter, Li Xuanming discovered a hidden door leading to the underground of the villa. They proceeded downwards. Eventually, they arrived in the vast underground palace beneath the villa. The entire place was paved with pitch-black rocks. The air was thick with an ominous and demonic aura. Orthodox cultivators would undoubtedly feel uneasy here. However, for the demonic cultivator like Chu Xuan, it felt as though he was in a blessed paradise. In the center of the underground palace, a figure sat withered. His body was shriveled and emaciated. At first glance, he looked almost like a skeleton. It was quite unsettling. The footsteps of Chu Xuan and his companions echoed through the chamber. The aged figure showed no reaction. After a long pause, he spoke without lifting his head. "Again? How much blood do you plan to drain this time?" Liu Zheng exclaimed excitedly, "Master. It's me, Zheng." The aged figure started, then suddenly looked up. He saw Liu Zheng, and beside him, Chu Xuan, Li Xuanming, and Wu Tang. It was only then that Chu Xuan could see Wan Wuang's face. This once vigorous golden core ancestor now resembled a skeleton. His eye sockets were deep, his cheekbones pronounced. He had been tormented by the Divine Star Sect for far too long. "Zheng." Wan Wuang's eyes widened, his expression one of shock. Chu Xuan, Li Xuanming, and Wu Tang all bowed. "Disciples of the Infinite Sect, we greet elder ancestor." Wan Wuang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Heaven indeed does not forsake us. I never imagined that I, Wan Wuang, would see the day I could leave this place alive. Very well. You are all worthy sons of the Infinite Sect." Liu Zheng declared solemnly, "Master, we will activate the formation now and rescue you." The flags of the formation were all exposed. It was designed to be impervious only from the outside. Presumably, Mo Huanshan, the leader of the Divine Star Sect, never anticipated that someone would find Misty Manor, break the external formation, and kill the guarding cultivators. Finally, they stood before Wan Wuang. Quickly, the four men removed the formation flags one by one. Liu Zheng rushed forward to support Wan Wuang. Li Xuanming took out a bottle of healing pills and offered it with both hands. "Elder ancestor, your recovery is what matters most." Chu Xuan also presented a bag of large blood pearls. Wan Wuang was delighted and swallowed the pills and blood pearls whole. His gaunt, withered body began to recover at a visibly fast rate. Like a balloon being inflated, in the blink of an eye, Wan Wuang's face was no longer hollow and creepy. He regained some of the majestic presence of a golden core cultivator. Very good, very good. I recognize you, you are Li Xuanming, the last disciple personally taught by the first ancestor. He always boasted to me about you, saying you possess the potential of a golden core. Today, upon seeing you, it is clear your talents and strengths are exceptional, and your disposition and character are also of the highest quality. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Wan Wuang laughed heartily. He gently patted Li Xuanming on the shoulder, his approval evident. I'm now free from my confinement, and Mo Huanshan will surely be aware. We must not delay, let us leave immediately. We can talk more on the way. Wan Wuang spoke gravely. Yes, responded Chu Xuan and his companions in a somber tone. Where shall we go, master? Do you already have a destination in mind? Liu Zheng asked, puzzled. Wan Wuang gave a mysterious smile. I've long decided our destination, but it was on the way that we were surrounded by cultivators from the Divine Star Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple. Follow me. Wan Wuang returned to the surface. Immediately enveloping Chu Xuan and the others with his spiritual qi, he flew towards the south. As they passed the misty mountains, he also took Zooming and a few others along. Wan Wuang, a golden core stage cultivator, normally wields a magic treasure, whose power far exceeds those of magic tools used by chi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, Wan Wuang's magical treasures had been taken. Now, he could only traverse the skies by the sheer force of his golden core stage powers. Nevertheless, even flying unaided by any tools and while carrying several cultivators, his speed remained swift. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the misty mountains and reached the borders of Wu Province. After arriving in Wu Province, Wan Wuang continued south without pause. Only when he spotted a mortal city in the distance did he stop. He found a valley rich in spiritual chi nearby and settled down. Let us rest here for now. After instructing his disciples, Wan Wuang immediately sat down to meditate, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Chu Zhuan knew only that Wu Province was south of Tong Province, but he was unfamiliar with the specific conditions of Wu Province. For now, following Wan Wuang was his only option. However, with Wan Wuang, a golden core ancestor, to protect them, they could certainly feel much more at ease. Chu Zhuan cautiously circled the valley, setting up formations at every entrance and exit. This way, if anyone approached the valley, he would know immediately. When he returned to Wan Wuang's side, he found that Wan Wuang had already awakened and was talking with Liu Zhangke, Li Xuanming, and Wu Teng. Xuanming, during these days, there was also that little bald monk from the Golden Dragon Temple here, using fierce ghosts to temper his magic tools. That little monk was no ordinary opponent and even possessed evil-suppressing runes. How did you manage to defeat him? With a moment to spare, Wan Wuang looked at Li Xuanming with a hint of curiosity and asked. Li Xuanming gave an awkward smile and turned to Chu Zhuan, who had just returned. To be truthful, elder ancestor, it was not I who overcame Hueco, it was junior brother Chu. Liu Zhangke spoke respectfully. Master, the monk's name is Hueco. He was exceedingly cunning, only appearing when our spiritual chi was nearly depleted. The three of us could not defeat Hueco and nearly perished. It was junior brother Chu who bided his time and, with a thunderous strike, gained the upper hand and ultimately slew him. Wu Teng also bowed. Elder ancestor, that Hueco was incredibly powerful, and nearly succeeded in killing me. Had it not been for junior brother Chu's decisive strike, I would have died, and our rescue mission would have likely failed. Wan Wuang's gaze fell upon the youngest, Chu Zhuan, filled with astonishment. Li Xuanming, he had met before. Liu Zhangke, a disciple he had nurtured for many years. Wu Teng, he recognized as an early placed spy of the Infinite Sect. But this young man was a stranger to him. Could he have really killed Hueco? Chu Zhuan bowed respectfully. Disciple Chu Zhuan of the Infinite Sect, greets the elder ancestor. Chu Zhuan? Wan Wuang mulled over the name, unable to recall any memory of him. Liu Zhangke explained, Master, when our sect was destroyed, junior brother Chu was still at the chi refining stage. He has only risen to prominence after the fall, advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Wan Wuang was puzzled, but at the time of the sect's fall, Chu Zhuan, you must have been at least at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining. Among the disciples at that level, I do not recall seeing you. Chu Zhuan replied respectfully, at that time, I was only at the 4th level of chi refining. After the sect was destroyed, it seemed as though I had an epiphany, and my cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I had some luck, acquiring numerous blood pearls and large blood pearls. It was only recently that I advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Wan Wuang listened, amazed. In just a few years, to surge from the 4th level of chi refining to the foundation establishment stage was no small feat. Li Xuanming and the others had also personally confirmed that Chu Zhuan was the one who had dealt with the monk from the Golden Dragon Temple. Had it not been for Chu Zhuan's intervention, the mission to rescue him might very well have failed. Chapter 52, Join the Heavenly Seal Sect? Wan Wuang regarded Chu Zhuan with great interest, seeing him as a piece of uncut jade. Such promising young disciples were rare these days. After the destruction of the Infinite Sect, it was likely that all the promising immortal cultivators in the Yu Kingdom were under the control of the 5 orthodox sects. Chu Zhuan, with his potential, could very well advance to the Golden Core in the future. Such a disciple should be kept close and nurtured carefully. Wan Wuang smiled warmly. Chu Zhuan, would you like to take me as your master? Chu Zhuan immediately performed ritual to acknowledge a master, respectfully saying, Elder ancestor above, accept your disciple's bow. Wan Wuang laughed heartily, very good, very good. Having a disciple like you brings great comfort to my heart. Zuming, Chenj, Weihua, and Beifeng all watched this scene with envy. This was a golden core elder, a figure as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen by anyone. Yet now, He personally offered to take Xu Zhuan as his disciple because of his talents and strength. In the past, Xu Zhuan was merely a minor cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. Such treatment was unheard of. Li Xuanming watched this and felt a mix of emotions. Xu Zhuan's exceptional talents and strength clearly surpassed his own in Wan Wuang's eyes, which was why he offered to take him as a disciple first. His own position might be threatened in the future. He recalled how he used to call Xu Zhuan junior brother and arrogantly assigned him tasks like standing guard. Little did he know, Xu Zhuan's abilities were now on par with his own. He had been too proud and had underestimated Xu Zhuan. Wan Wuang chuckled, Xuanming, now that the infinite sect is down to just one golden core cultivator, would you like to take me as your master? Li Xuanming did not hesitate, he knelt on one knee and performed the ritual. Disciple Li Xuanming, greets master. Wan Wuang turned to Wu Teng. Wu Teng understood immediately, disciple Wu Teng, greets master. Wan Wuang nodded in satisfaction. He then looked towards Xu Zhuan. Xuaner, you have the best potential, but Xuanming, Wu Teng, and Xinke have more seniority than you. From now on, Li Xuanming is your eldest senior brother, Liu Zhenke will be your second senior brother, and Wu Teng will be your third senior brother. Wan Wuang chuckled, now, come and greet your 3 senior brothers. Yes. Xu Zhuan paid his respects to the 3 men in turn. With this, he was truly inducted under the banner of Wan Wuang, alongside his 3 senior brothers, led by Li Xuanming. Xu Zhuan had no intention of positioning himself above Li Xuanming as the eldest senior brother. He had long known that Li Xuanming desired this role. Besides, his own experience was relatively limited compared to that of Li Xuanming and the others, and he lacked the authority that the role of eldest senior brother would require. Forcing the issue would only lead to unnecessary complications. Liu Zhenke asked, Master, what are your plans now? Wan Wuang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled and countered, the 5 orthodox sects, which are they? This was a question every cultivator in Yu Kingdom knew. If you spot this tail on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Liu Zhenke immediately responded, Divine Star Sect, Golden Dragon Temple, Mystical Sound Palace, Imperial Spirit Mountain, and Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuang then asked, who now controls the 3 states originally belonging to our infinite sect? Liu Zhenke was taken aback, not knowing the answer to this. Li Xuanming spoke solemnly, I know. Divine Star Sect has swallowed Tong Province, and Zhang Province has been split between Golden Dragon Temple and Mystical Sound Palace. The northern third of Wu Province, a populous and fertile land, went to Imperial Spirit Mountain. The southern 2/3 of Wu Province, a wilderness, was taken by the Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuang smiled slightly. The southern part of Wu Province, a sweltering jungle teeming with snakes, insects, rats, and ghosts, was of no interest to the other 4 sects and was simply handed over to Heavenly Seal Sect. What do you think is the attitude of Heavenly Seal Sect now? The 3 disciples looked enlightened. The 5 orthodox sects had all contributed to the attack on Infinite Sect, but the division of the spoils was clearly uneven. Divine Star Sect, being the strongest, took the lion's share. Golden Dragon Temple, the second in strength, only received half a state. Heavenly Seal Sect fared the worst with the wildlands of southern Wu Province. Heavenly Seal Sect must be harboring resentment. Xu Zhuan had already guessed Wan Wuang's target. Wan Wuang squinted his eyes and smiled, exactly, Heavenly Seal Sect. During the great battle against our infinite sect, 2 of Heavenly Seal Sect's golden core cultivators fell. Now they must also develop the wildlands of southern Wu Province, which requires more manpower. Joining Heavenly Seal Sect now is an excellent choice. Wu Teng expressed concern, but master, we are demonic cultivators, will Heavenly Seal Sect accept us? Wan Wuang chuckled, there will be those who oppose recruiting us. But what of that? Do they not want the techniques and spells of the infinite sect? A golden core cultivator, 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators, and these chi refining stage cultivators, don't they want them? Li Xuanming and the others nodded in agreement. The benefits were too apparent to be simply handed over. Moreover, other sects had also accepted surrendering cultivators from the infinite sect. Golden core cultivators are the result of years of arduous cultivation, and to produce another would take 400 to 500 years. Thus, when such cultivators willingly offered their allegiance, enhancing a sect's strength at no additional cost, it was an opportunity not to be missed. One day later, under the leadership of Wan Wuang, the group headed straight for the nearest Heavenly Seal Sect branch. The main base of the Heavenly Seal Sect is located in Jin Province in the western part of Wu Province. Only after the fall of the Infinite Sect did the Heavenly Seal Sect dare to expand eastward and swallow up Wu Province. Despite the region being rife with evil spirits, ghosts, an abundance of snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and some local minor sects banding together to create obstacles, the expansion process was incredibly difficult. However, over the years, the Heavenly Seal sect managed to establish 2 branches in Wu province. The one Wan Wuang and his group arrived at was one of these, known as Flying Mountain Hall. Flying Mountain Hall was nestled among green mountains and clear waters, with lush cypresses and bamboo growing around it, presenting an elegant appearance at first glance. In reality, only this spot was considered serene. The surrounding area was infested with poisonous creatures and evil spirits. Without the efforts of the Heavenly Seal sect's cultivators to clear the way, no mortal would dare establish a branch in such a place. From a high vantage point, there didn't seem to be many cultivators inside Flying Mountain Hall, mostly chi refining stage cultivators. The Foundation establishment stage cultivators were almost all immersed in their cultivation practices. The arrival of Wan Wuang immediately shook all the monks present. Who is in charge here? Bring him out. Wan Wuang demanded, looking around calmly. Moments later, a middle-aged cultivator hurried forward. Senior, you are. He immediately felt an immense pressure emanating from Wan Wuang, guessing at a glance that this might be a golden core cultivator. He dared not delay and bowed respectfully, addressing him as senior. I am Wan Wuang, a golden core cultivator, declared Wan Wuang. Tell the elders of the Heavenly Seal sect that I wish to lead my extreme Yin Cave lineage to join the Heavenly Seal sect. With a grand wave of his hand, Wan Wuang spoke calmly. The middle-aged cultivator was momentarily stunned. Wan Wuang? The name sounded familiar. Wait. Wasn't Wan Wuang the golden core cultivator from the Infinite sect who was reportedly slain by a coalition of the Divine Star sect and the Golden Dragon Temple some time ago? Could this be the same Wan Wuang, a golden core demonic cultivator from the Infinite sect? The middle-aged cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 53, Don't Joke with Me. The middle-aged cultivator swallowed nervously. Not only he, but all the disciples of the Heavenly Seal sect present also gulped in apprehension. With a golden core powerhouse right in front of them, they dared not point fingers or accuse him of being an unscrupulously evil demonic cultivator. After all, it would be effortless for such a being to obliterate everyone in the Flying Mountain Hall. Why are you not moving? Do you want me to kill a few to prove myself? Wan Wuang's voice carried a menacing humor. The middle-aged cultivator, as if his tail were on fire, quickly pulled out a long-distance transmission jade. Just a moment, please. I'll inform my master right away. Ordinary transmission jades had limited range, but a long-distance transmission jade could cover up to 100,000 li, encapsulating virtually all of Yu Kingdom an exaggeration, but it certainly could cover a significant part of Jin Province and Wu Province. The cultivator hurriedly relayed the situation to the main temple in detail. After a moment, he turned back to Wan Wuang with great respect. Senior Wan, and all from the Infinite sect, please wait here. Our Heavenly Seal sect's golden core ancestors will arrive within half a day at most. Wan Wuang corrected him calmly. You are mistaken, it is Extreme Yin Cave. Yes, Extreme Yin Cave. Extreme Yin Cave. The middle-aged cultivator quickly corrected himself. Chu Zhuan listened thoughtfully. The Infinite sect had 10 golden core ancestors, each possessing their own cave abodes. Normally, they were spread out, each independently recruiting disciples. They only gathered together in times of crisis or during major ceremonies. Wan Wuang's cave was known as Extreme Yin Cave. Clearly, Wan Wuang's deliberate omission of Infinite sect and only mentioning Extreme Yin Cave was to disassociate from the Infinite sect and avoid giving his enemies any leverage. This was the first step in a demonic cultivator's attempt to cleanse his reputation. Go about your business, I'll wait here. Wan Wuang said calmly. Yes. The middle-aged cultivator nodded fervently. Chu Zhuan and the others stood in the plaza, while the disciples of the Heavenly Seal sect went about their tasks, keeping their distance. Half a day later, a streak of light appeared from the horizon. Old Ghost Wan. What brings you to my Heavenly Seal sect? Not afraid of death, are you? A cold, mocking voice came from the sky. Wan Wuang chuckled strangely. Ah, it's you. Well, not to be impolite, but even if your Heavenly Seal sect sent 2 golden core cultivators, they wouldn't be a match for me. What do I have to fear? The figure appeared on the ground in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhuan looked closely and saw that the newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator with a refined appearance. Dressed in blue robes and a belt around his waist, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a slender green snake. Ha, Old Ghost Wan, you're still as merciless in your speech as ever. The elegant cultivator laughed heartily. Showing off everywhere with your green snake, huh? Wan Wuang sneered mockingly. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. The elegant cultivator chuckled lightly. It's just a small hobby of mine. He pointed towards the main hall. Old Ghost Wan, let's talk inside. He then glanced at Chujuan and the others, smiling. Someone, bring tea for these young friends from Extreme Yin Cave, don't neglect them. Yes. The middle-aged cultivator nodded repeatedly. Chujuan and the others were led to a side hall where tea was promptly served. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, bitter yet sweet. It was Kumao Feng, a specialty of Wu province. The tea was rich in spiritual qi and could refine the body and purge impurities when consumed regularly. Of course, it couldn't compare to the effects of medicinal pills, but many cultivators favored it as a gift to others. When the infinite sect was still around, Chujuan had once received a small jar of it and thought he would never taste it again in his lifetime. Yet, here it was once more. Do you think this will work? Wu Tang sipped his tea and whispered, that refined-looking senior seems to have some rapport with our master. Li Xuanming calmly responded, that golden core senior is named Zhao Wuaya. He has always disliked the domineering ways of the Divine Star sect. The Heavenly Seal sect sending him over likely indicates a willingness to negotiate. Liu Zheng nodded in agreement. When Senior Zhao spoke, he also made no mention of the Infinite Sect, only referring to Extreme Yin Cave. If the Heavenly Seal sect had no intention of accepting them, they would have sent several Golden Core cultivators to eliminate them right away instead of just one man to welcome and entertain them. After 2 tense hours of waiting, there finally was a resolution. Wan Wuang and Zhao Wuai entered the side hall with a lively discussion, like old friends who hadn't spoken for years. Wan Wuang commented, Old Zhao, that green scale snake of yours has a pure bloodline, you should cultivate it well, don't waste its potential. I have the proper methods for raising it, here, take them. Zhao Wuai responded with modesty, you're too kind. As he slipped the pages into his pocket. Seeing this interaction, Chujuan and the others felt a relief wash over them. Zhao Wuai looked toward Chujuan and his group, his gaze finally resting on Li Xuanming. You must be Li Xuanming, achieving so much at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. Li Xuanming humbly smiled, Senior Zhao's foundation is profound, and his progress is steady and strong. I merely acted rashly and without much forethought. Zhao Wuai laughed heartily, you have a way with words. He then became reflective, it was you who led the team to rescue old Ghost Wan from Misty Manor, wasn't it? Well done. As a disciple, to have such awareness, you are destined to be a great figure in Yu Kingdom. Zhao Wuai continued with enthusiasm, my subordinates just brought news that Hueco from the Golden Dragon Temple is dead. That was your doing as well, right? Well done, well done. It doesn't matter if you've lost more than one before, what matters is who gets the last laugh. Li Xuanming, initially pleased, suddenly looked embarrassed. Zhao Wuai paused, puzzled, what, wasn't it you? Wan Wuang burst into laughter, oh, Zhao Wuai, you always boast about your strategic foresight, but it seems you've guessed wrong this time. Zhao Wuai scratched his head somewhat discomfited, then who could it be? Liu Zheng? Your disciple? Wan Wuang shook his head again. Zhao Wuai turned to Wu Tang, surely not. Wu Tang also smiled awkwardly and shrank back a bit. Wan Wuang continued to shake his head. Finally, Zhao Wuai's gaze fell on Chujuan, could it be? Wan Wuang grinned, half mocking, keep guessing. Zhao Wuai scrutinized Chujuan thoroughly as if trying to see through him, this young man is a new face, I've never seen him before. Information about the young Foundation establishment stage disciples from various sects was more or less already known to other sects. Figures like Li Xuanming, Liu Zheng, and Hueco were already on the intelligence lists of the Heavenly Seal sect. As for Wu Tang, although older, he had been a Foundation establishment stage prodigy in his time, just not as youthful as the others. Only Chujuan, this unfamiliar face, was completely unknown to Zhao Wuai. Wan Wuang laughed heartily, his name is Chujuan. When the Infinite Sect was destroyed, he was only at the 4th level of qi refining. It was he who killed Hueco and the one who rescued me from Misty Manor. Zhao Wuai was stunned for a moment before reacting with irritation, old Ghost Wan, stop joking with me. The Infinite Sect was destroyed less than 2 years ago, how could he have risen from the 4th level of qi refining all the way to the Foundation establishment stage? Chapter 54, Subduing Hueco, Soul-tamed Wan Wuang shrugged, how should I know? Chujuan felt somewhat helpless inside. He had intended to keep a low profile, but his new master had just blown his cover. Having a master who loved to show off was truly headache-inducing. He bowed to Zhao Wuai, Senior Zhao, the destruction of the Infinite Sect made me realize the brutal truth of the cultivation world, only the strong survive. It was as if I had an epiphany that day. Plus, I had some good luck with unexpected encounters that allowed my cultivation to advance so rapidly. My talents are actually not superior to those of Senior Brother Li or Senior Brother Liu. It's just good fortune, nothing more. Chu Xuan was well aware of his own cultivation aptitude. It really had been just good luck. If it hadn't been for obtaining the blood mirror, and by chance acquiring the apocalyptic planet to use as his backyard, how could he have reached his current level of cultivation and strength? Seeing his humility, Wan Wu'ai nodded slightly in approval. Zhao Wu'ai listened and nodded as well. Fortuitous encounters were something that one could encounter but not seek. The cultivation world was full of stories about people who fell off cliffs only to stumble upon the cave dwellings left by powerful predecessors. Some were even directly elevated from mortal to the foundation establishment stage in a single day. Compared to those, Chu Xuan's extraordinary encounters seemed rather common. If it was true that he had such an encounter, then his rapid advancement over the past 2 years wasn't something out of the ordinary. Zhao Wu'ai nodded and remarked, "Old Ghost Wan, you've got yourself a fine disciple." Wan Wu'ai chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. Zhao Wu'ai bowed slightly. "I will report the situation to the sect master. Within 2 days, there should be a formal directive. For the next 2 days, please rest here at Flying Mountain Hall." Wan Wu'ai nodded. "Good, I'll await your swift news, brother Zhao." Zhao Wu'ai stomped on the ground, rose into the air with the aid of his chi, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged cultivator who had previously received Wan Wu'ai hurried over. He respectfully said, "Senior Wan, my name is Li Shan. I am an inner sect administrator of the Heavenly Seal sect, currently in charge of the affairs at Flying Mountain Hall. For you and the other friends from Extreme Yin Cave, I have arranged temporary cave abodes. Senior Wan, you're..." Wan Wu'ai waved his hand dismissively, "Just arrange them as you see fit. After the formal appointment arrives in 2 days, I will set up my own cave dwelling." "Yes." Li Shan acknowledged and left. "Everyone, go and rest." Wan Wu'ai gestured dismissively. Chu Xuan, guided by the disciples of the Heavenly Seal sect, proceeded to his temporary cave dwelling situated halfway up the mountain. Upon entering, he immediately inspected the area, ensuring there were no existing formations that could spy on him. Once assured of his privacy, he began setting up his own array of intricate, confusing, and deadly traps. Only after securing his surroundings did he truly settle down on the stone bed to relax. Reflecting on the recent events, even Chu Xuan was astonished by his own strength. "I never expected to be this powerful," he mused. Hueco was among the top in his generation of foundation establishment stage cultivators, and I eliminated him without even resorting to my goo insects. It seems my strength might already surpass most early foundation establishment cultivators. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. With a slight smile, Chu Xuan acknowledged his newfound understanding of his capabilities. Currently, at the second level of foundation establishment, he was already overpowering most at the initial stages. Once he reached the third level, even those at the fourth level would likely pose no challenge. With the blood mirror in hand and an entire planet of zombies at his disposal as resources, advancing his cultivation was only a matter of time. Suddenly, Chu Xuan felt a stirring within him. "Ah, the evil soul chain has some activity," he noted, pulling out the artifact. The souls within the evil soul chain, particularly the restless souls he had intended to stabilize, were always problematic. Initially, he had planned to use Sun Shi's soul for this purpose, but after acquiring Hueco's soul, he had thrown it into the mix as well. Now, a battle had been waged between the two souls, and a victor had emerged. Roar! A triumphant roar echoed from within the evil soul chain. Looking closely, Chu Xuan saw Hueco's soul viciously tearing apart Sun Shi's soul and devouring it swiftly. Activating the evil soul chain, Chu Xuan summoned Hueco's soul. Now reduced to a mere soul, Hueco's eyes burned with a ferocious and bloodthirsty light, devoid of any human rationality. The soul lunged at Chu Xuan, but with a thought, Chu Xuan sharply tugged on the evil soul chain. Crack! The pain caused Hueco's soul to grimace, his spirit form dimming significantly. Yet, undeterred, he continued his fierce assault. Crack! The evil soul chain whipped again, and Hueco's spirit dimmed even further. After a dozen more lashes, Hueco's form was so faint it was nearly transparent, on the verge of dissipation. Chu Xuan frowned, realizing he must stop. Any more could destroy Hueco's soul entirely. Yet, at that moment, Hueco's gaze finally softened, subdued. Satisfied, Chu Xuan nodded. It was done. Hueco's now violent and ruthless nature made him an ideal soul for the evil soul chain. Should Chu Xuan capture more cultivators' souls in the future, he could simply feed them to Hueco for enhancement. As his life-bound magic tool, the evil soul chain would only grow stronger over time, and naturally, so would Hueco's capabilities within it. Not bad. Now let's continue the soul refining technique without stowing the evil soul chain. Chu Xuan allowed Hueco to roam around the cave while he himself sat down and closed his eyes, circulating the soul refining technique to further refine his spirit. Despite several menacing glares from Hueco, the subdued soul, now fearful, dared not act out and eventually settled down quietly. 2 days flashed by quickly. Zhu Ming's voice suddenly echoed outside the cave. "Uncle Master Chu. The appointment has arrived. The elder sent me to call you out." Chu Zhuan exhaled, finished his meditation, and strode out of the cave, his eyes still flickering with a sharp light that made Zhu Ming shiver slightly. "Speak." Chu Zhuan said calmly. Zhu Ming quickly relayed the news. "Our extreme Yin Cave lineage has been fully integrated into the Heavenly Seal sect. However, we won't be joining the main sect of the Heavenly Seal sect. Instead, we will establish our own cave dwelling here in Wu Province to assist Flying Mountain Hall in expanding its territory." Chu Zhuan smiled faintly. This was as he had expected. The Heavenly Seal sect couldn't afford to turn away a Golden Core cultivator and 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Setting up a local cave dwelling was indeed the best option. "Where is the master?" Chu Zhuan asked. Zhu Ming respectfully replied, "He is selecting a site rich in spiritual qi to establish the cave dwelling. He instructed you to head south, and you should see him there." "Good." Chu Zhuan nodded. He immediately summoned his flying sword and soared into the air, heading south. Zhu Ming watched his departing figure, filled with both admiration and aspiration. "Someday, I too want to be like Uncle Master Chu," he muttered, clenching his fists with determination. Chu Zhuan continued southward and soon noticed a streak of light moving back and forth in the sky. Li Xuanming, Liu Zhenke, and Wu Tang were hovering midair on their flying tools, waiting for him. "Junior brother Chu." They all greeted him with smiles. "Junior brother Chu, your spirit seems to have improved," Liu Zhenke suddenly commented. Chu Zhuan nodded. "Indeed, I have completed the first level of the soul refining technique." Liu Zhenke expressed his admiration. "That's quick. For most, it takes years to master the first level of the soul refining technique." At that moment, a rumbling noise came from the mountain ahead. Evidently, Wan Wuang was beginning to establish the new cave dwelling. "Let's go," Li Xuanming said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 55, Establishing the Cave Dwelling, Water Curtain Cave. As Chu Zhuan and his companions approached, they saw that the mountain peak ahead had been flattened, creating a spacious training ground. This site, nestled among several surrounding peaks, was ideal as a communal area for the disciples of Extreme Yin Cave to spar and communicate. A gust of wind swept through as Wan Wuang materialized in front of them. Chu Zhuan and his fellow disciples bowed and addressed him as master. Wan Wuang nodded slightly. "This area contains the densest spiritual qi within thousands of li. I have already notified the Heavenly Seal sect, and this training ground, spanning 3,000 li, will be Extreme Yin Cave's territory. You 4 establish your own cave dwelling within this 3,000 li radius." Wan Wuang continued with a slight smile. "From now on, we will cultivate this land well. As long as we live and our lineage continues, a resurgence is more than possible." "Yes." Chu Zhuan and his companions nodded solemnly. Wan Wuang went on, "Start by establishing your cave dwellings. I will negotiate with the Heavenly Seal sect for the various cultivation resources you need. They need our strength and dare not refuse. Once we're settled, we'll begin relocating mortals here and incorporate these barbaric lands beyond civilization into Extreme Yin Cave's domain. Only then will we truly be established." Chu Zhuan nodded deeply in agreement. This strategy mirrored the old ways of the Infinite Sect. Once one became an inner disciple, hundreds of mortal servants were always at hand, their sole purpose to prepare meals, clean dwellings, and so forth for the sect's disciples. Cultivators were essential, but these servants were also indispensable. Furthermore, many of the ingredients needed for pill concoctions and materials required for crafting were gathered by mortals. Only the most precious resources demanded the personal attention of cultivators. Also crucial were the spirit seeds, mortals born with spiritual roots, who would be tested and then join the sect to train and potentially become its new disciples. Those with lesser talents might leave the sect to start families, whose offspring were more likely to become spirit seeds themselves, creating a beneficial cycle that would ensure the sect's prosperity and growth. Behind every thriving sect was an immense support system of countless mortals, a fact Chu Zhuan never overlooked. Having finished his instructions, Wan Wuang disappeared in a flash. More rumbling noises indicated that he was busy establishing his own dwelling. "I'll go over there." Li Xuanming pointed north. Liu Zhenke and Wu Tang also began to search for suitable locations to establish their dwellings. Chu Zhuan, however, chose to go alone to the south. He had no special requirements for his dwelling, seeking only tranquility and solitude, crucial for when he needed to travel to the zombie planet, away from the mundane affairs of this realm. Chu Zhuan circled the area on his flying sword for quite some time before finally choosing a secluded valley. Inside the valley, a waterfall cascaded down, creating a small lake teeming with unknown fish and shrimp. The lake was surrounded by bamboo and various unnamed trees, making the environment tranquil and picturesque, perfect for Chujuan's preference. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. This will be the place. Chujuan decided, somewhat whimsically choosing to situate his cave dwelling behind the waterfall. He took out the evil soul chain and with a forceful swing, struck the rocky mountainside. Thud, thud, thud. The solid rock was blasted open. The evil soul chain, likely never anticipating it would be used as a tool for smashing rocks, sent shards flying in all directions, startling the fish in the lake. Despite their frantic attempts to escape, the fish could not leave the confines of the lake, much like the inescapable bonds of one's life. Soon, a rough cave dwelling was carved out. To smooth the uneven rocks inside, Chujuan employed a few transmute rock-to-mud spells, easily handling the smaller rocks. This spell could only transform rocks up to the size of a fist, which was why Chujuan initially needed to use the evil soul chain for the larger task of excavation. Finally, Chujuan conjured a sphere of water to wash away the mud and debris, officially completing the construction of the dwelling. Next, he set about laying down various formations around the cave: concealment, warding, alarm, and spirit-gathering arrays. These were tasks Chujuan was adept at. Within an hour, he had secured the valley with these defensive and utility formations. Unless a golden core cultivator intervened, no foundation establishment stage cultivator could breach these defenses in a short time. Pity I still lack a formation soul to guard the place. Chujuan thought. With a formation soul, even in my absence, the safety of the cave dwelling could be ensured. He made a mental note of this requirement before heading back inside. The cave dwelling itself was simple, comprising only a cultivation room, an alchemy room, a tool forging room, and a spirit plant room, currently all quite sparse. Chujuan did not plan to store anything valuable here, it was more about maintaining appearances. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Junior brother Chu, where are you?" It was Liu Zheng's voice. Chujuan mounted his heavenly star-flying sword and flew to the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, he saw Liu Zheng and the other two approaching together. Have all three senior brothers successfully established their cave dwellings? Chujuan asked with a smile as he bowed courteously. Liu Zheng laughed heartily. What difficulty could there possibly be in establishing a dwelling? It is naturally straightforward. Wu Tang looked down at the valley below and remarked, "Junior brother Chu, you chose this place? Quite splendid indeed, a scene of remarkable beauty." Li Xuanming smiled. "What name have you given to your cave dwelling, junior brother Chu?" After a moment's thought, Chujuan replied with a smile, "The Water Curtain Cave." All three brightened at the name, an excellent name, carrying a touch of ancient charm. The four conversed freely, and through this exchange, Chujuan also learned about the locations and names of their respective dwellings. As dusk fell, they finally parted ways. Chujuan returned once more to the Water Curtain Cave. This time, he activated all the formations. Seated on a stone bed, he reflected on recent events. This time, my gains have been substantial. Most importantly, I have pledged allegiance under Wan Wuing and successfully cleansed my identity, transforming into a disciple of the Heavenly Seal sect. Henceforth, I am no longer a demonic cultivator pursued by all. Additionally, the evil soul chain now possesses a soul, adding significantly to my arsenal with Hueco's fierce spirit. Next, there is the second transformation of the Gang's Eye. I will need to spend more time nurturing it into my life-bound goo insect. Finally, I have also acquired several Foundation Establishment cultivators' storage bags, including those of Sun Shi and Hueco. I have perused those of Sun Shi and others but have yet to examine Hueco's. Chapter 56, The Top-Grade Defensive Magic Tool, the Merit Bell. Chujuan took out Hueco's storage bag. After slaying Hueco, he immediately entered the underground palace to rescue Wan Wuing, and then quickly left Misty Manor for Flying Mountain Hall. He had hardly had any downtime until now. Hueco's storage bag was extraordinary. Chi refining stage cultivators generally used low-grade storage bags, with a space of only about 1 cubic meter. Foundation Establishment stage cultivators usually had medium-grade storage bags, offering 10 cubic meters of space. However, Hueco possessed a high-grade storage bag, providing a whopping 100 cubic meters. It is well known that spatial magic tools are more valuable than other types such as offensive, defensive, or flying magic tools, due to their unique nature. High-grade storage bags are about 30% more expensive than high-grade magic tools of other types. Even Li Xuanming currently used a medium-grade bag. Indeed, Hueco was worthy of being considered a prodigy of the Golden Dragon Temple. Such extravagance! Rubbing his hands together excitedly, Chujuan slowly opened the storage bag. Various treasures immediately caught his eye. First and foremost were the dazzling spirit stones, a small mountain of small spirit stones, roughly estimated at 3,000 pieces. Medium spirit stones were piled in the corner, about 50 in total. Just these spirit stones alone could purchase 3 to 4 high-grade magic tools. Besides the spirit stones, Chujuan spotted several magic tools, all of medium grade. Now accustomed to finer items, these medium-grade tools barely caught his interest. They were better than nothing. He had hoped to find Hueco's Vajra beads, an offensive and defensive magic tool that was a rare find. If tainted with Yin evil chi, it could potentially be used by him. Unfortunately, the Vajra beads and Vajra cassock used by Hueco had been destroyed in battle, leaving only the Kakara saber in Chujuan's possession. Although the saber crafted by the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple was exceptionally fierce, he found it difficult to control, only able to unleash 30% of its power. Golden Dragon Array, Ghost Repelling Array, Evil Expelling Array. These formations are quite good, but I have no use for them. I'll find an opportunity to sell them. Foundation Establishment Stage Array Formations Detailed Analysis. This is useful. Huh, is that a box of Earth Evil pills? Earth Evil pills, crafted from the flesh of Earth Evil, were toxic to cultivators but highly beneficial for corpse puppets. Many zombie soldiers needing advancement to higher ranks relied on these pills. The Infinite Sect had once cultivated a large quantity of Earth Evil specifically for this purpose. Chujuan had been wondering where he might find Earth Evil to make these pills, and now Hueco had unwittingly delivered them right to him. There are even some Earth Evil seeds here, he noted. These must have been taken from a demonic cultivator slain by Hueco. He did not understand their value, simply stored them in his bag. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Chujuan smiled and continued rummaging through the bag. What's this? He muttered upon discovering an exquisitely crafted large jade box. A seal affixed to the box bore the inscription, "Do not open unless meritorious enough." Raising an eyebrow, Chujuan mused about merit. While he couldn't speak for others, he knew he possessed significant merit. Without hesitation, he opened the jade box. Inside, an ancient bronze bell lay quietly. Its surface was engraved with various celestial beings, fierce Vajras, serene Bodhisattvas, and smiling Buddhas. For a moment, Chujuan felt as though he was drawn into the gaze of these divine figures, feeling as insignificant as an ant before mountains. The strange vision vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and he found himself still in the cave. This magic tool induced a vision in me. He marveled. Can it really be so powerful? Startled yet thrilled by the power he'd sensed without even activating it, Chujuan pondered, I wonder if I can use this bell? After much contemplation and preparation, he finally took out the bell. The moment it emerged, it told on its own, radiating Buddha's light as if testing whether the user was worthy of wielding it. Then, unexpectedly, a halo of merit appeared behind Chujuan's head. It slowly rotated, vast and majestic, as if a true Buddha had descended to the earthly realm. The sound from the bell ceased abruptly, like a duck squawking at midnight suddenly silenced by a firm grip around its neck. In that moment, the divine gaze of the gods and Buddhas engraved on the bell's surface lost all their intimidating force towards Chujuan, seeming ingratiating. The halo of merit flickered and vanished. Chujuan, looking at the now docile bell before him, scratched his head. It seems my little bit of merit actually did some good here. He chuckled to himself. Upon closer inspection of the bell, Chujuan soon found 2 words etched into its base, Merit Bell. His eyebrows rose in recognition. He had heard of this treasure. Yuan Hong, the former abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple who was a Foundation Establishment stage monk at the time, had wielded this Merit Bell. With the bell in hand, Yuan Hong stood unshaken like a saint in his sacred robes, unfazed by powerful foes. His most famous feat was when he, alone, withstood the assault of 6 demonic cultivators of the same realm for 5 days and nights until reinforcements arrived. Now that Yuan Hong had ascended to the Golden Core stage, the Merit Bell had naturally been passed down to another monk unexpectedly, to Hueco. Clearly, Hueco's merits had been insufficient, otherwise, he would have utilized the Merit Bell in their previous battle. The Merit Bell was a top-grade magic tool, and if truly operational, even all 4 of them together could not breach its defenses. Excellent. Others can hardly make it. I can do it easy. Chujuan couldn't help but laugh. What a fortuitous turn of events. The Golden Dragon Temple could never have imagined that a demonic cultivator's merit would be profound enough to activate the Merit Bell. He glanced affectionately at Hueco, who appeared utterly bewildered, now devoid of his past life's memories and only filled with awe towards Chujuan. Oh, Hueco, you really have done me a great favor. Chujuan spent some time reviewing everything in Hueco's storage bag and finally nodded in satisfaction. The Merit Bell, Earth Evil pills, and over 3,000 small spiritual stones were the greatest treasures he had gleaned from Hueco's possessions. After a brief moment of joy, he began to plan his next steps. First, cultivate my life-bound goo insect. Second, replenish my reserves of yin evil chi and large blood pearls. Third, find a powerful creature to serve as the main soul for my formation. Fourth, focus on cultivation to break through to higher realms. Each task is urgent. It's perfect to use the differing time flows between the two worlds to accelerate my progress. Chu Zhuan took out the energy-filled blood mirror and immediately activated it, ready to harness its powers for the tasks ahead. Chapter 57, The Dual-Headed Python. The life-bound goo. Back on Blue Star, at the Houtai Hotel, Chu Zhuan found himself once again in this familiar place. He appeared on the rooftop, preferring the open view here to the confines of a hotel room. No sooner had he materialized than he heard Hu's joyous roars. A robust figure charged towards him like a tank, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The large head affectionately rubbed against Chu Zhuan, a peculiar sight to the uninitiated but sincere gesture of affection from a corpse puppet. Chu Zhuan nodded with a smile. How have you been while I was away? Hu's response was an animated mix of roars and gestures. He pointed east, then west, hopped around, and ran about, a picture of expressive enthusiasm. Of course, Chu Zhuan couldn't understand any of it just by looking. It was through their spiritual connection that he grasped Hu's conveyed thoughts. As I thought, everything is mostly normal, though there was a minor incident. Chu Zhuan murmured with a nod. Through Hu's thoughts, Chu Zhuan learned about a dual-headed python that had appeared in East Lake City. The creature, over 20 meters long, had dominated the area, killing many supernatural beings around it. A couple of months ago, it had wreaked havoc in East Lake City itself, causing heavy losses to the Black Blade Security Company, which had to call for military assistance from the neighboring Linjian forces. The python had also foolishly attempted to enter Chu Zhuan's Yin evil soul snatching array. It had fled shortly after entering, seemingly affected slightly by the array. Who had clashed with the python, beating it severely until it fled with a severed tail. Whether it had escaped into the Dragon River or was hiding somewhere deep in East Lake City to recover was unknown. Now, hundreds of Linjian soldiers were scouring the waters of East Lake City for any sign of the python. Hu and Bao had encountered them but always swiftly disappeared into the shadows. The soldiers had not even detected their presence. Chu Zhuan found the dual-headed python intriguing. The supernatural creatures of Blue Star seemed quite different from the demonic beasts of Mystic Azure Realm. A typical demonic beast entering his Yin evil soul snatching array would have been absorbed as nourishment by the array. Yet, this python had managed to survive, albeit briefly, which was surprising. Its soul might possess unique properties. If extracted, it could potentially serve as the main soul for his array. However, there was no rush. Since the Linjian army squad had not yet left East Lake City, it indicated that the python was likely still somewhere nearby. A mere dual-headed python, no matter how strong, could not surpass a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. When he had time, he would simply capture it, no need to prioritize it as an urgent matter. Where is Bao? Chu Zhuan casually inquired. Roar, roar, roar. Hu pointed north. Chu Zhuan nodded, understanding that Bao had gone out to forage. The zombies of East Lake City had been wiped out during the last zombie tide. Over the past year, although other zombies had wandered in from nearby cities, their numbers were relatively sparse. Consequently, Hu and Bao had ventured to neighboring cities like Two Dragons City to feed. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Chu Zhuan was confident in their strength. The real concern was for the zombies in those other cities. Stay here and guard. Chu Zhuan instructed casually. Roar. Hu thumped his chest solemnly. Settling down, Chu Zhuan began the process of cultivating his life-bound goo. According to the Bloodworm's tome, 2 conditions were necessary for nurturing a life-bound goo. First, forming a bloodworm pouch. Second, nourishing the life-bound goo with blood essence. Now that the bloodworm pouch had formed, Chu Zhuan needed to feed the blood steel wire with his blood essence. Gangzai, come forth. He called softly. A slit opened in his palm, and Gangzai wriggled out, affectionately brushing against his arm. Chu Zhuan forced out 3 drops of blood essence, his complexion turning immediately pale. The blood steel wire, as if sensing a feast, quickly approached and swiftly consumed the blood drops. Sigh. The production rate of blood essence is really slow. Chu Zhuan lamented. On average, it seems I can only produce 1 drop every 3 days. He shook his head, resigned. He couldn't afford to give too much blood at once, as it might overfeed the blood steel wire. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With 1 drop of blood every 3 days, plus the initial 3 drops, Chu Zhuan had fed the blood steel wire a total of 13 drops of blood. The connection between him and the blood steel wire grew tighter by the day. On the final day, as he fed at the 14th drop of blood, Chujuan suddenly felt a clarity of spirit. The blood steel wire felt like an extension of his own limbs. With just a thought from him, it knew exactly what to do. It was like directing his own arm. The life-bound goo was established. With this, the blood steel wire's combat capabilities were greatly enhanced, and the likelihood of backlash was significantly reduced. However, should the blood steel wire suffer injury, Chujuan would feel it as if it were his own, experiencing significant trauma. This was a similar experience to what Wu Tang endured when his brain-eating mother worm was killed by Hueco, which caused him nearly to faint from the backlash of his life-bound goo being destroyed. Chujuan gently caressed the steel wire, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. My decision was indeed correct. Cultivating a life-bound goo takes too much time, it cannot be done in Mystic Azure Realm. Regrettably, the blood steel wire egg I previously planted not only failed to hatch but also perished. Chujuan recalled the incident with a hint of regret. It seemed there was an inherent defect in the blood steel wire egg. Despite absorbing his blood, it had silently dissolved after a month or two. My next goo could totally be of a different type. Perhaps I could allow Gangzai to mate with a more powerful goo to produce a new variety of eggs. That's another option. Having spent time studying the bloodworm's tome, Chujuan was now thoroughly familiar with it. He knew exactly how to cultivate better goo. His current life-bound goo's lineage had already far surpassed that of ordinary blood steel wire. If one had to categorize it, it could be considered a mutated blood steel wire. He could certainly find an opportunity for it to mate with a stronger goo to produce eggs. Of course, such eggs are not stable. It's essentially like opening a mystery box. A wrong choice could waste much effort and time. It's about time to go out and see where that dual-headed python is now. Chujuan stirred his spiritual chi, shaking off the dust that had accumulated on his body. Roar, roar. Who joyously cried out. Over the past month, aside from foraging, he had stayed close to Chujuan, pleased that his master needed him. He noticed Bao's roars were not as vigorous, so he hustled over and gave him a forceful nudge, roaring as if to say, "The master is here, and what are you doing?" Bao whimpered, seeming to admit his fault. Chujuan chuckled and patted their heads. He had seen Hu's loyalty. "Come on, let's go for a walk." Roar, roar. Hu and Bao roared excitedly. Chujuan stored them in the corpse-nurturing tower, took out his flying sword, and immediately soared into the sky. Chapter 58, The Battle Plan. Meanwhile, a temporary encampment of the Linjiang army by the river. This encampment is adjacent to the Black Blade Security Company. However, compared to the small buildings of the security company nearby, the scale of the temporary encampment is noticeably larger. Moreover, it exudes the efficiency and vigor typical of a regular military force. At this moment, inside the central small building of the encampment, 7 people are gathered around a round table, deep in discussion. Among these 7 individuals, 3 are dressed in the military uniforms of the Linjiang army, seated at the head. The leader among them is a burly, bald man. To his left is a slender woman. And to his right, a lean man. They are the 3 commanders of the Linjiang army, named Zhuangxing, Lin Qiao, and Li Timu respectively. The other 4 individuals are dressed in civilian clothes, and seated on both sides. These 4 are the 4 superhumans of the Black Blade Security Company. The crew-cut man is Wang Jiangang. The middle-aged lean man is Wang Jiangang's cousin, Wang Yong. The stout man is Tang Jinchuan. The middle-aged one-armed man is Song Dei. I still believe that, given the number of our personnel, it is impossible to intercept the twin-headed python from entering the lower reaches of the Dragon River. We must request reinforcements from headquarters. Li Timu said sternly. Do not forget, that python broke through the blockade formed by the 5 of us and over 300 Linjiang soldiers. Lin Qiao, however, immediately shook her head. That python had already suffered a serious injury when it broke through the blockade in the first place, and some time ago it also fought with an unknown being and suffered another injury, so now it is definitely nestled to recuperate. By the time support from headquarters arrives, its wounds will have already healed. I believe there is no time to delay. We must quickly make arrangements to intercept the python and ensure it does not enter the lower reaches of the Dragon River. That area is not our territory. Zhuangxing rubbed his temples and looked toward the seldom-speaking members of Black Blade. He asked, "This city is your turf, Wang Gangjian. What are your thoughts?" Wang Gangjian offered a sheepish smile. What thoughts could I possibly have? I will defer to your judgment. He was merely a retired soldier who had returned to civilian life. Had it not been for the Linjiang army's conscription and his own fortuitous awakening of talent, he would never have been able to establish the Black Blade Security Company and claim Dongwu as his territory. He understood this much at least. Wang Gangjian said nothing, but Tang Jinchuan spoke up. I suggest we ask for assistance from the cultivator residing at the Houtai Hotel. With his intervention, not only intercepting the twin-headed python but even killing it would not be difficult. After he spoke, Zhuangxing, Lin Qiao, and Li Timu all frowned. Wang Gangjian and Wang Yang inwardly cursed their luck. Since the 3 Linjiang army officers had been stationed in the city, they had been ordered to contact the mysterious cultivator at the Houtai Hotel. However, no matter how much they called out, there was not a sound from within the hotel. If they tried to force their way in, it was like entering a fog, leaving them dizzy and disoriented, walking for 2 or 3 hours only to find they were still in the same place. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Clearly, this mysterious cultivator had no intention of meeting them. They, as commanders of the Linjiang army, pillars of the strongest force in Linjiang province, could not repeatedly lower themselves to court disdain from others. Zhuangxing said indifferently, "That person does not wish to see us, let us speak no more of this." Tang Jinchuan wanted to argue further, but he was pulled back by Song Dei. He had no choice but to sit down. Tang Jinchuan had witnessed the cultivator's divine might firsthand. A powerful mutant spider was effortlessly slain by the cultivator. From then on, he knew that the cultivator's strength was incomparable to them. Even Yi Nanshan, a general of the Linjiang army who had advanced to a 4th-level superhuman a few months ago, would likely be no match for him. Unfortunately, these 3 commanders were too proud, having only visited the Houtai Hotel twice before giving up. It seemed they felt it beneath their dignity. It was truly pitiful. Tang Jinchuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Moments later, Zhuangxing brought down his gavel. "Then it is decided, we will immediately set up barriers at the point where the Dragon River enters Hanhai province. Within a week, we must kill this python that plagues Linjiang province." The others responded in a solemn chorus, "Yes." To the south of Linjiang province lay Hanhai province. The Dragon River flows through Linjiang and into Hanhai. The ruling power in Hanhai province is the boat gang. These fellows and the Linjiang army were hardly on good terms. The interaction between the two was limited to basic trade. Once the twin-headed python escaped into Hanhai province, regardless of what the Linjiang army did, they would be powerless. After all, that was someone else's territory. Who wouldn't want such an extraordinary creature's genetic crystals? By then, troubles would surely multiply. Chu Zhuan soared through the sky atop his flying sword, gazing down upon the earth. As he surveyed the land, he spotted a convoy moving southward along the Dragon River. Eventually, at the point where the river entered Hanhai province, various obstacles were deployed. The sturdy steel nets were bristling with barbs, ensnaring any fish that dared pass through. These devices were clearly the work of the industrially capable Linjiang army. Chu Zhuan looked on with interest. It seemed the Linjiang army was preparing to intercept the twin-headed python. Coincidentally, he too was curious whether this python qualified as the main soul for his formation. If it proved unworthy, there would be no need to waste more time. He could leave the matter to the Linjiang soldiers. At that moment, a muffled explosion emanated from the city. Clearly, a group of Linjiang soldiers had commenced their assault. It seems the army has already found its hiding spot to recuperate. Chu Zhuan noted with a light smile. Around East Lake City, fierce combat erupted. The giant snake's tail lashed violently, each strike stirring up monumental waves. Trees along the shore were not just shaken but swept away entirely. Numerous Linjiang soldiers, even those of the first-level superhuman rank, could not withstand the devastating power of the snake tail, being pulverized instantly. Chu Zhuan watched their battle with interest. The combat between superhumans and supernatural creatures was markedly different from the disputes among cultivators. The cultivation and combat systems of cultivators had been passed down for countless years and were well established. Yet, on this planet, the genetic outbreak had only begun a little over 5 years ago. For the superhumans, everything was a fresh challenge to be figured out. Their method of combat was quite peculiar. One moment, they utilized the genetic power within their bodies, the next, they resorted to small kinetic weapons like firearms. To Chu Zhuan, it all seemed rather childish. Having reached the Foundation establishment stage, he was already immune to ordinary firearms. Only missiles or more advanced nuclear weapons could pose any threat to him now. Did that hurt? Just then, Chu Zhuan noticed the python cry out in pain before diving deep into the water. From the splash it made, it was clear the creature had entered the Dragon River, rapidly swimming downstream. So far, I've seen nothing interesting. Let's watch a bit longer. Chu Zhuan shook his head. It seemed this little python was destined to disappoint him. Chapter 59, Ambush of the Two-Headed Python. The wake trailed southward. Clearly, a colossal creature was fleeing along the Dragon River. The physical capabilities of supernatural beings had been enhanced in every aspect. Yet, intelligence was not easily gained. For most supernatural beings, their intelligence had only slightly improved compared to before. If one must make a comparison, It was akin to that of a human child aged 5 or 6. Upon sensing a threat to their life, their first instinct was undoubtedly to flee. From this perspective, there was nothing unusual about the two-headed python. Chu Zhuan patiently continued to read on. The python was fast. In the blink of an eye, it had darted forward 100 meters, faster than a speedboat. The soldiers, attempting to pursue, couldn't even touch the spray, helplessly watching it escape. At this moment, Zhuangxing and 3 other commanders, along with 4 superhumans from Black Blade, stood guard at the pass. Though behind them flowed the Dragon River, they were now within the boundaries of Hanhai Province. Their mission was to intercept the two-headed python within the borders of Linjiang Province. It would be best if they could kill it. Failing that, they had to inflict severe damage. With several such encounters, they would be able to slay it. Here it comes. Wang Yong's talent was his far-sighted vision. From afar, he saw enormous waves forming on the river's surface. Clearly, a fearsome creature underwater was rapidly approaching them. Prepare! Zhuangxing bellowed. All the superhumans braced for battle. The waves grew closer. The threat of the underwater python became ever more pressing. Each person gripped their weapon tighter, unaware of the sweat beading on their skin. Hiss! The speeding python, failing to break in time, crashed into the barbed wire. The barbs at the connections deeply pierced its scales, pulling out a trail of flesh and blood. Instantly, the river beneath their feet was stained red with blood. Fire! Zhuangxing waved his hand grandly. The muzzles of automatic rifles spewed flames. Bullets ceaselessly plunged into the water, hammering the body of the two-headed python. Hiss! Hiss! The python shrieked again. Its massive body churned wildly, whipping up a formidable surge. Some soldiers lost their footing and were swept away by the wave, plunging straight into the water. The ferocious python opened its massive jaws and bit the unfortunate soldiers in half. Continue firing, empty the magazines. Zhuangxing's gaze was icy as he stood his ground, unyielding, and continued to command. Bang, bang, bang. The flames from the automatic rifles tore through the air, plunging into the water. However, this time, no painful screeches from the python could be heard. Nor could more blood be seen rising to the surface. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. The soldiers' magazines were emptied one after another. Yet, as well-trained troops of the Linjiang army, they had prepared spare magazines. Without needing an order from their commander, they swiftly reloaded. Muzzles aimed at the water, they remained on high alert. After all, this was not their first encounter with this two-headed python. Zhuangxing, Lin Qiao, and Li Timu exchanged glances, instinctively sensing something was amiss. Had the two-headed python disappeared just like that? Or had it been gravely injured by their recent concentrated fire? Lin Qiao leaned out to peer at the water's surface, trying to discern the true state of the python. It seemed there was nothing left underwater. She was about to speak. Suddenly, a massive head burst forth from the water. Its maw opened to its fullest extent. With a fierce snap, it swallowed Lin Qiao whole. Blunk! The upper half of the two-headed python crashed back into the river. The huge wave it caused soaked everyone from head to toe. Li Timu stared at the turbulent river, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Qiao! He roared in anger. Zhuangxing clenched the railing, his immense strength nearly warping the metal. His frame trembled slightly. Lin Qiao, one of the 5 commanders of the Linjiang army and a second-tier superhuman, might have ascended to 3rd tier within a year. And now, she was gone just like that? Chu Zhuan's eyebrows rose. This python was cunning indeed. It had deliberately sunk to the river's bottom, feigning injury. Waiting for the moment the Linjiang commanders let their guard down to strike lethally. Chu Zhuan's interest was piqued. Even in life, the python's cunning was evident, and upon extracting its soul, this trait would undoubtedly remain. Cunning, a quality detestable in an enemy, yet reassuring in an ally. Then, the river's surface churned again. The two-headed python thrust its upper body out of the water. Those 2 heads and 4 snake eyes were coldly fixed on Zhuangxing and Li Timu. Having participated in its previous encirclement near Dragon River City, they were not forgotten by the creature. One of the python's heads began to twitch. After a spasm, it spat out Lin Qiao's tattered remains. They landed right in front of Zhuangxing and Li Timu. Those 4 snake eyes were filled with mockery. A chill ran through Wang Gangjian and the others. They realized it now. The python was not afraid of them. This was a provocation. Pure provocation. I'm going to kill you. Li Timu roared angrily. The clothes on Lin Qiao, he had specially bought to give to her. For the python to spit out those clothes now corroded by stomach acid in front of him was even more painful than death itself. Zhuangxing grabbed him. It's trying to provoke you. Stick to the planned attack, do not act rashly. Li Timu took a deep breath, his eyes still bloodshot. All right. Zhuangxing called out to Wang Gangjian and the other three, "Change of plan, we need your support. It is our duty." Wang Gangjian nodded in agreement. With a fierce twist, Zhuangxing wrenched the sturdy iron railing straight off. Then, with a burst of tremendous strength from his right arm, he hurled it forward. Whoosh! The iron railing cut through the air. The python hadn't even reacted. The sharp iron railing plunged deep into the scales beneath its neck. Hiss! The python let out a pained shriek. Attack! Zhuangxing bellowed. He threw the iron spears, prepared earlier at his side, with all his might. Each one was thrown with the full force of his rage, as if channeling all his anger over his fallen comrade into the spears. His talent, similar to Wang Gangjian's, was enhancement-based, strengthening a part of the body. The two-headed python, a supernatural being, could battle in water, but humans could hardly enter it. So now, the best method was to use such projectile weapons for the attack. Li Timu growled lowly, a fireball suddenly blazing in his palm. Once the fireball had condensed to a certain degree, he smashed it down fiercely. Bang, bang. The fireballs targeted the python's head. He could use his internal genic energy to condense flames. Superhumans categorized as elementals were rare. With the two commanders leading, the other superhumans and soldiers also launched their attacks. Bullets poured down. Genic energy burst forth. Chu Zhuan, overseeing everything, was brimming with interest. He noted that most superhuman talents awakened were of the enhancement type. That is, enhancing a particular organ or part of their body. Some had strengthened arms, others legs. Some had enhanced their eyes, ears, and so forth. Unlike Li Timu, who could draw on accumulated genic energy within his body and form it into flames, elemental superhumans were not common. Chapter 60, You Shall Perish. Boom, boom, boom. A variety of attacks landed on the python, causing its flesh to split open and eliciting continuous screams of agony. The python's provocative behavior clearly did not work. It had intended to enrage the superhumans, luring them into the river to exploit its home field advantage and annihilate them one by one. Yet, it failed. Blood spurted from the python's body, quickly staining the river red. Every time its massive tail attempted a strike, the battle-hardened Zhuangxing anticipated it. At those moments, he would hurl especially sharp, poison-coated iron spears, specifically prepared for the python. These potent poison spears forced the python to retract its massive tail defensively. After a chaotic battle, the python was left with numerous wounds, and a third of its scales were shattered. However, from the human superhumans' side, only 3 Linjiang army soldiers and 6 members of the Black Blade Security Company had fallen. Under the fierce firepower, the python's screams continued, seemingly powerless to retaliate. At this rate, the scales of battle would completely tip in favor of the superhumans. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of Zhuangxing and Li Timu. They sought vengeance for their fallen comrades. In the clouds above, Chu Zhuan watched, yawning continuously. Until now, the python had not shown any traits that impressed him, except for its cunning nature which had piqued his slight interest. However, at this moment, Chu Zhuan suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation from within the python's body. This is... Chu Zhuan's spirits lifted. The next moment, the python raised its 2 heads sharply, and from its mouth, a dark purple mist erupted. The mist was sinister and eerie, filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. If one listened closely, it was enough to send a shiver through the soul. The crowd instinctively sensed the ominous nature and scattered. But some were too slow to react and were enveloped by the dark purple mist. When the mist dispersed, only twisted and lifeless bodies with no warmth remained. Even a first-tier superhuman could only withstand a few more seconds in the purple-black mist before succumbing just like ordinary humans. Wang Gangjian's eyebrows twitched wildly at the sight. He recognized this mist. It was identical to the mist he saw near the Houtai Hotel area during the day of the zombie tide. Run. Run for your lives. Wang Gangjian, without a second thought, grabbed Wang Yong and ran. That day, tens of thousands of zombies and a large number of supernatural beings rushed into the area covered by the mist. All of them died. Compared to those zombies, they were pitifully few and weak. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. How could they possibly withstand the assault of this dark purple mist? Tang Jinchuan and Song Dai, though unsure of what was happening, nonetheless followed closely behind. Zhuangxing and Li Timu were now enveloped in the purple-black mist as well. However, as seasoned second-tier superhumans, they were not as vulnerable. Moreover, the evil chi exhaled by the 2-headed python had already been significantly diluted. Despite the dilution, Zhuangxing and Li Timu still found it unbearable. It felt as though hordes of little demons had invaded their minds, vigorously tearing at their souls and flesh. They were powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as they were shredded to pieces. This sensation was fleeting. Just then, a calm voice echoed from the heavens, "Those who steal my things shall die." The voice seemed like a majestic chant that purified the soul, instantly shattering the ghostly wails and terrifying illusions. By the time Zhuangxing and Li Timu regained their senses, they found their bodies incredibly stiff. Several areas were even turning a deathly cyan. Clearly, if this continued, their bodies would perish. They looked up to the sky in unison and saw a figure standing on a flying sword, overlooking the mortal realm. The figure's garments fluttered, his gaze indifferent, reminiscent of the legendary Taoist immortals who transcended earthly desires. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and the others who had fled stopped in their tracks upon hearing the voice, staring incredulously at the sky. He had appeared. The mysterious cultivator had appeared. Tang Jinchuan was visibly excited. Among those present, he was one of the few who had personally witnessed Chu Zhuan. Unbeknownst to him, he had become an admirer of Chu Zhuan. This enigmatic cultivator always appeared just in the nick of time. The python also fixed its gaze on Chu Zhuan. Its 4 snake eyes brimmed with a mix of bloodthirst, brutality, fear, and rage. It could instantly tell that Chu Zhuan was no ordinary being. Since its awakening and transformation into a supernatural being, it had never seen a human capable of flying. This man was the first. Moreover, the yin evil chi it had emitted was effortlessly neutralized by this human, and all it took was a single sentence. The python's wariness of Chu Zhuan surpassed all enemies it had ever encountered. Chu Zhuan looked at the two-headed python with an indifferent expression. He had not expected that the python could exhale yin evil chi. It must have accidentally absorbed the yin evil during an encounter with the array. Its body must possess some peculiar quality, otherwise, it would have perished within the array long ago, let alone be able to store and use the yin evil chi as a trump card against its foes. Hiss. The python, feeling Chu Zhuan's gaze, became agitated and let out a long, furious hiss. Its scales bristled as both snake heads lunged fiercely at Chu Zhuan. Bao, it's up to you now. Chu Zhuan casually remarked, his left hand holding out the tower. Roar. A hulking figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared as if from nowhere. The figure's fist smashed toward the attacking snakeheads. Although this figure was colossal and far beyond ordinary humans, it still appeared lamb-like compared to the massive body of the two-headed python. Everyone watching had the same thought, to punch such a gargantuan beast, wasn't that courting death? It seemed as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a mayfly shaking a tree. As all eyes converged on the scene, a loud bang resonated. The fearsome snake's head was instantly burst by the fist. Eyeballs, teeth, scales, blood, bones. Scattered everywhere, almost like bullets, penetrating everything in their path. Some unlucky onlookers who were too close were impaled by the debris. Those struck by this bloody misfortune had their throats, hearts, and arteries pierced, dying instantly on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, including Zhuangxing and Li Timu. They could hardly believe that the seemingly invincible two-headed python had one of its heads blown apart by a single punch. This was not something they, or even other superhumans like Yi Nanshan, could achieve. Chapter 61, Soul Snatching. The Immortal's Methods. That was merely a zombie controlled by the Immortal. If the Immortal himself had taken action, the two-headed python would have perished. Tang Jinchuan remarked. Those like Wang Gangjian, who had harbored doubts about the Immortal's power, now nodded in agreement. Roar. The two-headed python's one head was obliterated, it let out a pained wail from its remaining head. As it regained its composure, the remaining pair of snake eyes glared at Chu Zhuan, filled with brutality and murderous intent. Just as it was about to open its mouth for another attack, a swift and compact figure suddenly appeared. This figure forcefully drove a nail wrapped in a terrifying aura, deep into the massive body of the two-headed python. The yin fire spike. Boom. A blast of yin fire exploded, severing the python at the waist. Chunks of its flesh were flung in all directions, shocking everyone present with this unexpected turn of events. Where did that figure come from? Just now the Immortal mentioned Hu and Bao. It appears that 2 zombies were deployed simultaneously. Someone observed. No wonder. The first one appeared muscular and robust, clearly a warrior type, while the second was agile and compact, evidently an assassin. This is the power of an Immortal. The crowd buzzed with comments, filled with shock. The python, which they had all struggled with, was now nearly destroyed by just 2 of the Immortal's undead minions. The disparity was immense. Swoosh, swoosh. Hu and Bao swiftly reappeared by Chu Zhuan's side. Hu looked triumphant, proud to have completed another task for his master, while Bao was contentedly chewing on a piece of snake meat. Chu Zhuan looked down at the two-headed python. Now missing one head and half its body, it was profusely bleeding from its wounds yet still alive. Its vitality was greater than Chu Zhuan had anticipated. Although the genetic energy was a little weaker than spiritual chi, its vitality enhancement was almost comparable. Hiss, hiss. In the two remaining eyes of the python, there was deep resentment toward Chujuan. It knew it had no chance of survival, it was merely in its death throes. Enraged, it decided to take this unexpected human adversary down with it. In the next moment, the python opened its mouth wide and expelled a vast amount of yin evil chi, intent on releasing all chi within its body to kill this uninvited guest. Chujuan saw the vast cloud of yin evil chi and smiled peculiarly. Are you offering this to me? For Chujuan, who practiced the blood evil demon refining scripture, yin evil chi was akin to a tonic. Previously, he had sat in meditation within the yin evil soul snatching array to practice and had swiftly advanced to the second level of foundation establishment. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. The yin evil chi exhaled by the two-headed python, although not particularly impressive, was still absorbable and useful for cultivation. Chujuan began to run the blood evil demon refining scripture, letting the yin evil chi envelop him. The python's eyes filled with satisfaction and amusement. How absurd. It found it utterly ridiculous that this human didn't understand the terror of the yin evil chi and allowed it to envelop him. Onlookers watched anxiously. What's happening? Why is the immortal covered in that evil mist? One asked. Just now, the immortal didn't move at all, as if he wasn't afraid. Another observed. Hey, maybe that guy is just frozen with fear? There's no such thing as immortals, just a more powerful human. A skeptical voice chimed in. People murmured amongst themselves, each with their own theories. Song Dei whispered worriedly, can the immortal really handle it? That level of evil energy? Wang Gangjian, lacking confidence, hesitated. That whole area is filled with evil energy, yet the immortal stood by its side. He must have something up his sleeve. He had never seen Chujuan enter the yin evil soul snatching array himself, he only knew that Chujuan had once stood outside the array, warning him not to come close. Thus, he could only speculate based on past experiences. Tang Jinchuan's gaze was resolute. I believe in him. He must have a way. Zhuangxing and Li Timu, initially hopeful, felt a chill run through them as they saw Chujuan instantly engulfed by the yin evil chi. Damn. Why didn't he dodge? He seemed so capable. Li Timu almost wanted to rush in and drag Chujuan out, yelling at him to evade. Zhuangxing sighed, don't panic, let's wait and see. Maybe he has a trick up his sleeve. Buzz. The next moment, the yin evil chi enveloping Chujuan suddenly converged and vanished without a trace. Chujuan opened his eyes, seemingly unsatisfied, and looked towards the python with a smile. Any more? The python, which had just felt a sense of release, suddenly looked astonished. What just happened? Its usually infallible yin evil chi was gone? It appeared as if this detestable human had absorbed it. Wang Gangjian and the others wore similar expressions of disbelief. Facing such evil energy, even superhumans would perish upon contact, yet this supposed immortal seemed almost disappointed it was over. What was going on? Tang Jinchuan wore a knowing smile, I knew it. Li Timu, who a second before had been furiously questioning why Chujuan hadn't dodged, now stood frozen, his angry expression solidifying on his face. I. Zhuangxing laughed heartily, see. I told you he had a trick up his sleeve. He really isn't afraid of the evil energy. You are quite remarkable, worthy of being the main soul of my formation. Chujuan calmly nodded, acknowledging the python's strength. The python roared in anger. Though it didn't understand what a main soul for a formation meant, it knew it was being underestimated. Throughout their encounter, Chujuan had never regarded it as an equal opponent. Despairingly, the python let out a mournful howl and, dragging its half-severed body, launched one final attack on Chujuan. Its gaping maw seemed intent on swallowing Chujuan and the surrounding space itself. Your journey ends here, said Chujuan, unmoving, simply waving his hand casually. A crimson chain suddenly whipped out, and with a snap, the python's head was severed cleanly. The giant snake's eyes still held anger and resentment, unaware it had already perished. With a simple gesture, Chujuan performed a spell and yanked forth. The white soul of the python was forcibly extracted. Is that a soul? People watched in utter shock. Soul extraction. This was truly something only an immortal could accomplish. Wang Gangjian and his group looked upon Chujuan with a mix of reverence and fear. Zhuangxing, Li Timu, and the soldiers of the Linjiang army also shed their pride completely, filled only with deep awe for Chujuan. Flight. Soul snatching. What else could these be if not the methods of the immortals? In Zhuangxing's heart, regret now swelled boundlessly. If only he had sought out this mysterious immortal 3 times, inviting him to join their fight against the python at the Houtai Hotel, the outcome might not have been so tragic. Key members like Lin Qiao of the Linjiang army might not have died. All this was due to his arrogance, and his pride, leading to the worst possible outcome. He was filled with deep remorse. Chapter 62, Strategic Recruitment? It's not your fault, Brother Zhuang. Nobody expected he was an immortal. Li Tima said, trying to console Zhuang crossing before coming here. I even told Kiaer that there are no such things as immortals. If there were, they would have saved this planet before the apocalypse even began. He added. Zhuang Xing sighed deeply, nodding slightly. After extracting the soul of the two-headed python, Chu Zhuan also took its body away. Having completed these actions, he stepped onto his heavenly star-flying sword and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a crowd filled with gratitude. Chu Zhuan's intervention wasn't to save anyone, it was merely to slay the python to obtain a main soul for his formation. The people's grateful tears meant little to him. Li Tima spoke quietly, Brother Zhuang, the third-level genetic crystal is gone. How are we going to explain this when we get back? Zhuang Xing replied gravely, it's gone, and that's that. As long as it didn't end up with the ship gang, it's fine. After a pause, he added, send word of today's events back to headquarters. Okay. Li Tima nodded. Houtai Hotel, rooftop. The wind howled as Chu Zhuan landed smoothly. He released Long, Gu, and Bao from the tower and casually tossed out the massive body of the two-headed python. Long, curious, crouched down to examine the python's body. Gu, as always, stayed close to Chu Zhuan, not moving away. Bao, in a blink of an eye, had a piece of the snake's tail in his mouth, crunching away happily. Hu glanced at him and gave him a shove. Ho ho ho. Roar. Hu seemed to scold Bao for disturbing their master. Bao whimpered pitifully and was forced to spit out the snake's tail. Chu Zhuan watched their antics with amusement. You two did well this time, here's the reward. With a flick of his fingers, he sent two dusky earth evil pills flying towards them. Hu and Bao's eyes lit up as they caught and immediately swallowed them. They didn't know what these were, but instinctively craved them. So without a second thought, they ate them. Hu and Bao had already reached the 8th level of corpse soldiers. One more step, and they could attempt to become corpse generals. Feeding them earth evil pills now could speed up this process. Chu Zhuan still had plenty of earth evil pills left, enough to advance all 3 of his corpse puppets to the rank of corpse generals. Long also caught the scent of the earth evil pills and his eyes turned green with envy. As for the body of the python, just let ordinary corpse puppet eat it. Chu Zhuan thought, waving his hand and releasing a dozen more corpse puppets from the tower. These corpse puppets might not be as formidable as Long, Gu, or Bao, but they were still significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. A little cultivation would do them good. Perhaps they would be needed as cannon fodder in the future. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. At their master's command, the corpse puppets surged forward. Dinner time. Go fetch me some formidable zombies. Chu Zhuan commanded. Roar. Long, Gu, and Bao eagerly dashed out, showing impressive zeal in their task. In no time, they returned with 20 robust zombies, throwing them down before Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan glanced over them and recognized that these were no ordinary zombies, each one was at least a first-level zombie, already evolving genetic crystals within. Well done, here's your reward. Chu Zhuan said as he flicked an earth evil pill towards Long, who caught it with his mouth and scurried away to digest it. Bao, with a cunning gleam in his eyes, approached the zombies and started gouging bloody holes in their bodies. He then lay down before Chu Zhuan, seemingly bragging about his efficiency. Chu Zhuan looked at the mutilated zombies with a facepalm. Using living beings as cauldrons requires precision in making blood holes at the convergence of blood vessels, not just random gashing. Take him out and discipline him. Chu Zhuan ordered calmly. Roar. Hu nodded vigorously, cracking his wrists before grabbing Bao by the leg and tossing him off the rooftop. A series of crashing sounds soon followed from below. These zombies are now useless. Chu Zhuan stated as he applied his blood extraction technique, drawing all their blood into a large orb. He then methodically created precise blood holes in the remaining first-level zombies, implanting various seeds. As Chu Zhuan's cultivation advanced, the need to enhance his corpse puppets and goo insects grew. More zombies would be needed as cauldrons in the future. I need to create a zombie farm, treating the zombies like soil, so I don't have to keep hunting for them each time. Chu Zhuan mused aloud, smacking his lips. I wish there were a zombie spawner cage. Imagine having a spawning ground right here. Alas, this was reality, not a game. Go play. He waved Long and the others off to amuse themselves. Chu Zhuan then mounted his flying sword and entered the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array. The Yin Evil Chi rampaged unchecked within the array, a vision of hellish evil in the eyes of righteous cultivators, a place that ought not to exist and should be destroyed. However, to demonic cultivators like Chu Zhuan, it was a vibrant scene of thriving life and flourishing potential. Chu Zhuan took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and nearly ethereal. With a gesture, the evil soul chain appeared in his hand, and Hueco's evil soul emerged, feeling as though it had arrived in paradise. Surrounded by dense and evil chi, it excitedly absorbed within sight. Chujuan casually released the python soul as well. As he had anticipated, there was indeed something peculiar about the soul of the python. Ordinary souls could not withstand the scouring of the yin evil chi. They would dim and dissipate after a few exposures. However, the soul of the python had endured 7 or 8 washes of the yin evil chi. It had merely faded slightly. Upon closer inspection, his soul had even assimilated some of the yin evil chi. No wonder this creature could store yin evil energy within itself. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Chujuan's face broke into a smile. All he needed to do was to leave the python's soul here, to be refined over the years, and it would eventually transform into a powerful malevolent soul. In time, it would more than suffice as the main soul for his array. Now, it is my turn to begin cultivation. Chujuan seated himself at the center of the array, resting in meditation, breathing deeply as he practiced his skills. In cultivation, time does not exist. Chujuan sat in silent contemplation. Whatever happened in the outside world was of no concern to him. General Yi Nanshan set down the satellite phone, his mind reeling from the report he had just received from Zhuang. Crossing the details lingered in his thoughts. General, Lin Qiao has fallen, devoured by the two-headed python. General, we were no match for the python, but that mysterious immortal appeared and killed it single-handedly. He even extracted its soul. The immortal took the python's body, and we couldn't retrieve the genetic crystal. Staring towards the south, Yi Nanshan felt a profound disturbance that he couldn't settle, the two-headed python. I might have been able to defeat it after my promotion to a 4th-level superhuman, but killing it so effortlessly and cleanly would have been impossible. That cultivator must possess the strength of at least a 5th-level superhuman. Such formidable power could influence the balance of power in the region with a mere gesture. We must bring him into the Linjian army's fold. At the very least, I cannot allow the ship gang to recruit him. Chapter 63, Hanhai Province. Ship gang in Hanhai Province, a vast inland lake known as Hanhai Lake sprawls extensively, ranking as one of the largest inland lakes of the Han country. To its east lies the vast East Sea. The province boasts highly developed water transportation, with a long history of large fleets ranging from small boats to massive Coast Guard ships. After the zombie outbreak, those who made their living from fishing and living on boats mostly survived. These survivors gradually gathered under various superhumans, eventually forming several factions. The leaders of these factions came together to establish the ship gang, an alliance without a traditional leader. Instead, it is governed by a council of superhumans known as the Supernatural Council. The ship gang's influence stretches across the entire Hanhai province. Many members find it difficult to reach the Supernatural Council meetings held in Yuhai City due to the vastness of the province and the dispersed nature of their locations. Superhumans also maintain their individual territories, and some have rivalries or old grudges, making full attendance at council meetings rare. Often, small matters are resolved by 2 or 3 superhumans without convening a full meeting. The Supernatural Council is based in a large shipyard in Yuhai City, once the premier shipbuilding facility of the area that built 6 ironclad ships and received personal praise from the Emperor of Han country. However, post-outbreak, the shipyard has been taken over by the ship gang and converted into their headquarters. At this moment, in the highest conference room of the shipyard, 2 superhumans are sorting through documents sent from various parts of the province. These documents invariably report on high-level zombies and supernatural creatures in Hanhai province. The evolution rate of zombies and supernatural creatures rivals that of humans, with powerful zombies capable of rallying large numbers of their kind to dominate territories and occasionally raid human settlements. As the strongest force in Hanhai province, the ship gang sees it as their duty to aid the weaker settlements and eliminate these high-level threats, thus securing their control. One of the superhumans is unusually short and appears youthful, almost like a small boy, but his face bears the marks of age not fitting a child. The other is a tall, curvaceous woman. She holds a wine bottle in her left hand and a document in her right, clearly bored with the routine. Taking a swig of her drink, she casually mentions, in Golden Mountain City, a high-level zombie has appeared with the ability to launch ice spikes. It has already destroyed 3 small settlements. It's suspected to be a 2nd-level zombie, commanding over 1,000 regular zombies and about 20 first-level zombies. As the woman's voice trailed off, the young boy immediately responded, Ding Peng is closest to that location. Send a message to him to lead a team to clear out the zombie horde. The woman continued to list several affected areas within Hanhai province. The boy was able to rapidly provide decisions for each situation in less than a second. It was as if he had an entire map of Hanhai province in his mind, with all the superhumans and settlements under the ship gang's rule appearing like stars in the sky, some bright, some dim. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. A particular document caught the woman's interest. Without even looking at it, the boy remarked, "Sister Yu, that's the first time today you've shown interest." The woman chuckled behind her hand. "There's news from within Linjiang province. The two-headed python that broke through Yi Nanshan's encirclement has appeared in East Lake City. Yi Nanshan sent Zhuangxing, Lin Qiao, and Li Timu, 3 commanders, to East Lake City to besiege and kill the injured two-headed python," she said with a smile. "Liang, it's the same two-headed python we once encountered." The boy nodded. "That python is cunning and has powerful Shinigami abilities. It's not easily killed. Zhuangxing, Lin Qiao, and Li Timu are all experienced second-level superhumans. I've calculated that with a maximum casualty limit of 2 dead and more than 10 first-level superhumans, there's only a 72% chance of stopping the python." The woman laughed, covering her mouth. "Zhao Liang, your calculations are off this time." The boy frowned. "Impossible, all variables were constant, the result should be definitive." The woman pushed the document towards him with a light laugh. "Take a look, there's been an unexpected factor." The boy read the document in a flash, showing surprise for the first time. Sword flying? Soul extraction? Immortal techniques? He was incredulous. He thought he had a comprehensive understanding of Shinigami powers, but this was beyond his expectations and had effortlessly changed the outcome. The boy stated seriously, he didn't even act, and the 2 zombies he controlled easily inflicted heavy damage on the python. This so-called immortal has a 52% chance of being a 4th-level superhuman and a 22% chance of being a 5th level. He continued. Given his ability to control zombies, there's a 55% probability his awakened talent is related to the brain. The woman's eyes sparkled. A 5th-level superhuman? Brain enhancement? That high of a rating? The boy nodded seriously. The woman laughed softly. "Shall we go meet him then? We might find the memories we lost." The boy seriously added, "From his actions, he does not seem like someone easy to befriend. Are you sure you want to go?" She nodded. "Yes, even if he isn't easy to get along with, if we bring gifts, he surely won't refuse, right?" The boy stood up. "All right, then let's go. Do we need to inform the ship's captain?" The woman joked. The boy shook his head. "No need. When we stayed with the ship gang, we agreed to help for a year, and after that, we could leave whenever we wanted." The woman whispered, "All right, let's go. Oh, before we leave, I'll grab a few more bottles of wine. The ship gang's brew is too delicious." The boy, "I guessed as much." He pointed to the ground beneath their feet. "The wine storage is on the 2nd sub-level, east side. There are 2 guards, but this is their nap time." The woman chuckled lightly, playfully flicking his nose. "Rescuing you from that hospital was indeed the right decision." The boy instinctively stepped back. The woman's laughter lightened as she grabbed the boy's hand and strode confidently out of the shipyard. They seemed to be enveloped in a veil of invisibility, undetected by the busy crowd around them as they made their escape. It was over an hour later when someone bringing new dispatch documents knocked and entered the room, only to find that the pair had long since departed. Soon after, the news of their departure reached the ship gang's leader. Known as the Old Captain to most, his real name had long been forgotten. Commonly referred to as the head of the East Sea fishermen, he was nearing 70 yet still ventured out to fish every so often. Before the zombie outbreak, he was already highly respected. When the outbreak hit, he happened to be at sea, avoiding the most dangerous early days. His awakening talents naturally positioned him as the leader of the fishermen, and he was eventually elected as the head of the Supernatural Council. The Old Captain, with his temples graying and face marked by age, still maintained a vigorous and robust demeanor. Each deep wrinkle on his face seemed to carry the briny scent of the sea breeze, a testament to his years weathering the ocean's moods. Chapter 64, 4th Level Foundation Establishment. Descendants of the Zombie Empress. Old Captain tapped lightly on the table, reflecting on the departure of Ji Shengyu and He Shengliang, who had spent over a year with the ship gang without any indication of permanence. "Now they've suddenly left," he mused. "And they even took half a crate of wine with them." Recalling past conversations, he remembered, when they first joined the ship gang, they mentioned they were looking for their lost memories, hoping to get help from a superhuman with enhanced cognitive abilities. It seems they believe that the so-called immortal in Linjiang province is their target. Old Captain sighed deeply. He had rescued the pair when they were barely alive after an attack by the Zombie King. The young boy's awakened talent had greatly enhanced his brain, enabling him to process information at an incredible pace. With most of the ship gang being muscular and primarily focused on combat, He Shengliang's intellectual abilities had been a valuable asset. Initially, Old Captain had set almost no conditions for their stay, merely hoping they would choose to remain. The duo had then agreed to stay for a year as a way to repay his kindness, with the option to leave or stay afterward. He hadn't really expected them to leave. Shaking his head in resignation, old Captain knew he couldn't have kept them if they were determined to leave. Let them go, he resolved. As for the cultivator appearing in East Lake City, old Captain pondered, should the ship gang seek an alliance with him? Or should I just mention it at the council to ensure they don't provoke this cultivator? He sighed lightly, knowing that while the ship gang appeared strong, it was actually quite fragmented. His role as leader gave his words weight, but whether they were heeded was another matter. His thoughts then turned to a more pressing issue: the increasingly terrifying zombie empress in the north of Hanhai province. Can't let her continue to produce offspring and expand her reign unchecked. 2 years swiftly passed. During this time, Chu Zhuan remained seated motionless within the Yin evil soul snatching array. The soul of the two-headed python had repeatedly shown hostility towards him, only to be fiercely beaten each time by Hueco. Chu Zhuan had instructed Hueco's soul before entering his meditative state, if the python's soul attempted any attack on him, Chu Zhuan would punish Hueco, regardless of whether Hueco saw the attack coming or not. To avoid punishment, Hueco didn't even allow the two-headed python soul to come close to Chu Zhuan. Any attempts to approach were met with immediate and severe retaliation. After several beatings, the python soul became much more subdued, daring only to absorb the surrounding yin evil chi quietly and keep its distance. At this moment, the energy within Chu Zhuan surged stronger than ever, hinting that he was on the verge of breaking through another boundary in his cultivation. A year ago, under the potent influence of the surging yin evil chi, Chu Zhuan had naturally progressed to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Now, he was on the cusp of breaking through to the 4th level. Advancing to this stage would place him among the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. With his array of skills and secrets, Chu Zhuan was confident in facing opponents even at the 5th or 6th levels of foundation establishment without fear. If he chose to use the merit bell, disregarding the risk of exposing his trump card, he could stand against a 7th level foundation establishment cultivator with ease. The spiritual chi inside Chu Zhuan roared like a wild dragon, repeatedly slamming against the invisible bottleneck. Again and again, he challenged the barrier until, finally, it shattered. In that instant, it was as if a dragon had soared from the depths, and his vast aura surged outward in all directions. The ghosts and demons spawned within the Yin evil soul snatching array were obliterated by his explosive energy. Their remnants returned to the array, serving as nourishment for new spectral entities. At this moment, Chu Zhuan's eyes snapped open, a flash of sharp light flickering within. The 4th level of the foundation establishment. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Chu Zhuan sat in the array, constantly immersed in a dense concentration of pure yin evil chi. His cultivation progressed as swiftly as if he were consuming elixirs daily. Chu Zhuan made a casual gesture, and Hueco returned to the evil soul chain. He then stepped and exited the range of the array in the blink of an eye. He soared through the sky on his flying sword, seeking a location teeming with zombies to test his newly acquired spells. Meanwhile, in Two Dragon City, the woman and the young boy stood on the rooftop of a tall building, gazing at another peculiar building next door, which bizarrely featured veins and arteries like some sort of flesh construct. Ji Shengyu expressed some emotion. It took us 2 full years to get here, encountering numerous unexpected challenges along the way, even being chased by 5th-level zombies and supernatural beings. But at last, we've reached Xiuanglong City. Just a bit further, and we'll be in East Lake City, where that cultivator resides. We need to hurry and bring a gift for our meeting with him. Their journey had been arduous, marked by both danger and the bizarre, but their goal was now within reach. With a sense of urgency and a plan to make a favorable impression, they prepared to navigate the final leg of their quest to meet the mysterious cultivator. Yi Shengliang's calm assessment laid out the formidable challenge ahead. Inside, there's a 4th-level zombie, 9 3rd-level zombies, and a multitude of lower-level zombies. The 4th-level zombie is a descendant of the zombie empress from the north of Hanhai province. Its abilities are quite unique. According to my calculations, you have a 72% probability of killing it, a 25% chance of a draw, and a 3% chance of dying at its hands. Are you sure you want to use it as a gift? Ji Shengyu chuckled behind her hand. Of course, only a 4th-level Shinigami crystal is worthy of being presented as a gift. Lower-level crystals won't catch his eye. Yi Shengliang nodded. Then you go ahead. I'll handle the lower-level zombies around here. The reproductive ability of that 4th-level zombie is strong. I estimate it only needs 1 day to spawn 100 zombies, including quite a few 1st-level ones. Ji Shengyu nodded with a smile and was about to move forward when he suddenly felt something and looked up sharply. Both of them immediately saw a figure flying through the air, seemingly divine. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly hid in the shadows of a nearby building. Yi Shengliang whispered, "Is that the immortal?" Ji Shengyu nodded. "What is he doing here?" At that moment, Chujuan hovered in front of a high-rise building. He had intended to continue onward but was stopped by the building's bizarre exterior. The building was unique, its surface covered in veins and muscle fibers, starkly different from the surrounding skyscrapers. Chujuan briefly scanned and detected abundant life within it was swarming with zombies. These zombies were peculiar in appearance, smaller than the typical ones Chujuan had encountered, the tallest only half a person's height. They were more agile and nimble, with limbs equipped with suction pads allowing them to move quickly across walls and even ceilings. What surprised Chujuan even more was that these zombies lacked mouths, they could not eat. They functioned like industrious ants, transporting various organic materials into the high-rise, then heading out again, tirelessly returning. Chapter 65, Truly a Disgrace. Chujuan's spirit extended outwards, swiftly enveloping the entire skyscraper. In a matter of a minute or two, he discerned the peculiar nature of these zombies. These lesser zombies were all spawned by a single zombie matriarch, akin to a queen bee or ant. They simply required continuous nourishment from the lesser zombies to endlessly produce zombie eggs. After a period of incubation, these eggs would hatch into more of the lesser zombies. These zombies clearly defied conventional reasoning. After all, if one were to insist on scientific explanations, zombies would be viviparous rather than oviparous. How intriguing. I wonder if such lesser zombies could serve as the soil for a zombie farm? Chujuan's interest grew as he watched. Stumbling upon this place by chance, he had not anticipated such an opportunity. As for the two survivors hidden within the skyscraper behind him, he had detected them almost immediately upon arrival. However, since they chose to remain hidden out of fear, he saw no reason to waste time exposing their refuge. Long, Gu, Bao, root out the zombie matriarch for me. The three giant corpse puppets soared out and descended at the skyscraper's entrance. They roared excitedly, storming into the group of zombies transporting food like tigers among sheep. He Shengliang and Ji Shengyu observed everything intently, their expressions solemn. The bald zombie at the forefront, the burly one following closely, and the skinny one that appears intermittently might all be level 4 zombies. Ji Shengyu noted, "This cultivator is very powerful." He Shengliang remarked earnestly. Ji Shengyu teased, "You're not even talking probabilities anymore, you're nervous." He Shengliang fell silent. Ji Shengyu asked, "The zombie matriarch hasn't shown up yet. If it recklessly continues to hatch zombie eggs, do you think these 3 zombies can hold off?" Combining the data in his mind, he Shengliang pondered rapidly. Wisps of steam even began to rise from his head, indicating the intense activity of his brain. After a moment, he earnestly said, "There's a 35% chance these 3 zombies could kill the matriarch, though there's a possibility of losses." As soon as the words left his mouth, Long and Hu like wild beasts charged into the skyscraper. Along the way, they left a trail of severed limbs and crushed bodies of lesser zombies. Bao, akin to an assassin, would each time appear and claim the life of a lesser zombie. Together, the 3 of them were unstoppable. Deep underground, a sudden and furious growl echoed. Clearly, the zombie matriarch, ceaselessly producing zombie eggs, had become aware that her progeny were being slaughtered en masse. Bang! 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 Soft, yet sharp bursting sounds came from all directions. Chujuan's eyebrows raised. He sensed that a multitude of new lives were emerging from the depths, rushing towards the surface. As expected, it seemed the zombie eggs were being hatched prematurely under the matriarch's urging. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Bang! 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 Intense explosions suddenly erupted. Chujuan fixed his gaze and saw, to his astonishment, several lesser zombies clutching onto Bao and detonating themselves. Organs, flesh, and bones scattered everywhere. These lesser zombies' bodies had undergone some transformation, now filled with unstable energy that could explode with the slightest provocation. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, lesser zombies emerged from the deep, clutching the 3 corpses known as Long and detonating immediately, completely disregarding their own safety. Even Long was left dazed by the continuous blasts. Particularly Bao, who was high in offense but low in defense, adept at slaying powerful foes but vulnerable to strong attacks. Chujuan, sharing a mental bond with Bao, instantly perceived that Bao had sustained injuries. Continuous howls of agony ensued. Gu, overhearing this, grew increasingly irritated and approached with a forceful shove. Truly a disgrace to us. Chujuan, however, found his interest piqued. Bao, now an 8th-level corpse soldier, was still susceptible to harm from the self-destructive lesser zombies. This indicated that the zombies and supernatural creatures of this planet indeed possessed their unique traits. At that moment, another high-pitched scream growing louder approached, and emanated from below. The zombie matriarch had awakened more zombie eggs, and more self-detonating lesser zombies were surging toward the surface. From the sounds of it, even the zombie matriarch was moving towards the surface, evidently dissatisfied with the slow progress of the assault and intending to swiftly end the battle. Shengliang stated earnestly, "The zombie matriarch is coming. If these 3 zombies don't retreat, the one skilled in assassination has a 70% chance of being severely injured." Shengliang arched an eyebrow. "Do you think the cultivator will join the fight?" Shengliang nodded. "He definitely will. I have limited knowledge of him, but I estimate that killing the matriarch will cost him a great deal of effort." Shengliang chuckled. "Then if we intervene, we might turn his favor." Shengliang nodded in agreement. They guessed correctly. Chu Zhuan indeed planned to take action. "It's been a while since I've taken action personally, this will be a good test of my new spells," he said with a slight smile. After advancing to the 4th level of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture, Chu Zhuan mastered 2 new spells. The first, acquired at the 3rd level, was the Blood Evil Shadow. The second, learned at the 4th level, was the Corpse Refining Blood Fire. Blood Evil Shadow, a mid-tier spell of the Foundation Establishment stage, utilizes a combination of Blood Essence and Yin Evil Chi to condense 3 pitch-black shadows. These shadows can usually hide within one's own shadow, undetectable. When attacked, they automatically appear to block the assault, requiring no conscious activation of vital means of self-protection that Chu Zhuan had long desired to master. However, these zombies did not warrant the use of Blood Evil Shadow. Chu Zhuan intended to use Corpse Refining Blood Fire, another mid-tier spell of the Foundation Establishment stage. This spell necessitates the melting down of the corpses of living beings to manifest. If integrated into an offensive spell, the power of that spell greatly increases. When added to a defensive spell, it endows the spell with a counteractive burning capability, deterring opponents from attacking. To Chu Zhuan, this spell was exceptionally effective. The cost-effectiveness of these 2 spells even surpassed those learned from advancing to the 5th and 6th levels of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture. This was precisely why Chu Zhuan, having just broken through, planned to find a place to refine his spells. With a casual toss, he enveloped the surrounding area of the skyscraper with 36 array flags. This formation was known as the Ceiling Array, a low transformation formation of the Foundation Establishment stage. While it sounded formidable, it primarily served to prevent the beings within the array from leaving. There were many more powerful arrays than the Ceiling Array. Chu Zhuan used this array merely to slightly restrict the zombies inside from leaving at will. With his current level of spiritual chi and spirit, he no longer needed to search for array nodes or manually place the flags. A simple toss under the guidance of his spiritual sense sufficed to position the flags and establish the array naturally. Chapter 66, This Man, 2 Terrifying Corpse Refining Blood Fire. Chu Zhuan bellowed as spiritual chi surged from within him, engulfing the entire skyscraper from top to bottom. Even with his current reserves of spiritual chi, fully enveloping this 100-meter-tall building was somewhat strenuous. Chu Zhuan immediately took out several bottles of chi revival water and drank them to replenish his overly depleted spiritual chi. Thus, the entire skyscraper and its zombies were enveloped by his spiritual chi. The zombie matriarch sensed the change in the environment and began to howl uneasily. Following its directives, a portion of the lesser zombies split off and charged in 3 different directions. However, it was as if they had run into a wall of air. No matter how they charged, they could not leave a 10-meter radius around the building. The matriarch, both shocked and enraged, bellowed out. It fixated its gaze on Chu Zhuan, who was suspended in midair. Its brain, no larger than a walnut, concluded that this human must be responsible for everything. If it could kill him, all problems would be solved. However, no sooner had the matriarch issued a piercing scream, directing over 300 lesser zombies toward the rooftop of the high-rise than the surrounding air seemed to ignite instantly. Boom! Flames instantly enveloped the entire building, shooting straight into the sky. The intense heat forced Shengliang and Shenyu to retreat repeatedly. What's going on? Fire? Shenyu exclaimed in surprise. He actually possesses elemental talents? Shouldn't he be an enhancement talent? Shengliang said gravely. Could it be dual talents? Superhumans with dual talents were rare. Shengliang had heard that such individuals existed in the capital Hanjing of the Han country, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Squeals of agony came from within the flames, where the lesser zombies' flesh sizzled like hot oil, fueling the fire even further. Their bones were reduced to ash. In the span of 5 to 6 minutes, every zombie within the building from the top floor to the basement was incinerated by the dreadful fire. The accumulation of corpses only made the fire burn more fiercely. This was the terrifying aspect of corpse refining blood fire. If deployed on a large-scale battlefield, it could burn continuously for months or even years, until all corpses were completely consumed. Long, Gu, and Bao retreated far away, fearing even a touch of the corpse fire. Bao, In particular, ran especially fast. Long and Hu, seeing its disgraceful behavior, could hardly contain their irritation. It's all your fault, weakling. Just a few blasts from these native zombies and you're already overwhelmed. They thought disdainfully. Forcing our master to take matters into his own hands. You really deserve a beating. Long and Hu exchanged a look, an unspoken agreement between them as they both swung their arms in a coordinated motion. A slap each, and Bao's head nearly made a full 360-degree turn. Roar. Unauthorized hail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Inside the high-rise, the weakened roar of the zombie matriarch could be heard. All the lesser zombies and zombie eggs it had produced had become fuel for the terrifying corpse-refining blood fire. Only the matriarch, due to its higher level and more tenacious vitality, had barely managed to cling to life, though 70% of its body had turned to char, clearly nearing death. Suddenly, the corpse-refining blood fire rapidly rolled back and ultimately extinguished completely. Footsteps sounded. The zombie matriarch lifted its head and saw the man in black approaching. He walked among the remnants of zombies like the Grim Reaper himself, having retracted the dreadful blood fire. The look in the matriarch's eyes was no longer angry but filled with endless fear. Take it back, keep it. Chu Juan casually ordered. Hu, always eager, was the first to rush forward and hoisted the matriarch on his shoulder. Chu Juan nonchalantly threw 2 large blood pearls into the matriarch's mouth. The charred parts of its body began to regenerate at a visibly rapid rate slowly, but resolutely. The matriarch was stunned. Such pure flesh and blood energy? Let's go. Chu Juan said with a casual wave of his hand. Then, he and Long, Hu, and Bao rode the flying sword, disappearing without a trace. After Chu Juan had left, He Shengliang and Ji Shengyu emerged from their hiding place and approached the now darkened skyscraper. The walls are cracked, the flames must have been extremely hot. Ji Shengyu whispered. He Shengliang reached out to touch the wall, immediately feeling the heat that had not yet fully dissipated. Normal people would have withdrawn their hands instantly, but he did not. Instead, he endured the burning sensation and kept his hand against the wall. After a moment, he whispered, the temperature exceeded 2,000 degrees, enough to melt steel. This man, he concluded, is too terrifying. Ji Shengyu nodded. He's strong enough, he doesn't need our help, nor can we curry any favors with him. He Shengliang responded calmly, the gift is gone too, he took it himself. Ji Shengyu shrugged helplessly, then we'll find another gift. The zombie queen has many offspring, one less won't matter. After furrowing his brows for a moment, He Shengliang finally said, the information from the ship gang indicates there's a zombie matriarch in Fenyang City in the northern part of Hanhai province. Let's head there. Alright, I hope it stays quietly in Fenyang City. Let's hope it doesn't get stronger, run away, or, well, die. Ji Shengyu pondered, adding, and also, let's hope it isn't dead already. He Shengliang stated evenly, the probability of the matriarch advancing is 5%, the chance of it relocating its nest is 53%, the probability of death due to territorial conflicts is 49%, and due to superhuman intervention is 22%. Ji Shengyu tilted his head, looking at him. I was just making conversation. Why do you always bring up data? He Shengliang replied, data is truth. Let's not waste any more time. Ji Shengyu coughed lightly, I heard that Fenyang City is famous for its white spirits. He Shengliang said calmly, I've already planned the route. There's a white spirit production base on the outskirts of the south city of Fenyang. We will pass by it. Ji Shengyu's mood instantly brightened, great. For the sake of white spirits, let's go. Out Hotel. After landing, Chu Juan went straight to the small farm in the backyard. The spiritual plants there had been growing in an orderly manner, and many were ripe. Chu Juan harvested them. These plants could be used to concoct chi revival water, rejuvenation pills, and various other medicinal pills. These pills were consumed quickly and were indispensable. Next, Chu Juan planned out a larger area. This area included surrounding residential buildings and shops. As for the demolition work, that was left to Long, Hu, and the others. The 10 corpse puppets, idle and looking for something to do, were perfect for handling the forceful evictions. The thudding sounds even reached the ears of the staff at Black Blade Security Company, leaving them trembling daily. In just one day, the area Chu Juan had designated as the zombie farm was flattened. All kinds of bricks and building debris were also removed from the farm. As for the small stones and rubble, Chu Juan used a technique to turn them into mud. After these tasks, Chu Juan dug a large pit in the center of the farm and tossed the bewildered matriarch into it. He then arranged an array around the matriarch to ensure it could not escape. Chapter 67, Blood Evil Shadows completed. The 3 corpse generals. Chujuan surveyed the zombie matriarch from his elevated position and stated coolly, "Your duty is to produce castrated versions of minor zombies. These diminutive creatures neither feed nor move, they are devoid of thought. They shall serve as the soil of this farm, understand?" The zombie matriarch nodded vigorously. Having endured the prior battle, it had completely abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Survival was its only concern now, and it was willing to do whatever was necessary. Soon, sufficiently nourished, the zombie matriarch began to lay eggs at full capacity. One by one, the zombie eggs were carefully placed into pits by the corpse puppets. After 4 to 5 days, the eggs would hatch. The flesh of the lesser zombies would then become a nurturing ground for spiritual plants. Thus, plants like Earth Evil Fruit and Blood Fang Fruit could be mass-produced. The strength of the corpse puppets under Chujuan's command would also rapidly advance. Moreover, each time a young zombie was drained of energy by the spiritual plants and died, he would gain a measure of merit. Chujuan stood on the rooftop, looking over the thriving zombie farm, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This is what should be done. Soon, he entered the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array and sat down to commence the refinement of the Blood Evil Shadows. The key to crafting the Blood Evil Shadows was a painstaking effort. It required both Blood Essence and Yin Evil Chi. Chujuan estimated that it might take another year to fully refine 3 Blood Evil Shadows. Fortunately, he was located on this planet, where time flowed at only 1/10 the rate of Mystic Azure Realm. Although 2 years had passed here, only just over 2 months had elapsed in the Mystic Azure Realm. For a cultivator, a little over 2 months of cultivation was but the blink of an eye. What did a bit more time matter? Time passed day by day. Chujuan's daily tasks were simple. By day, he refined the Earth Evil pills and other such medicines. By night, he worked on the Blood Evil Shadows. 1 year later, Chujuan was still seated within the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array. His shadow stretched long and seemed to contain some bizarre, sinister spirit. The 3rd Blood Evil Shadow is also refined. With this, I now have thrice the means to withstand lethal attacks. Often, I can rely on the Blood Evil Shadows to trade injury for injury, life for life. Chujuan revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, 3 roars echoed from not far away. It was Long, Gu, and Bao. Feeling the end of Chujuan's cultivation, they immediately rushed over from various locations. Before long, the trio stood before Chujuan. Each of the 3 distinct corpse puppets now exuded an exceptionally formidable aura. Long, a bald brute, was robust in stature. Skilled in both physical combat and spellcraft, he was equally formidable in either arena, a true dual adept of magic and close combat. Gu, a towering giant, was even larger than Long. A true behemoth like a tank. Bao, lean and gaunt, was enveloped in a faint black glow. He resembled a dagger walking through the night, ever ready to harvest the lives of his enemies. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. However, the rat tail hanging from his mouth, not yet fully swallowed, somewhat dimmed the sharpness of this nocturnal blade, lending him a slightly foolish air. No more junk food. Chujuan scolded. Bao hastily spat out the rat tail and shrank his neck to show he understood. Chujuan glanced over and noticed that all 3 corpses had successfully advanced to the level of corpse generals. Long was at the highest level, a 2nd-tier corpse general. Hu and Bao followed, both 1st-tier corpse generals. Before long, more corpse puppets gathered from all directions. These were the first batch of corpse puppets casually refined by Chujuan. Their levels varied, with the highest being the 8th tier and lowest at the 5th tier. Chujuan held no particular expectations for their advancement, allowing them to roam freely. They only needed to be somewhat useful at critical moments. 3 corpse generals, almost equivalent to 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. If I were still in the Mystic Azure Realm without the support of Earth Evil pills, I couldn't have so easily cultivated 3 corpse generals. Chujuan smiled satisfactorily. Every visit to this zombie planet made him stronger, amassing more aces up his sleeve. Upon his return to the Mystic Azure Realm, he would no longer be the minor Foundation Establishment cultivator he once was. This time, he had 3 corpse generals to assist, the corpse refining blood fire, and the Blood Evil Shadows. His life-bound magical tool, the Evil Soul Chain, had been fully transformed and manned by Hueco. He also possessed the Merit Bell, a top-grade defensive weapon. However, the efficiency of this Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array is now rather low. The Yin Evil Chi it produces daily must support my cultivation and the consumption of the Evil Soul Chain, which is slightly insufficient. Chujuan surveyed his surroundings. He immediately noticed that the Yin Evil Chi within the array had significantly weakened. If he continued to cultivate here, in no more than 3 months, the array's ambience would shift from an eerie ghostliness to birds chirping and flowers blooming. That would be unacceptable. Thus, Chujuan needed to expand and strengthen the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array. However, his current mastery of array techniques was insufficient to modify the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array by himself. The only option was to replace the array. Upon his return to the Mystic Azure Realm, his most crucial task would be to acquire a new array. Ideally, he would also purchase some array manuals to study and comprehend on his own. Secondly, the search for a second goo insect was his next task. This pursuit offered two methods. The first was to directly seek a goo insect of superior aptitude. However, given the vastness of the world, this method could take decades and likely would not yield results without considerable effort. Most likely, he would need to make a purchase. Already in possession of a second transformation goo insect like Gangzai, Chujuan could no longer be satisfied with inferior first transformation goo insects. He would need to buy at least a second transformation goo, along with the necessary methods for its feeding and reproduction. This would not be cheap. The second method involved finding a goo that could mate with Gangzai and produce offspring. After consuming the strange blood, Gangzai had been enhanced to a second transformation, with significantly improved aptitude. If it could mate with another second transformation or even a third transformation goo, the offspring could potentially be stronger. This method was somewhat cheaper than the first. However, it was akin to a blind box, one could never predict what kind of offspring would result. Chujuan planned to try both methods, not wishing to miss any opportunities. After ensuring all his affairs were in order, Chujuan, accompanied by Long and Bao, and having plucked the soul of the python from the array, activated the blood mirror and vanished from sight. Inside the water curtain cave, strange lights flowed and Chujuan materialized out of thin air. Upon appearing, he did not move but immediately calmed his mind to survey his surroundings. He detected no abnormalities. The array he had previously set up showed no signs of damage or activation, which eased his mind. Chujuan then took out the soul of the two-headed python, integrating it into the array. Having been transformed into a malicious soul after such a long period and already thoroughly subdued by Hueco, the python was very obedient. The process of refining the main soul of the array went smoothly, taking just one day. A day later, the python roared to the heavens, officially becoming the main soul of the array. Henceforth, when Chujuan was not in the water curtain cave, the python would guard the place. Bolstered by the local array and its inherent yin evil chi, the python was capable of withstanding the onslaught of a sixth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Having completed these tasks, Chujuan left with peace of mind. After so many days of secluded cultivation, it was indeed time to observe the changes in his surroundings. Chapter 68, Latest News. Chujuan flew around and found that his three senior brothers, Li Xuanming, Liu Zhengke, and Wu Teng, were still in seclusion. Indeed, in the mountains, there are no calendars, in cultivation, there are no years. This was to be expected. After all, once one reached the foundation establishment stage, a lifespan of at least 200 years was guaranteed. Even for those who practiced the demonic path and employed dark methods, reducing their lifespan, they still lived for at least 170 to 80 years. Thus, spending 3 or 4 years in seclusion was normal. As for their master, Wan Wuiying, he would typically seclude himself for at least 10 years at a time. However, Chujuan noticed that Zhu Ming, Chenj, Weihua, and Bei Feng, 4 chi refining stage disciples, were busy every day. As he soared through the sky on his heavenly star-flying sword, he saw Chenj and Weihua escorting a group of mortal artisans. They seemed to be moving them to a plane within the territory of the extreme Yin Cave. This is a good opportunity to ask them about recent changes. With a flicker, Chujuan appeared above Chenj and the others. Sensing a powerful presence, Chenj and Weihua immediately tensed and prepared for confrontation. Upon realizing it was Chujuan, they relaxed. Chenj exclaimed with joy, "It's Uncle Master Chu. Uncle Master Chu, you've only been in seclusion for a few months, how come you're already out?" Chenj and Weihua were friends with Chujuan before. Now that Chujuan had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, they respectfully addressed him as Uncle Master. Deep down, they still took pride in having been friends with him. Weihua, addressing the mortals, announced loudly, "This is our Extreme Yin Cave's foundation establishment stage Taoist Master, Chujuan, Uncle Master Chu." When Chujuan approached with his flying sword, the mortals had already looked up to him with admiration. Now, hearing Weihua's introduction, their respect deepened. Foundation establishment stage Immortal Master. To these mortals, who could not cultivate, he was like a deity. "I happen to be free, I'll escort you to your destination," Chujuan said casually. Chenj and Weihua were touched. "Thank you, Uncle Master." The mortals were also grateful. Wu Province was rife with rampant snakes, vermin, and other pests. At night, malevolent spirits and ghosts appeared. Even with chi refining stage Taoist masters like Chenj and Weihua escorting them, Casualties were inevitable. The mortality rate of the last group of mortals had even reached 30%. But now, with a Foundation establishment immortal master appearing, their safety was much more assured. "Chenj, come here." Chu Xuan called, beckoning him over. Chenj approached Chu Xuan with his head bowed, fearing that he was about to be reprimanded for some shortcomings in his duties. Chu Xuan chuckled upon seeing his apprehension. "Relax, I'm not here to punish you. I just have some questions to ask." Chenj breathed a sigh of relief. "Please ask, Uncle Master." Chu Xuan gathered information about the recent months. As he suspected, there were no significant changes among the 5 orthodox sects. The escape of Wan Wuang from the Misty Manor and the death of the talented monk Hueco from the Golden Dragon Temple had dissipated into obscurity. Neither the Divine Star sect nor the Golden Dragon Temple wanted to publicize these incidents. Such matters were not flattering. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. If it became widely known that Divine Star sect, a leader among the 5 orthodox sects, had imprisoned Wan Wuang and used his blood to feed ghosts to refine sword chi, it would cause an uproar within the bounds of Yu country. The reputation of the Divine Star sect as the leader of the orthodox sects would be greatly compromised. All cultivators across the land would realize that both Divine Star sect and Golden Dragon Temple, although they appeared righteous and eliminated demons and evils, were in fact hypocritical and deceitful. "Oh, Uncle Master Chu, there has been one significant issue recently." Chenj spoke in a low voice. "Heavenly Seal sect is preparing to wage a major conflict against the native sects of Wu province. It's said that a Golden Core elder from Heavenly Seal sect was ambushed and severely injured by one of Wu province's native sects, which has prompted them to accelerate their actions." Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. He had long thought Heavenly Seal sect's actions were inefficient. They should have gathered their full strength and marched east to sweep through the native sects of Wu province with their superior power. Instead, they had sent only a small contingent of cultivators, established the Flying Mountain Hall, and moved civilians, effectively nibbling away at their objectives rather than pushing through decisively. Now, with a Golden Core cultivator seriously injured and in pain, they were finally thinking of deploying major forces. What were they doing earlier? However, the reason wasn't hard to guess. There must be a power struggle within the Heavenly Seal sect. The native sects of Wu province were neither particularly strong nor weak. If Heavenly Seal sect deployed its full strength, it could undoubtedly sweep the native sects completely. However, in their desperation to preserve themselves, the native sects would likely fight back fiercely. Heavenly Seal sect would inevitably suffer some casualties, even deaths among their ranks. Thus, deciding which faction within the Heavenly Seal sect should expend its forces against the native sects of Wu province became a manipulable issue. No matter who it was, they would want to preserve the strength of their own faction as much as possible and strive to reap the most benefits from the victory. Wherever there are people, there is strife. Even among cultivators who enjoy extended lifespans, this is no exception. As one of the 5 orthodox sects, with its vast territory and numerous personnel, the Heavenly Seal sect naturally experiences its share of internal conflicts. Chenj spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Now, quite a number of cultivators have rushed over from Heavenly Seal sect's main hall to the Flying Mountain Hall. Just among the Foundation establishment stage alone, there are 5, and Chi refining stage disciples even more, around 70 to 80. And that's just the first batch. They all look disheartened as if they are the disgruntled elements within the sect, dispatched here as a form of relegation. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. No one wants to be involved in such life-threatening tasks. Those first thrown into the battlefield often face a higher mortality rate. This first group sent to the Flying Mountain Hall were either unaffiliated or sacrificial pawns in the ongoing power struggles. Chenj chuckled. "Uncle Master Chu, these fellows are busy trying to boost their powers, employing every means possible. They don't shy away from using demonic methods either." Chu Xuan smiled faintly. "Judging by your expression, it seems you've made a tidy profit from them." Chenj grinned like a sly fox. He, just a small profit from the Chi refining stage disciples. If Uncle Master Chu joins in, we're sure to make a killing. Chu Xuan was intrigued. This was indeed a good idea. Those first batch of cultivators involved in the war would definitely do everything possible to enhance their survival chances. With his collection of blood beads, large blood beads, yin evil chi, corpse puppets, and the techniques, spells, and magical tools obtained from slaying orthodox cultivators, these items would certainly be in high demand. Very well. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, giving Chenj a few thoughtful glances. Chenj quickly caught on and hurriedly said, "I know the location of the black market. Once we've delivered this batch of mortals, I'll take Uncle Master Chu there." Chu Xuan smiled slightly. This young man was proving quite resourceful. With Chu Xuan, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, Personally emanating Foundation Establishment stage aura and leading the escort, the journey was mostly free of incidents. Native cultivators intent on slaughtering the mortals withdrew as soon as they sensed Chujuan's presence. Damn it. Why would a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator escort civilians? Retreat. Chapter 69. No-name Market. Chujuan and his two companions eventually escorted the group of mortals to a place called Plain City. This city was under the protection of the Extreme Yin Cave, and it was the first mortal city in the region. Plain City was relatively new, having been established just over 2 months ago. It contained only two main roads, one running east to west and the other north to south, with only a few hundred houses in total. As for the population, it numbered just over 2,000 people. It resembled more a village or a small town than a city. Moreover, given Wu Province's infestation of vermin, snakes, and ghosts, constructing towering city walls around Plain City was the top priority. Therefore, the construction of houses and shops had to be postponed. However, these laborious and tedious tasks did not require Chujuan's supervision. As a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator and a mainstay of the Extreme Yin Cave, his role was far more significant. His assistance in escorting the mortals had already earned their profound gratitude. The more meticulous supervisory tasks were left to Qi refining stage disciples like Cheng and Wei Hua. After arriving in Plain City, Cheng briefly instructed Wei Hua, then led Chujuan away from the city, heading north. Finding Cheng's pace too slow, Chujuan decided to carry him on his heavenly star-flying sword. Soon, they landed outside a market hidden amidst lush mountains and rivers. Cheng rubbed his head, his expression dazed. He sheepishly said, "Uncle Master, your flying sword is too fast, I feel dizzy." Chujuan chuckled lightly and with a casual slap, a burst of spiritual qi flowed into Cheng's body, quickly dissipating his dizziness. Cheng immediately showed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master." The two of them disguised themselves, completely altering their appearances, before stepping into the market. As they moved forward, Cheng briefed Chujuan on the market's situation. Through Cheng's description, Chujuan quickly learned various details about the market. The market was unnamed, simply a gathering place that formed from the first batch of Heavenly Seal sect cultivators who had arrived in Wu Province. Later, local rogue cultivators heard about it and came, which led to the establishment of the market. The order within the market was maintained by a few of the strongest Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Generally, as long as no major trouble arose, those Foundation Establishment stage cultivators preferred to keep to themselves. "Let's first see what the market is like," Chujuan suggested. He moved from stall to stall, with Cheng following closely behind. Indeed, Chujuan and Cheng saw an abundance of items favored by demonic cultivators in the market. Blood beads, especially, were in high demand and fiercely competed over. In this unnamed market, where every cultivator had disguised their identity, there was no hesitation in purchasing such demonic treasures. Disguised, they thought, "I'll buy blood beads, so what? Going to report me to the Heavenly Seal sect headquarters?" Apart from blood beads, corpse puppets and goo insects were also highly popular. Chujuan witnessed cultivators arguing incessantly over a corpse puppet with medium-grade aptitude. The price was driven up by all parties involved and was eventually sold for 300 small spiritual stones. Stolen content warning: this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. For context, a medium-grade magic tool would typically cost around 200 small spiritual stones. The fact that this corpse puppet sold for 100 small spiritual stones more than a comparable magic tool illustrated the lengths these cultivators would go to enhance their own power. Regarding the goo insects, many appeared to be privately bred by the cultivators themselves and were now being sold. Goo insects, creatures that feed on flesh and blood, are traditionally considered part of demonic practices. It was clear, however, that many cultivators secretly bred these creatures, though unfortunately, all available were only first transformation goo, not the second transformation ones Chujuan was seeking. Beyond corpse puppets and goo insects, there were also pills, talismans, arrays, and magic tools, more orthodox treasures that were being sold. Chujuan perused these but found nothing particularly compelling. "Uncle Master, I have a few regular customers who have bought many demonic beast blood beads from me. Do you want to?" Cheng murmured quietly. Chujuan smiled and tossed him a storage bag. "Sell these items for me. I'll give you a 10% commission." Cheng caught the bag and immediately opened it. He was stunned by the myriad of treasures inside: blood beads, yin evil qi, low-grade and medium-grade magic tools, rejuvenating pills, qi-restoring pills. Uncle Master is too wealthy. The 10% commission on these treasures. Cheng swallowed hard, envisioning a small mountain of small spiritual stones tumbling toward him. However, Cheng did not let the prospect of wealth cloud his judgment. He cautiously said, "Uncle Master, There's too much treasure here. I'm worried it might attract unwanted attention. Chu Juan casually summoned the corpse nurturing tower, and with a simple gesture, a gaunt corpse puppet that seemed to walk within the shadows appeared. Its muscles were pronounced, hinting at terrifying explosive power. Chu Juan said coolly, "Bao, follow him. Anyone who dares to harm Chenj will be dealt with without mercy." Roar. Bao growled lowly, baring his sharp fangs. The appearance of this corpse puppet immediately made the surrounding cultivators pause and stare. Emitting such a formidable aura, its level was obvious. It was surely a corpse general. The controller of a corpse general must be a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. The other cultivators quickly bowed their heads, not daring to offend such a prominent figure in even the slightest. Chenj was deeply moved and assured, "Uncle Master, I will definitely complete the task. Go on, I trust you." Chu Juan patted him on the shoulder with a smile. He watched as Chenj departed, then strode towards the tallest building in the market. This structure was equally nondescript, unremarkable at first glance. If not for Chenj pointing it out as the tea house established jointly by 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, Chu Juan wouldn't have found anything peculiar about it. "Stop, this tea house does not permit casual entry." At the entrance stood a burly chi refining stage cultivator who blocked Chu Juan's path, speaking in a condescending tone. Chu Juan didn't utter a word but simply unleashed his Foundation Establishment stage aura. The burly cultivator fell to his knees with a thud, sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, "Junior did not recognize that the senior is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, please forgive me." "It's fine. Go call those 3 Foundation Establishment fellow Taoists," Chu Juan said casually. "I have significant business to discuss with them." Yes. I'll contact the 3 seniors right away." The burly cultivator quickly responded, then immediately ushered Chu Juan into a private room on the 3rd floor of the tea house. "What tea would the senior like to drink?" "We have the special produce from Imperial Spirit Mountain, Keishijian, which leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and also," the cultivator offered. "Just give me Kumao Feng, do you have it?" Chu Juan asked nonchalantly. The cultivator's face lit up with a smile. Yes. It seems the senior knows his tea. Kumao Feng's initial bitterness is harsh, but it has an endless aftertaste." He quickly brewed the tea for Chu Juan and asked, "Does the senior need any pastries?" Chu Juan waved his hand dismissively. "That's enough, just wait outside." Yes. If the senior needs anything, just call me. One of the 3 Foundation Establishment seniors is on his way and will arrive shortly," the cultivator said, then backed out of the room, maintaining an utmost respectful demeanor from start to finish, as if fearing any dissatisfaction from Chu Juan could lead to severe consequences. Chu Juan chuckled lightly. Such was the treatment for a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. In the eyes of a chi refining stage cultivator, someone at the Foundation Establishment stage was akin to a big cultivator. Almost like heaven itself. Chapter 70, Nurturing Evil Array, Illustrated Guide to Demonic Arrays. After drinking 2 cups of tea, a figure ascended the staircase and entered the private room on the 3rd floor where Chu Juan was seated. Chu Juan looked up to see a young cultivator dressed in white. This cultivator's disguise technique was not particularly sophisticated. While it might suffice for other Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, Chu Juan had spent years mastering the art of disguise to evade the relentless pursuits of orthodox cultivators. He had reached a level of mastery where unless a golden core master appeared, his true identity remained undetectable. But this young cultivator in front of him, Chu Juan saw right through him. The young man's true face appeared quite youthful. To have reached the Foundation Establishment stage at such an age suggested notable talent. Yet, he was sent to Wu Province as part of the first wave of cultivators to assault the native sects, a victim of factional struggles within his sect. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Song Feng. May I ask how to address you?" the young cultivator asked with a smile. Chu Juan casually responded, "He Liang." After all, they were both using pseudonyms. Any name would do. Song Feng smiled and asked, "What do you have for sale, fellow Taoist? What do you need?" Chu Juan casually flicked a large blood bead towards him. Song Feng caught it and examined it closely, his expression turning to surprise. The blood bead was of exceptional quality, perfectly round and smooth. A faint, sweet scent of blood emanated from it, a rare find indeed. "This kind of large blood bead, I'll take as many as you have," Song Feng said with a smile. Chu Juan nonchalantly replied, "Don't rush. What I need might not be something you can provide." Song Feng laughed, "You underestimate me, fellow Taoist. Please, go ahead." Chu Juan named 3 specific arrays, the Yin Evil Soul Refining Array, the Polluted Blood Nurturing Evil Array, and the Returning Soul Blood Evil Array. "Do you have any of these?" These 3 arrays were superior to the Yin Evil Soul Snatching array that Chujuan currently used. The latter 2 were even considered top-tier arrays for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, extending their coverage at least 10 times compared to the Yin Evil Soul Snatching array. Hearing the names of these arrays, Song Feng's expression shifted subtly. He indeed did not have access to them. The arrays Chujuan mentioned are all top-grade demonic arrays. Everything within the range of these arrays would be killed to nurture the Yin Evil Chi. Given that the orthodox sects were vigorously clamping down on actions harming mortals, such demonic arrays were also being confiscated. The Heavenly Seal sect didn't gain much from the recent conflicts and thus had few demonic arrays confiscated. Song Feng admitted with an embarrassed smile. Fellow Taoist, I don't have such grand arrays, but I do have a high-quality corpse puppet I've cultivated for many years, now at the 9th level. Chujuan interrupted with a wave of his hand. No? Then let's not discuss further. His interest was solely in the arrays. Song Feng persisted. Fellow Taoist, I have 3 superior grade magic tools I can sell at a discount. I just want large blood beads. Chujuan shook his head again. I only want the arrays. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. As Song Feng was about to speak further, footsteps approached the stairs. A burly cultivator appeared, overhearing the conversation, and interjected with a grin. Arrays? I have them. Chujuan nodded to him, signaling him to sit. May I see them? Of course. The burly cultivator glanced at Song Feng. Fellow Taoist Song, the gentleman isn't interested in anything else. You can leave. This deal is mine now. Song Feng sighed softly, gave Chujuan a few more looks, and then turned to leave. Chujuan chuckled. How shall I address you? The burly cultivator sat down in front of Chujuan, grabbing some pastries and stuffing them into his mouth. Names are all made up anyway, call me whatever you want. Just call me Old Han. Chujuan smiled. This man was straightforward and interesting. Old Han pulled out a set of array discs from his storage bag. Here, the Nurturing Evil Array, take a look. Chujuan glanced at it and frowned. This Nurturing Evil Array is only mid-tier for the Foundation Establishment stage. I don't need it. With a resigned smile, the Han-named cultivator said, Fellow Taoist, the grand formations you specifically requested have long since vanished. I suspect that even the remnants of the Infinite Sect may not possess such grand formations. This Nurturing Evil Array is quite sufficient, and I will include a tome of array secrets as a bonus. If you have some talent for formations, you might be able to combine this Nurturing Array with other grand formations, perhaps meeting your requirements. Saying this, the cultivator pushed forward a thin booklet. The cover bore 5 words, Illustrated Guide to Demonic Arrays. Chujuan briefly perused it. He found it contained numerous arrays for the Foundation Establishment stage and Chi Refining stage, all categorized as demonic methods. Clearly, it was the work of some master of arrays who favored studying unconventional paths. It will suffice. Name your price. Chujuan nodded, flicking a large blood pearl toward him. The Han-named cultivator turned it over in his hands repeatedly, marveling, well, such a quality blood pearl. How many cities did you slaughter? Strange, I've heard no recent news of any mortal cities being ravaged. Chujuan did not respond, merely sipping his tea. The robust cultivator clearly sought to probe him, but naturally, he would reveal nothing. Seeing his probing yielded no fruit, the robust cultivator was not angered. He chuckled lightly. If they are all of this quality, I can offer a higher price, 50 small spiritual stones for each large blood pearl. My Nurturing Evil Array, along with the Illustrated Guide to Demonic Arrays, roughly amounts to 500 small spiritual stones. Just give me 10 large blood pearls. Chujuan nodded. The usual rate for a large blood pearl was 40 small spiritual stones each. However, with the dissolution of the Infinite Sect, the difficulty of crafting large blood pearls had sharply increased, naturally driving up their price. To his surprise, they had now reached 50 small spiritual stones each. Here you go. Chujuan flicked 10 large blood pearls towards him. The burly cultivator, with a mischievous laugh, caught them and said, Good, remember to look me up if you have more such deals. I have plenty more items here: corpse puppets, goo insects, blood techniques, sinister pills, demonic talismans. Chujuan's interest was piqued. Do you have any second transformation goo? The burly cultivator blinked. Second transformation goo? Those are rare. But I know someone who has bred many goo insects, including some second transformation ones. I could connect you. Chujuan nodded. Okay. After speaking, he tossed a few more blood pearls. There will be a generous reward once the matter is settled. The cultivator laughed. Straightforward. I like your style. However, that person hasn't arrived in Wu province yet. When he does, I'll contact you. Chujuan nodded, leaving behind a mother-child stone. When the time comes, crush this jade, and I will be informed. The mother-child stone is comprised of a mother and child stone. Should the child stone be shattered, the mother stone will also show cracks, no matter the distance. He should have left the sound-transmitting jade. But he couldn't stay in the cave waiting indefinitely. If he were to cultivate on the zombie planet, the sound-transmitting jade would not serve its purpose. Thus, he left the mother-child stone. Alright. The cultivator named Old Han nodded, watching Chujuan depart. Standing on the third floor, he looked through the window at Chujuan's retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Such stable spiritual chi and his disguise technique shows no flaws, unlike that Song Feng, who was seen through at a glance. This man could produce 10 large blood pearls in one go. Clearly, he has more hidden away. Wonder where he got these large blood pearls from. Forget it, better not to act rashly given his unknown strength. Who knows what else he has up his sleeve. The cultivator shook his head, cautiously withdrawing his gaze. Chapter 71, The Meaning of Win-Win. After the gaze of the Han cultivator shifted away, Chujuan finally relaxed the grip on his clenched right hand. His sixth sense was particularly sharp, perceiving the other's stare immediately. However, since the cultivator neither followed nor harbored any murderous intent, Chujuan felt no need to act. He knows his place, he thought. Leaving the tea house, Chujuan quickly located Chenj at a stall. A gloomy aura surrounded Bao, who stood beside Chenj, conspicuous among the chi-refining stage cultivators present, yet no one dared to provoke him. The presence of this corpse general deterred all but the foolhardy from causing any trouble for Chenj, who was now quite pleased with himself. He had visited this unnamed market several times before, but never treated it as well as today. Upon seeing Chujuan, Chenj quickly rose and whispered, "Uncle Master." Chujuan nodded slightly, glancing over the stall to see that most items had been sold. "I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading back to my cave abode now. After everything is sold, he will escort you to my abode." He casually motioned towards Bao. "Yes." Chenj nodded earnestly. Chujuan left the nameless market, circled a few times to ensure no one was following, and then soared into the sky with his flying sword, returning to the water curtain cave. Upon arriving, he immediately activated the blood mirror to travel to the zombie planet. In the past, traversing between worlds required waiting for the blood mirror's energy to replenish. However, with his increasingly substantial resources, Chujuan could now expedite the energy recharge using spiritual stones. Presently, the illustrated guide to demonic arrays requires lengthy contemplation. Naturally, he would not undertake this in the Mystic Azure realm. Any endeavor demanding extensive time should be conducted on the Blue Star, where the passage of time is 1/10 of that in the Mystic Azure realm. At the Houtai Hotel rooftop, Chujuan spread out the illustrated guide to demonic arrays and studied them meticulously. His talent in formation arts was average, neither poor nor exceptional, but his willingness to dedicate effort to this craft had earned him considerable proficiency. Previously, he had slain Hueco and acquired a book from Hueco's storage bag, the Foundation Establishment Stage Array Formations Detailed Analysis. This book contained only partial arrays for the Foundation Establishment Stage, primarily from the Divine Star Sect and Golden Dragon Temple, marked by a strong Orthodox sect influence, which Chujuan found inapplicable. However, formation arts were universally applicable, understanding one could unlock others. By studying deeply, he unearthed many subtleties. Now, revisiting the illustrated guide to demonic arrays with his prior knowledge surfacing, he quickly gained new insights. So that's it. This is the secret to nurturing evil array. The first step is to kill the beings within it. The second step is to combine the resentment of the beings with yin chi to cultivate yin evil chi. I already have the formation for the second step, only the first is missing. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Chujuan followed the diagrams and soon selected the formation best suited for his needs, the soul-capturing array. This array, a premium chi-refining stage formation, was typically inscribed on surfaces of magical tools like copper bells or chimes. Upon sounding, it could captivate the soul, seizing the initiative in battle. Chujuan planned to integrate the soul-capturing array with the nurturing evil array. Within this range, the souls of living beings would be extracted, leading to their death. The resultant resentment and yin chi would amalgamate, forming yin evil chi. These souls, transformed under the influence of yin evil chi into ghosts, would gradually strengthen. Over time, these ghosts would bolster his myriad souls banner. A win-win indeed. He wins twice. Without hesitation, Chujuan entered the nascent yin evil soul-capturing formation, harvesting the fledgling ghosts into his myriad souls banner, then dismantling the formation to replan its position. With East Lake City now largely free of zombies, he chose not to set the formation there. Instead, after circling the area with his heavenly star flying sword, he selected 2 Dragon City near East Lake City. In the southern region of Two Dragons City lay a human forbidden zone, a paradise for killer bees. Under the Queen Bee's command, they relentlessly hunted all living things in the area. Any human who strayed into their territory was quickly reduced to bones, leaving scarcely any remains. The survivors' camps around Two Dragons City, terrified of this place, had long since relocated further away. Yet, what was a fearsome wasteland to survivors was a treasure trove to Chujuan. Killer bees. Excellent. Chujuan mused. The queen should be prolific. I hope she can produce enough killer bees before being slain by the formation. Chujuan cast all his formation flags, swiftly enveloping the southern area of Two Dragons City with an invisible barrier. The range of his new formation now spanned 100 square kilometers, covering an entire district of Two Dragons City, far surpassing the scope of the previous Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array. Let's call it the Soul Capturing Evil and Nurturing Array. He decided, opting for a straightforward combination of the terms for soul capturing and nurturing evil. After all, it was a traditional way among formation predecessors to name their creations. Once activated, the array began to emit a terrifying yin chi. Chujuan tossed the ghosts from his myriad souls banner into it. The killer bees within the formation's range quickly became disoriented, plummeting to the ground where they died swiftly. Their weak souls were rapidly extracted by the array. The resentment and yin chi generated from their sudden deaths swiftly interacted, condensing into a formidable yin evil chi. The stronger killer bees were slain by the ghosts, turning the area into a veritable ghost realm. Everywhere lay the souls of killer bees, everywhere roamed the ghosts. In time, a vast harvest of yin evil chi would be ready. Chenj quietly waited outside at the water curtain cave until the mist cleared, revealing a pathway. He hurried in and immediately saw Chujuan standing by a small lake. Uncle Master Chu, as you commanded, all the items have been sold. He reported. Here are all the earnings. Chenj respectfully handed over a storage bag. Chujuan inspected it. Over 2,000 small spiritual stones piled up like a small mountain. He had estimated a maximum of 1,300. The selling price had far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the cultivators were indeed desperate to enhance their power, resorting to any means necessary, even demonic methods. Good, according to our agreement, these 200 small spiritual stones are yours. Chujuan said, flicking his hand. Thank you, Uncle Master Chu. Chenj was tearfully grateful. 200 small spiritual stones. He would have to toil day and night for many days to earn such an amount, yet now he had acquired it in a single day. Indeed, he had chosen the right person to follow. Go now, I will need you again. Chujuan said with a slight smile. Yes. Command me to my death, Uncle Master Chu. Chenj responded, overwhelmingly excited. Chapter 72, Spirit Insect Taoist. 5 days later, Chujuan returned to his cave abode from the Blue Star after noticing cracks in the mother stone. He visited the unnamed market's tea house once more and indeed encountered the Han cultivator there. This time, the Han cultivator was accompanied by a gaunt, hollow-eyed cultivator. Upon seeing Chujuan, the Han cultivator laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist this is the man I was telling you about. We call him the Spirit Insect Taoist. Chujuan nodded in greeting. The gaunt cultivator looked him over and frowned. Are you seeking a second transformation goo? Such goo must reside within a flesh and blood organ. You don't appear to be someone who nurtures goo, it seems you lack such an organ. He frowned further. If you don't have the requisite organ, let's not waste each other's time. Chujuan smiled faintly. Cultivators who reared goo, like this Spirit Insect Taoist, were often emaciated, their vitality seemingly drained, as if leached by a succubus. But Chujuan had ample vitality to sustain a goo without suffering its backlash. His robust appearance might indeed raise doubts. Chujuan gestured with his hand, and the gleaming blood steel wire emerged from his palm. The Spirit Insect Taoist, who had been about to leave, halted abruptly. Blood steel wire? Second transformation? A look of surprise replaced his indifference. Blood steel wire was typically a basic first transformation goo with a low potential. It was unexpected for someone to possess a second transformation blood steel wire. He leaned in, curious to take a closer look. However, Chujuan withdrew the steel wires back into his blood pouch. My goo, do not stare. He stated calmly. The Han cultivator interjected to ease the tension. Haha, fellow Taoist spirit insect, indeed, one should not scrutinize another's goo too closely. The Spirit Insect Taoist nodded, then suggested, let's sit and talk. The three of them took their seats, with Chujuan and the Spirit Insect Taoist facing each other, while the Han cultivator busily devoured pastries and sipped tea on the side. What second transformation goo do you have? Chujuan inquired. The Spirit Insect Taoist held up 3 fingers. I possess 3 second transformation goo. First, the Iron Armor Gel. Second, the Thought Nurturer. Third, the Chi seed. Chujuan's eyebrows rose slightly upon hearing the three goo types, all of which he had read about in the Bloodworm's tome. Iron armor shell, a second transformation goo that secretes a substance to continually fortify the cultivator's skin. When attacked, it rapidly increases the secretion, making the skin extremely hard in an instant, strong enough to withstand a full blow from a high-grade magical tool. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Thought Nurturer, another second transformation goo that must reside within the brain. It enhances a cultivator's mental strength, allowing them to control multiple magic tools at once. However, even if fed well, it could backfire as its preferred diet is the cultivator's very soul. Located in the brain, it has constant access to the soul and might give in to temptation. Chi seed, unlike the others, this is considered a third transformation goo capable of reaching third transformation maturity, akin to a golden core tier, provided it has enough nourishment. However, it is notoriously difficult to elevate from the second to the third tier, leading many to classify it as a second transformation goo. This goo doesn't reside in the limbs, trunk, or brain but must be nurtured within the cultivator's chi. It consumes any excess spiritual chi during cultivation and can release it when needed, effectively acting as a second, albeit much smaller, chi. This little bit of spiritual chi can be crucial in life or death situations. All three goo were impressive, and Chujuan wondered how this spirit insect Taoist had managed to nurture them undetected by the heavenly seal sect's scrutiny, especially since cultivating goo was considered a demonic practice by the orthodox sects. These three are quite remarkable. Name your price. Chujuan nodded. The spirit insect Taoist quickly responded, Iron armor shell, early second transformation, 1,000 small spiritual stones. Thought Nurturer, early second transformation, 1,000 small spiritual stones. Chi seed, mid-second transformation, 1,800 small spiritual stones. Chujuan frowned. These prices were exorbitant. Typically, early second transformation goo was priced between mid-grade and high-grade magical tools, usually around 500 small spiritual stones. The spirit insect Taoist had doubled the going rate. Clearly, he was trying to take advantage of Chujuan's apparent wealth. Even though Chujuan had plenty of spirit stones, he was not about to spend them recklessly. The Han cultivator interjected to support the spirit insect Taoist. Fellow Taoist he, it's normal for prices to rise these days. You know why, don't you? Chujuan considered for a moment, then suddenly asked, what's the price for a single mating of the goo? The spirit insect Taoist was taken aback, then scoffed, you think you can try mating goo? After investing huge efforts, you might end up with nothing but a deformed goo. I advise you to abandon this idea and just buy a second transformation goo. He now saw Chujuan as a novice in goo cultivation, likely inspired by something he read and eager to experiment himself. Chujuan remained calm, just tell me the price. As for the results, I'll bear them, it doesn't concern you. The spirit insect Taoist snorted, for the three goo, each mating session will cost 50 small spiritual stones. Chujuan nodded, this price was acceptable, far more so than the previous outrageous figures for the goo themselves. The spirit insect Taoist added, the mating process must be completed here. That's fine. Chujuan agreed. Soon, the iron armor shell, thought Nurturer, and Chi seed were sequentially mated with the steel wire. There's no reproductive isolation among goo, any can mate with any other, though the offspring might be bizarre. While strong offspring were rare, weak and deformed ones were common. After settling the payment, the spirit insect Taoist left without delay. The Han cultivator exchanged a few pleasantries and then departed as well. Chujuan didn't linger either, heading straight for the Blue Star. The process from goo laying eggs to the hatchlings emerging required time, a perfect task for the zombie planet, where time flowed differently. Chujuan sat meditating within the soul-capturing evil nurturing array, simultaneously absorbing yin evil chi and refining a large blood pearl. His cultivation progressed rapidly. After laying 3 distinctively colored eggs, black, white, and blue, corresponding to the iron armor shell, thought Nurturer, and Chi seed gangs, I fell into a deep sleep due to the enormous energy expenditure. Days passed, and the eggshells hardened. One day, the black eggshell began to crack. Chujuan felt a stir in his heart and immediately ceased his meditation, turning his attention to the black goo egg. Chapter 73, Hatching the Eggs, New Goo. The cracks on the surface of the black goo egg spread like a spiderweb. Under Chujuan's watchful eyes, it suddenly split open. A soft black larva lay within the egg, its body covered with a shell so delicate that it seemed to tear like soft paper at the slightest touch. Its limbs were exceedingly fragile, seemingly ready to break upon contact. Born feeble, the vitality of the larva dwindled away like unraveling threads. This larva, a product of the mating between the iron armor shell and the blood steel wire, was a deformed creation. It died a pitiful death without even needing Chujuan's intervention. He shook his head. It appeared this mating attempt had failed. The failure of goo mating was a common occurrence. Even if other goo breeders had successfully mated the iron armor shell and blood steel wire, success was not guaranteed in Chujuan's case. After all, each goo had its unique dietary and developmental requirements. Even highly skilled goo breeders could only document which goo pairings had a higher chance of success. They could never guarantee a perfect outcome. Undeterred, Chujuan calmed his mind and continued his cultivation, waiting for the next 2 eggs to hatch. A month later, both of the remaining eggs developed cracks. Under Chujuan's gaze, 2 slightly transparent larvae emerged sequentially. The offspring of the thought nurturer and the blood steel wire was a translucent white larva, while that from the chi seed and the blood steel wire was a sky blue larva. To Chujuan's surprise, both larvae appeared normal and were quite lively. Immediately after birth, they devoured their eggshells completely. Their bellies were swollen, and they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Chujuan collected them into his blood pouch and began feeding them with blood pearls while using an identification technique to examine their potential. After this examination, Chujuan was even more astonished. Both larvae possessed the potential to reach the 3rd transformation. This meant that given sufficient nourishment, they could smoothly advance to become 3rd transformation goo, comparable to Golden Core great powers. Moreover, each larva exhibited traits from both of its parent strains, embodying a blend of characteristics that could prove exceptionally advantageous. Chujuan's face lit up with satisfaction. Clearly, the good karma surrounding him had once again played its part, subtly influencing the outcome. Such blessings were invaluable, they could turn the tides of probability in his favor. However, the 2 larvae were not yet ready to provide combat support. They would need at least a month or 2 of nurturing to advance to the 1st transformation goo and become truly functional. The thought nurturer larva will enhance my mental strength, allowing me to control more magical tools simultaneously. Chujuan mused. And the chi seed larva is like a mini chi seed, which will boost the total amount of my spiritual chi. After a brief moment of joy, Chujuan resumed his meditation, seated within the circle of his cultivation practice. In the blink of an eye, 2 months of blue star time had passed. With a thought, Chujuan summoned 3 goo worms into his palm. The first was Gangzai, the second was Bei, and the third was Lan. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Chujuan, not particularly inclined to spend time naming them, simply chose names based on their colors. As for the listening insect that had resided in his ear, it had become somewhat redundant since Chujuan's advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Chujuan decided to grant it freedom and let it go. Once Bei and Lan had settled into his brain and chi, respectively, Chujuan could distinctly feel an increase in both his mental strength and spiritual chi. He gestured with his hand, and the evil soul chain, like a black python, coiled around him. With another gesture, the myriad souls banner appeared. Previously, operating these 2 magical tools simultaneously would strain him, causing slight dizziness and pressure. But now, he was not yet at his limit, indicating he could activate a 3rd magical tool. Chujuan swiped over his storage bag, and the merit bell appeared, floating above his head and enveloping him in its presence. Intense golden light surged out, seemingly capable of expelling all evil and malevolent forces. The golden light was so dense it almost formed a tangible golden bell, impervious to all attacks. A smile of pleasure spread across Chujuan's face. Operating 3 magical tools at once was a significant enhancement from before. Many mid-foundation establishment cultivators struggled to use 3 magical tools simultaneously. Yet, thanks to the goo, Chujuan had once again surpassed many of his peers within the same cultivation level. At the water curtain cave, Chujuan habitually returned to his abode to check the messages. Currently, tensions were rising between the Heavenly Seal sect cultivators and the native sects of Wu province. Chujuan had previously instructed Chenj to keep him informed with regular updates. Moreover, the 3 senior brothers from the Extreme Yin Cave might also leave messages, making it prudent to frequently check for any updates. Upon activating the message recording array of the cave, the first voice Chujuan heard was indeed from Chenj. Uncle Master Chu, the first group of cultivators suffered heavy losses. Even 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators have perished, with even more casualties among the chi refining stage cultivators. Uncle Master Chu, we at the Extreme Yin Cave have started to establish a 2nd mortal city and have recruited several spiritual seedlings, all under the guidance of Uncle Master Wu-Tang. Uncle Master Chu, Extreme Yin Cave has gained a new foundation establishment stage cultivator, an external wandering cultivator who joined voluntarily. Uncle Master Chu, the 2nd group of cultivators sent by the main hall of Heavenly Seal sect has arrived. Uncle Master Chu. Chujuan listened patiently to all of Chenj's messages. This chi refining stage disciple was meticulous in his duties, covering every detail. Through his descriptions, Chu Zhuan gained a comprehensive understanding of the conflict between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native Wu province sects. The first batch of Heavenly Seal sect cultivators sent to Wu province were mostly those ostracized within their own ranks, lacking strong backgrounds, and therefore not very powerful. The native Wu province sects, contrary to what many believed, were not so weak. They had organized numerous counterattacks, one of which had nearly reached Extreme Yin Cave's territory. Suddenly, Chu Zhuan heard a new voice, which surprised him. Junior brother Chu. The second batch of cultivators from the main hall has arrived, including 2 disciples of Senior Zhao Wuaya. If you're available, come to my cave, and I'll introduce you to them. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wuaya was the Golden Core stage cultivator who facilitated Extreme Yin Cave's incorporation into the Heavenly Seal sect. He was known for his dislike of the Divine Star sect's practices. Wan Wuang and Zhao Wuaya appeared to be old acquaintances, and clearly, Zhao Wuaya's disciples were considered allies by Yu Zhenke. However, these 2 cultivators being part of the second batch sent to Wu province suggested that Zhao Wuaya's faction might be under pressure from other factions. In that case, it would indeed be good to meet them. Chu Zhuan thought. Even if not as friends, at least I might trade some items with them. Pondering this, Chu Zhuan mounted his flying sword and left the water curtain cave, heading for Liu Zhenke's abode located on the north side of Extreme Yin Cave. Circling a few times, Chu Zhuan found the cave, his first visit there. Upon arriving, he used a transmission jade to contact Liu Zhenke. Surprisingly, the mist quickly dissipated, revealing a pathway. Liu Zhenke and another cultivator came out to greet him. Junior brother, we were just talking about you. What a coincidence that you should arrive now. Liu Zhenke greeted him with a broad smile. Chapter 74, Extreme Yin Cave being drawn into the fight? Chu Zhuan responded with a smile as Liu Zhenke warmly introduced, Junior brother, this is Shendu, a distinguished disciple of Senior Zhao Wuaya. He is an expert in beast taming, with several Foundation Establishment stage spirit beasts under his care. Shendu chuckled modestly, you flatter me, I merely have an interest in nurturing demonic beasts. He turned to Chu Zhuan, so, you are Chu Zhuan? A pleasure to meet you. I've heard from Liu about your accomplishments advancing to Foundation Establishment in your 20s, truly a prodigy. Chu Zhuan responded with a humble smile, Senior brother overstates it, it's mostly good fortune. Shendu smiled, our master knows each other well, we should assist each other more. The trio entered Liu Zhenke's cave and settled down. The conversation was mostly between Liu Zhenke and Shendu, with Chu Zhuan chipping in intermittently. After a while, Shendu mentioned, my junior brother will be joining us soon. Liu Zhenke's face lit up with excitement, you mean Liu Yin? I've wanted to meet him for a while but never had the chance. What brings him here this time? Shendu sighed, junior brother Liu has a rather peculiar and obstinate personality. It took quite some persuasion to convince him to come. Please forgive any unintentional offenses he may commit in conversation. Liu Zhenke and Chu Zhuan both nodded understandingly. Eccentricities were common among cultivators, especially those deeply engrossed in their studies, often undergoing personality shifts after prolonged seclusions. Soon, a voice called from outside, I have arrived. Liu Zhenke, accompanied by the other 2, went out to greet the newcomer. Chu Zhuan observed him, thin, with deep-set eyes and a withered face. With great enthusiasm, Liu Zhenke greeted, Liu Yin, I am Liu Zhenke of Extreme Yin Cave, delighted to meet you. Liu Yin surveyed him briefly and merely nodded, then turned to Shendu, senior brother, I'm here, let's go inside. Shendu gave an awkward smile, okay, let's go. The 4 all sat down. Liu Zhenke quietly asked, fellow Taoist Liu, do you have any second transformation goo for sale? Liu Yin gave him a sideways glance, fellow Taoist Liu, second transformation goo require a flesh and blood organ to house. If you don't have such an organ, it's best not to purchase them. Liu Zhenke chuckled, even if I don't have the organ yet, there's no harm in asking the price. Liu Yin stated calmly, the lowest price is 1,200 small spiritual stones. Liu Zhenke's smile froze, the price was exorbitant. Chu Zhuan observed Liu Yin more closely. Although his appearance was not familiar, the tone of his voice gave him away. He guessed the man's identity. It was indeed the spirit insect Taoist he had met that day in the tea house at the nameless market. Their demeanor was too similar, both equally discomforting. Shendu spoke in a grave tone, Junior brother Liu, fellow Taoist Liu's master is the venerable Wan Wuang, a long-standing acquaintance of our own master. We will surely need to support one another in the future. Could you not lower the price somewhat? This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Liu Yin, showing a trace of impatience, nevertheless nodded, then let it be 1,000 spirit stones. I can go no lower. The negotiations between Liu Zhenke and Lu Yin, however, never reached a consensus. Eventually, Lu Yin, tired of the conversation, took his leave prematurely. Zheng Qingqing offered his apologies to Liu Zhenke and followed suit. After their departure, Liu Zhenke furrowed his brows and sighed deeply. "Senior brother, is this Lu Yin truly formidable?" Chu Zhuan inquired. Liu Zhenke replied somberly, "I've made inquiries. Within the hidden circles of the Heavenly Seal sect to cultivate Gu, Foundation establishment stage cultivators are few, and Lu Yin is acknowledged as the most adept among them. His cultivated Gu are both powerful and tractable." Liu continued. "Pity we could not reach an agreement." Liu Zhenke sighed lightly. "Our lineage of extreme Yin cave has lost much of its heritage in Gu cultivation, with only the bloodworm's tome remaining. To strengthen ourselves, we are forced to rely on others. The art of Gu cultivation is best approached through someone like Lu Yin, but who knew he would be of such a disposition and offer us no discounts?" he added. Chu Zhuan listened thoughtfully. Enhancing strength? Could it be that extreme Yin cave was also to be drawn into the fray? This was hardly good news. The ongoing war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the native Wu province sects was at a critical juncture. The cultivators committing to the war at this stage, unless they were experts in the later stages of Foundation establishment, had no assured chance of survival. It was akin to a meat grinder, obliterating every living being caught within it. As expected, Liu Zhenke revealed more details upon further questioning. Senior Zhao Wu'ai, in concert with our master and Senior Huang Yuanwu of the Heavenly Seal sect, penetrated the secret realm of Purple Miasma Mountain in Wu province and seized a precious treasure there. The native sect's recent offensive has become fiercely intense, connected to the loss of this treasure. Hence, the main hall of the Heavenly Seal sect has decreed that our lineage of extreme Yin cave must also enter the war. Liu Zhenke gave a bitter smile. A chill ran through Chu Zhuan's heart. Currently at only the 4th level of Foundation establishment, though he possessed more aces and could outmatch those at the 5th level, facing an expert at the late stages of Foundation establishment could still lead to a disastrous defeat or even death. Once extreme Yin cave committed to the war, his likelihood of dying would significantly increase. If it comes to it, I will retreat to the Blue Star. Chu Zhuan resolved inwardly. Once I advance the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture to the 7th layer and reach the later stages of Foundation establishment, returning here will not be too late. His greatest trump card was his ability to traverse between worlds using the Blood Mirror. If survival here became untenable, the Blue Star would be his refuge. Junior brother, that is the state of affairs. Liu Zhenke explained earnestly. That's why I am exerting every effort to augment my strength. Senior brother Li and senior brother Wu are also tirelessly working on their own enhancements. Liu Zhenke then turned to Chu Zhuan. You two should devote more attention to strengthening yourself. Chu Zhuan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Liu Zhenke seemed to recall something important and quickly added, you might try your luck at the Nameless Market. Recently, a mysterious figure has appeared, selling a considerable quantity of large blood pearls. Chu Zhuan felt an inward amusement. The mysterious person? Was that not himself? However, he maintained his composure and nodded seriously. By the way, the master has recently accepted a new disciple from a cultivator family in the northern part of Wu province, previously under the domain of Imperial Spirit Mountain. Liu Zhenke continued. His family, the Chen family, was implicated in a scandal and eradicated by Imperial Spirit Mountain. He managed to escape and made his way here, taking refuge in our extreme Yin cave. His name is Chen Zhaofeng, and his talents are commendable, on par with senior brother Li. Liu Zhenke added, his dwelling is situated to the southeast of my cave, nestled within a valley. When you have time, you should meet him. We will soon be joining the war, and having an additional ally can only be advantageous. Chu Zhuan nodded, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Indeed, it would be prudent to meet other Foundation establishment stage cultivators of Extreme Yin Cave. However, since he planned to avoid this meat grinder of war, there seemed little need to engage deeply with Chen Zhaofeng. After leaving Liu Zhenke's abode, Chu Zhuan headed towards Chen Zhaofeng's dwelling. Finding no one at home, Chu Zhuan left a message indicating his visit and intention to meet, without elaborating further. Chapter 75, So many called to war, how many will return at the Water Curtain Cave? Another month slipped by, equivalent to 10 months on the Blue Star. Chu Zhuan spent the majority of this time entrenched in the soul-capturing evil nurturing array situated in Two Dragon City, honing his skills. Whenever the spiritual plants ripened or it was time to harvest large blood pearls, he would depart from this world to the Nameless Market to exchange these goods for the resources he required. Each visit to the market saw him donning a different guise. Having mastered the art of disguise, he had used 3 different identities thus far. Even when brushing past Song Feng, Lu Yin, or the Han named Cultivator, They remained oblivious that Chu Xuan was the same Foundation Establishment stage cultivator with whom they had previously traded. With each visit, Chu Xuan could feel the war intensifying. Stalls manned by Qi refining stage cultivators frequently changed hands, sometimes within a matter of days. The self-important Song Feng had fallen in battle, a testament to the merciless nature of this meat-grinder-like conflict that swallowed lives without causing so much as a ripple. The time for Extreme Yin Cave to engage in the war had arrived. A new message awaited Chu Xuan at the sound recording formation of the Water Curtain Cave, left by Li Xuanming, the senior brother of Extreme Yin Cave. Junior brother Chu Xuan, the master commands us to assemble at the training ground. Chu Xuan had long anticipated this day. He gathered his belongings and set off for the Extreme Yin Cave training ground. Upon his arrival, he found that the other Foundation Establishment stage cultivators of Extreme Yin Cave had already gathered. Leading them was Li Xuanming, clad in flowing white robes, exuding a martial grandeur. Alongside him stood Liu Zheng, Wu Tang, and others, including a somewhat unfamiliar figure. This individual was deeply engaged in conversation with Li Xuanming and seemed to be Qin Zhaofeng, the recently inducted disciple of Extreme Yin Cave. Junior brother. Li Xuanming, catching sight of Chu Xuan, nodded slightly without further comment. His cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, marking him as a prodigy even within the vast ranks of the Heavenly Seal sect. In contrast, Chu Xuan seemed rather unremarkable. It appeared his talents were not as formidable as Li Xuanming had once thought, and any previous wariness he might have had towards Chu Xuan gradually dissipated. Chu Xuan responded with a light nod and a smile. Li Xuanming's lack of wariness towards him was indeed a favorable turn of events. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the senior brother of Extreme Yin Cave might harbor jealousy, potentially forcing Chu Xuan into a dire confrontation. Wu Tang, much like Li Xuanming, merely exchanged greetings with Chu Xuan, offering no further conversation, instead continuing his discussion with Chen Zhaofeng. In contrast, Liu Zheng approached Chu Xuan warmly to discuss recent happenings. Although Chu Xuan had been vigilantly observing external changes and committing them to memory, he patiently listened to Liu Zheng's account. It was clear that this senior brother truly regarded him as both a junior brother and a friend. After a short while, Liu Zheng surreptitiously handed Chu Xuan an object. Glancing down, Chu Xuan saw it was a talisman crafted from human skin. Unlike orthodox talismans drawn with cinnabar, this one was marked with twisted, bizarre lines that at first glance seemed nonsensical. Yet upon closer inspection, these lines seemed to coalesce into a terrifying pattern. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. A demonic talisman, containing a Foundation Establishment stage tiger spirit. Liu Zheng whispered. It might save your life in a critical moment. Chu Xuan's interest was piqued. Where did this come from, senior brother Liu? Clearly, the talisman was of demonic origin. The orthodox arts consisted of array, alchemy, tool refinement, and talisman crafting. Some demonic cultivators exceptionally gifted had adapted orthodox talisman crafting techniques into demonic methods. Demonic talisman crafting involved sealing a living soul within human skin, suppressed by demonic runes, thus eternally binding the soul within the talisman for the user's command. This tiger soul talisman could summon a tiger spirit to combat foes. This tiger spirit was a Foundation Establishment stage demonic beast, and now possessed even greater malevolence and strength, at least equivalent to a high-grade magical tool. The potency of a demonic talisman lay in its autonomy, serving as an alternative form of beast control. During subsequent trades with Song Feng, he revealed a wolf soul talisman. However, Song Feng's high price had led to their parting on less than amicable terms. Thank you, senior brother Liu. Chu Xuan accepted the talisman without any pretense. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared within the training ground. All eyes turned to see it was Wan Wu'ing, the patriarch of Extreme Yin Cave. Master. Chu Xuan, Li Xuanming, and the others immediately bowed, addressing him respectfully. Wan Wu'ing nodded slightly. Perhaps because he had seized a significant treasure from the native Wu province sects, his complexion appeared particularly robust. I have agreed with the Heavenly Seal sect. The Extreme Yin Cave will soon be entering the war, he declared. As my direct disciples, I cannot attend to each of you personally, so I will grant each of you a high-grade magic tool and a bottle of demonic pills. With a sweep of his storage bag, Wan Wu'ing released several high-grade magic tools, allowing his disciples to choose among them. The array of options he provided was plentiful. After some consideration, Chu Xuan selected the Mystic Iron Shield as his defensive magical tool. His previous shield, the Golden Wood Shield, had been severely damaged during an attack by Hueco, showing numerous cracks that significantly reduced its defensive capabilities. Lacking the skills to repair it and unwilling to pay a hefty price for a craftsman's services, Chu Xuan had already planned to acquire a new high-grade defensive magical tool. Wan Wuang's offer was timely and aligned perfectly with his needs. As for the demonic pills, known as Fury Chi pills, they were designed to temporarily extract one's latent potential, unleashing a burst of spiritual chi. Crafted personally by Wan Wuang, these were meant as a last resort for preserving life. Chu Xuan also took a bottle. Though he might not need to use them, it was essential to have them. When Chu Xuan received the Fury Spirit pills from Wan Wuang, the old master looked at him with a complex expression. Wan Wuang remembered how Chu Xuan had played a crucial role in rescuing him from captivity at Misty Manor and had been initially surprised by his aptitude. For a time, he even considered imparting all his knowledge to him. However, after several teachings, he did not observe any extraordinary capabilities in Chu Xuan. His insight seemed only on par with Wu Tang, perhaps even less than Liu Zhangqing, which had somewhat disheartened him. Later, Wan Wuang took in Chen Zhaofeng, whose talents appeared to rival those of Li Xuanming. Consequently, his attention shifted primarily to Chen Zhaofeng, and he gradually overlooked Chu Xuan. Wan Wuang then asked, "Chu Xuan, what is your current cultivation level?" Bowing respectfully, Chu Xuan responded, "To report to Master, I remain at the second level of Foundation establishment." He had always been cautious about revealing his true strength. Within the Heavenly Seal sect, there were many factions dissatisfied with the extreme Yin Cave lineage. Displaying too much power would only draw constant scrutiny and immense pressure from all sides. Wan Wuang sighed softly, "All right, go now." So much time had passed, yet Chu Xuan was still at the second level of the Foundation establishment. Was his previous rapid advancement merely a stroke of luck? Li Xuanming and Chen Zhaofeng showed no particular reaction, their expressions indifferent. In the world of cultivation, many were like Chu Xuan, briefly brilliant before fading away and meeting a tragic end in obscurity. "Go, I await your triumphant return," Wan Wuang said calmly, giving one last look at his four disciples. "Yes." Chu Xuan and the others bowed and then turned to leave. "So many called to battle, how many will return?" Wan Wuang murmured with a soft sigh. Chapter 76, Entering Wu Province. Reaching Ironwire Mountain, Chu Xuan and his four companions, maneuvering their flying magic tools, departed from the territory of Extreme Yin Cave and entered Wu Province. Humid, sweltering, infested with venomous insects, specters, and possibly indigenous cultivators lurking in every shadowy corner. This was the real Wu Province, a land fraught with peril. Chu Xuan's mind teemed with detailed information about Wu Province, which he had consciously gathered over time. Previously not part of the Yu Kingdom, Wu Province was the domain of barbarian tribes to the south of the kingdom. It was only a millennium ago that the Infinite Sect conquered the region, incorporating it into Yu Kingdom. The indigenous sects of Wu Province were established by these barbarians, practicing methods like Wu cultivation, ghost nurturing, and corpse refining, all considered demonic arts. The Infinite Sect had adopted many of their techniques, which contributed to its rise as a formidable force of the demonic path within the Yu Kingdom. Aware of the indigenous sect's fearsome nature, the Infinite Sect knew too well the perils of underestimating them. Though these sects might lack a significant number of golden core cultivators, their intimate knowledge of Wu Province allowed them to effortlessly eliminate any invaders in the jungles, swamps, and valleys. After evaluating the gains and losses, the Infinite Sect decided against fully annexing Wu Province, instead treating it as a resource-rich backyard from which various materials could be harvested. Observing this, the local sects maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Infinite Sect. This equilibrium persisted until the fall of the Infinite Sect, when Wu Province was handed over to the Heavenly Seal Sect by the Righteous Five Sects, and thus the war ignited. After advancing a distance, the five cultivators split up, each heading towards their designated targets as the full-scale war between the Heavenly Seal Sect and the indigenous sects of Wu Province erupted. To the east of Extreme Yin Cave, over 10,000 li, lay the front line. Naturally, the five Foundation establishment stage cultivators could not all be deployed in one location. The current battlefront required fresh forces at every turn, particularly fierce at the locations of the Thousand Insects Sect, Blood Fury Sect, and Bone Refining Manor, three of the indigenous factions. The specific mission received by Extreme Yin Cave was to conquer the Thousand Insects Sect. This sect was one of the 12 most powerful in Wu Province, commanding nearly 30 smaller factions. The first and second waves of cultivators from the Heavenly Seal Sect had been entangled with the Thousand Insects Sect and its subordinate factions. Their primary method of attack involved the use of goo poisoning and assassination were just some of the myriad tactics they employed. Li Xuanming and the others each had their tasks, though not directly assaulting the Thousand Insects Sect itself but targeting its affiliated smaller factions. After all, the Thousand Insects Sect was also guarded by Golden Core ancestors. Though they numbered only 2, Significantly fewer than those at Heavenly Seal Sect, a Golden Core ancestor was still a force to be reckoned with. Without direct engagement from both sides, there was little room for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to make an impact. First, I'll assess the situation. If the conflict is too intense, I'll simply retreat to the Blue Star. There's no need to take unnecessary risks here. Chu Juan had long decided on his strategy. Fight if he could win, flee if he could not. After all, with the Blood Mirror at his disposal, he could freely travel between the two realms. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. A day later, Chu Juan arrived at the outskirts of Ironwire Mountain. Among the affiliated sects of the Thousand Insects sect, Ironwire Mountain was one of the larger ones. It was guarded by only 6 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, with no Golden Core powerhouses. Recently, a mysterious mist had enveloped Ironwire Mountain, trapping 3 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Heavenly Seal sect within it, including a direct descendant of a Golden Core powerhouse from the sect. Chu Juan accepted the mission to rescue the trapped cultivators. He had not yet reached his destination when he saw thick fog swirling around Ironwire Mountain, with sporadic flashes of magical light visible within it. The reports didn't mention the fog being this dense. Chu Juan muttered, frowning. He had only taken a few steps when he came upon several dead chi refining stage cultivators, their bodies strewn across the ground. Numerous civilians who were unable to escape had also perished in the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the mist towards Chu Juan. He swiftly dodged aside. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a Heavenly Seal sect chi refining stage cultivator, his chest caved in and his right leg severed at the thigh. Several dark, iron wire-like worms were writhing and feasting on his body. Before Chu Juan could even speak, the cultivator breathed his last in a tragic death. Chu Juan's frown deepened. Those worms were the infamous Ironwire worms, Ironwire Mountain's signature goo. Are you the reinforcement? Follow me. Into the fog. A shout came from behind him. Chu Juan looked back and spotted 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, both clad in the Heavenly Seal Sect's Foundation robes, though he did not recognize either of them. Chu Juan narrowed his eyes and did not rashly approach. It was possible that the 2 cultivators were imposters. Show me your identities. He shouted to the 2 cultivators. Upon hearing this, the cultivators immediately took out 2 tokens from the Heavenly Seal Sect and activated them. The tokens emitted a faint glow. Seeing this, Chu Juan nodded silently. 2's company, that's reassuring. Chu Juan thought, not hesitating to join them. He had no desire to venture into Ironwire Mountain alone, especially given the menacing fog. Who knew what horrors lay within it? More companions meant more security. After joining up, the 3 exchanged names. Chu Juan quickly learned their identities. The burly cultivator was named Zhao Luan, and the tall, thin one was Zhu Yu, both from the second wave of reinforcements. Though they did not explicitly state their cultivation levels, Chu Juan could sense that both were likely at the early stages of the Foundation Establishment. No sooner had the trio set off towards Ironwire Mountain than they saw a figure, blood-soaked and fleeing in panic. Run! Run! The man's eyes were wide with terror. Even upon seeing Chu Juan and the others, he didn't stop to explain, his pace unrelenting. Chu Juan gave the man a quick glance and sensed several ironwire worms rampaging through his viscera. Even if he escaped the immediate danger, his death was certain. Chu Juan's brow furrowed. Was Ironwire Mountain truly this horrifying? Zhao Luan scoffed, I know that man, a mere rogue cultivator who barely managed to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Don't mind him, let's keep moving. Rescuing those 3 trapped Foundation Establishment stage cultivators will net us 300 sect contribution points, a too good opportunity to miss. Just follow me. He assured them. Zhu Yu whispered, Brother Zhao is at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, almost stepping into the 4th. Chu, do not worry. With him leading, we shall be safe. Chu Juan nodded. But in the next moment, Zhao Luan began to mutter, it's so itchy. Why is it so itchy? He frantically scratched his back. Turning to look, Chu Juan was shocked to see 2 ironwire worms burrowing fiercely into Zhao Luan's back. Do you guys feel itchy too? Zhao Luan turned to Chu Juan and Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu suddenly realized that 2 strange white worms were emerging from Zhao Luan's eyes, but he was oblivious. Zhu Yu's mouth hung open in shock. Chu Juan growled, retreat. There's a powerful goo master nearby. He admitted to himself that he lacked such a stealthy method of goo placement. Unnoticed, Zhao Luan had been afflicted with goo. Zhu Yu swallowed hard and immediately started to run. Hey, where are you guys? Why can't I see you? Zhao Luan's vision had been devoured by the goo worms without his awareness. He didn't realize that Chu Juan and Zhu Yu had already turned to flee. It's itchy. So itchy. Zhao Luan felt the itchiness transform into pain. Driven mad, he scratched fiercely with his nails, tearing his skin until blood flowed freely. With a heavy thud, he fell from midair, crashing into a mix of blood and mud. The goo worms swarmed over him, engulfing him completely. Chapter 77, The only hope lies in the immortal elsewhere. Chu Xuan and Shu Yu were nearing the exit of the mist. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed behind them. Humphrey, thinking of escaping? Leave your life behind. A foul wind, reeking of blood, struck without warning. Shu Yu, unable to react in time, was violently hit in the back and sent flying, his fate unknown. Behind Chu Xuan, a crimson blood shadow abruptly appeared, shielding him from this vicious strike. It was the blood evil shadow. Chu Xuan grunted, using the rebounding force to break free from the mist and flee for his life. The Ironwire Mountain is perilous, beyond my current abilities, he thought. Time to lay low on the blue star for a while. Gazing at the ever-churning mist, Chu Xuan shook his head and swiftly retreated. On the blue star, Chu Xuan once again sat cross-legged within a grand formation, at the eye of a storm. Yin evil chi within the formation converged towards him. Not enough, still not enough, he murmured. Even with such an immense amount of yin evil chi to sustain me, it requires painstaking efforts to advance further. The root cause is my own mediocre aptitude. Chu Xuan could not help but shake his head, knowing well his own limitations. Spiritual roots are classified from inferior, to common, superior, and ultimate. Above the ultimate spiritual roots are the rare earth and heavenly roots, seldom seen talents. In the entire realm of Yu Kingdom, Chu Xuan had only heard of an ultimate fire spiritual root that appeared 400 years ago. This prodigy was meant to be taken in by the Divine Star sect, but the heaven-burning sect of the southern Yu Kingdom intercepted and seized the child. This incident had been the root of the long-standing enmity between the Divine Star sect and the heaven-burning sect. Chu Xuan's own spiritual root was merely a common wood-aligned root, suited for cultivating wood element techniques. His astonishing cultivation speed was only due to the significant difference in the flow of time between the Mystic Azure Realm and Blue Star. While others thought he had trained for merely a month, he had actually undergone 10 months of rigorous cultivation. A thought suddenly occurred to Chu Xuan. Besides spiritual roots, cultivators also possess spiritual bodies. He pondered. Both spiritual roots and bodies are innate, but they can be compensated for through acquired means. However, to remedy a spiritual root, one must at least reach the golden core stage. For me, cultivating an acquired spiritual body is the best approach. Some demonic techniques allow one to extract other spiritual bodies and graft them onto oneself. Alternatively, through certain inhumane methods, like the blood sacrifice of numerous beings, one can create an acquired spiritual body. Chu Xuan contemplated this possibility. It was indeed a viable method. There existed methods to recreate acquired spiritual bodies in the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture, but the requirements were exceedingly stringent. Chu Xuan had previously dismissed the idea, but now, in his quest to hasten his cultivation, he resolved to prioritize this endeavor. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The Blood Evil Demon refining scripture details 3 methods to forge acquired spiritual bodies. He mused. The first is the ice-drinking spiritual body. One must consume ice-attribute spiritual materials daily and ideally cultivate in an extremely cold environment. After 3 months, the ice-drinking body can reach a minor state of completion, where one's every move is accompanied by the essence of frost. The second is the crimson blood spiritual body. This requires soaking in the blood of Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts for 49 days, changing the blood daily. Once minor completion is achieved, one's blood circulation speeds up, greatly enhancing the power of physical close combat techniques. The third is the evil wood spiritual body. This involves consuming wood attribute spiritual materials every 3 days, 33 times in total. Once minor completion is achieved, wounds heal much faster, physical defense is enhanced, and one gains the unique ability to manipulate trees. Chu Xuan pondered these options and dismissed the ice-drinking spiritual body and crimson blood spiritual body. The ice-drinking spiritual body, though potent, did not align with his attributes, and extremely cold materials were hard to come by. The crimson blood spiritual body was even less feasible. Where could he possibly find the blood of 49 different Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts? The evil wood spiritual body, however, was well suited to his attributes and not as challenging to undertake. The only question was whether this zombie planet possessed any wood attribute spiritual materials. Seems I need to spend some time searching, he concluded. With that, Chu Xuan rose and, mounting his flying sword, vanished without a trace. On the outskirts of East Lake City, 3 strange mushroomed collapsed, facing the sky. After a few convulsions, they lay still. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jichuan panted heavily, their tense muscles slowly relaxing. Wang Gangjian glanced at the gaunt Tang Jinchuan and chuckled wryly. Dang, it seems your body fat isn't serving you well. Tang Jinchuan, still frightened, replied, those mushroomen were too resilient, I threw several spears, and they didn't die. This body fat isn't good for forming many long spears. Wang Gangjian waved his hand. The survivors who had been waiting nearby rushed forward, dousing the 3 mushroomen in gasoline and setting them alight. Flames roared high, and the corpses sizzled, emitting faint screams as if in agony. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan stood in silence, gazing at the charred remains. Not long ago, these had been 3 young men from the Black Blade Security Company, reliable and loyal. In just one day, they had been transformed into horrific mushroomen. Now, all that Wang Gangjian, Tang Jinchuan, and the other superhumans could do was to burn their bodies, ensuring the dreadful mushroomization wouldn't spread to others. Another figure then arrived by car. It was Wang Gangjian's cousin, Wang Yang. Wang Gangjian's face lit up momentarily as he asked in a low voice, did you get through? Wang Yang shook his head, his voice even lower, no contact, and I've received some bad news. Wang Gangjian's expression darkened, go ahead. Some folks from the ship gang told me this. Wang Yang whispered. Dragon River City has completely succumbed to mushroomization. Yi Nanshan has vanished, and of the 4 leaders, only Zhuangxing survived. The Linjiang army has completely disintegrated. Wang Gangjian's face turned ashen. He could not have imagined that within just over a month of the mushrooms appearing, the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. Even Dragon River City, the stronghold of the Linjiang army, had turned into a city of mushrooms. General Yi Nanshan, a powerful level 4 superhuman, was nowhere to be found. Wang Gangjian tried to speak but found himself reeling. Wang Yang and Tang Jinchuan quickly steadied him. Wang Yang spoke solemnly, brother, we could seek refuge with the ship gang. I've heard they temporarily repelled a group of mushroomen and might have a way to fight them. Wang Gangjian managed a bitter smile. The ship gang had always been at odds with the Linjiang army. As a former soldier of the Linjiang army, and with Black Blade heavily influenced by the same, how could they switch allegiance to the ship gang now? Boss, I suggest we try to find that immortal again today. Tang Jinchuan said earnestly. The Linjiang army is no longer a viable option. Our only hope now lies with that immortal. If he won't help us the first or second time, we'll ask a third or a fourth time. Where there's a will, there's a way. We'll give the immortal whatever he wants. Wang Gangjian sighed deeply, I just fear. The immortal might not be interested in what we have to offer. Let's try both the ship gang and the immortal. He decided. Yang, you go to the ship gang. Tang, let's head to the Houtai Hotel together. We must persuade the immortal to help us. Chapter 78, Mushroom City. Mushrooman. High in the sky, Chu Zhuan flew recklessly aboard his flying sword. Some birds, overly bold, attempted to prey upon him but were easily slain by his hand. Gazing down at the desolate cities below, Chu Zhuan's eyes sparked with curiosity. Interesting, a mushroom city? His vision captured a city to the east of East Lake City, completely overrun by mushrooms. The ground, walls, corpses, and even telephone poles were festooned with various fungi red, green, yellow, white. They were everywhere. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the mushrooms to dance lightly, dispersing their spores which drifted toward East Lake City on the wind. Sensing Chu Zhuan, a living being, the spores seemed to veer towards him. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Zhuan launched a ball of fire. The flames erupted, instantly turning the spores to ashes. Without touching the ground, Chu Zhuan stood on his flying sword, surveying the city. Everywhere he looked, mushrooms dominated the landscape. At first glance, the scene appeared vibrantly alive. Yet, a closer sense revealed a profound silence as if all life had been devoured. It seems a number of interesting beings have emerged during my seclusion. Chu Zhuan mused, more intrigued than alarmed. He never considered these creatures a threat. To him, as long as one was sufficiently powerful, all beings were mere insects to be crushed at will. The only distinction lay in their utility. Some were useless, while others could be of great value. Scanning the city, Chu Zhuan saw no signs of other life forms. He continued his flight towards the east. Soon, he crossed the borders of Linjiang Province, reaching the boundary of Hanhai Province. Hanhai Province. He noted. There are even more mushroom cities here. If I recall, the dominant force in this area is ship gang. Chu Zhuan looked down at the mushrooms spreading across the land like a malignant growth, deep in thought. Hanhai Province, Yuhai City. This city was the capital of Hanhai Province and the core territory of the ship gang. It should have been the safest place. However, it was now overrun by mushrooms. Gunfire echoed through the streets and alleys as mushroomen fell, only for more to rise in their place. Those survivors who were slightly contaminated or had inhaled mushroom spores underwent drastic transformations within an hour, and without prompt medical intervention, they too would join the ranks of the mushroommen. These terrifying mushrooms were thus able to sweep through areas unchecked. Die! Bellowed the old captain, his muscles bulging alarmingly, his arms now thicker than his thighs. He swung a massive, heavy ship anchor, smashing a mushroom person into a pulp. He was a powerful level 4 enhanced superhuman, specialized like most in his class, with arms that could expand to 4 times their normal size, allowing him to swing weights far beyond normal limits. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Old Lu. Another wave of mushroommen is coming, stop them. The old captain roared. However, there was no response from that direction. With a fierce stomp, the old captain crushed the head of a mushroom person underfoot and moved to higher ground for a better view. To his horror, he saw that a superhuman squad in that area had been overwhelmed. His familiar comrade, Old Lu, had mushrooms growing on his left side. Sanity and madness flickered across his face as if 2 people were struggling in a tug of war. Barely holding on to his sanity, Old Lu drew a short knife from his belt and stabbed it into his own arm. The intense pain momentarily gave him the upper hand over the madness. "Captain. Kill me," he pleaded. But in the next instant, he lunged ferociously at the old captain. The mushroomization had enhanced his physical strength. Within 3 seconds, he was upon the old captain, his mouth filled with mushrooms opening wide to spray spores. "Rest in peace." Old captain's face filled with sorrow, swung the anchor hard. With a sickening crunch, Old Lu's head was smashed into the concrete, mixing red blood and white brain matter. His body twitched momentarily before finally going still. In the distance, intense gunfire continued. Soon, a squad fighting a retreating battle joined the old captain. The leader of the squad was a robust man named Feng Biao. Like the old captain, he had been a fisherman in the East Sea before the zombie outbreak and had fortunately awakened his talents to become a superhuman. "How about the north area?" Old captain inquired in a hurry. Feng Biao shook his head and spoke in a low voice. "It's fallen. Everyone else is dead except for us." Old captain's face turned dark. Just a month earlier, sporadic mushrooms had begun appearing around Yihai City, but no one was concerned. After all, the ship gang had previously repelled an attack by a group of mushroommen with ease. Those mushroommen had been fragile, a single level 1 superhuman could take on 2 or 3 of them, and a few survivors could kill them with bullets. People had thought all mushroommen were so weak, and they scoffed at the fall of the Linjiang army, mocking their defeat by such feeble creatures. This complacency had seeped into the ship gang's superhumans, loosening their vigilance. The old captain had ordered daily checks of water and food supplies to ensure they weren't contaminated by mushroom spores. However, his orders hadn't been fully implemented. A failure to fully comply with such measures meant total non-compliance due to the contagious nature of the spores. As a result, a flood-like spread of mushroomization engulfed the north, south, and west districts. Within days, these areas saw a surge of mushroommen, killing countless ordinary people under the ship gang's protection, transforming them into more of their kind. The only apparent escape for the ship gang seemed to be to board ships in the eastern district and flee to sea. But the old captain knew that this was tantamount to seeking death. The ocean was now even more terrifying than the land. Who knew how many sea creatures had mutated in the deep ocean, their enormous bodies possessing immense strength? A mere thrash from them could likely whip up massive waves capable of capsizing ships. Taking to the boats was a desperate last resort. But it seemed now that it was the only option left. The Linjiang army has already disintegrated, and Yi Nanshan's whereabouts are unknown. Who else can we count on? For the first time, a look of confusion appeared in the old captain's eyes as he glanced at the few remaining men beside him. Feng Biao, seeing the confusion in the eyes of this normally steadfast leader, sighed deeply. The ship gang, the largest force in Hanhai province, could it too disintegrate like the Linjiang army, each man fighting for himself? "Let's go, withdraw to the eastern district, and get on the ships," old captain commanded gravely. "We'll stay close to the coast and avoid the open sea." "Yes." Feng Biao and the others nodded. Boarding the ships was a last resort, perhaps even a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. But dying later rather than sooner still made a difference. By preserving their lives now, there might still be a chance for a resurgence in the future. Chapter 79, The Immortal is Coming. However, as they broke through the encirclement of mushroommen and reached the eastern district, they found the squad left to guard the area standing still, their eyes vacant and bodies occasionally twitching. Their bodies were already sprouting various colorful mushrooms. Among these people stood a yellow figure with a strange, umbrella-like cap. It didn't resemble a mushroomman but rather appeared to be a humanoid form from mushrooms. "My name? Stinkhorn. Pleased to meet you." The yellow figure lifted its head and surprisingly spoke to the old captain and the others. The faces of them went pale. Did I hear that right? Did it just speak our language? A commoner cried out in horror, and the others were similarly terrified. Though the speech was halting, it was unmistakably human language. Several years had passed since the zombie outbreak, and they had seen all manner of strange creatures, but never a supernatural being that could talk. Flesh is frail. Join me. Become mushrooms. Stinkhorn laughed heartily. Suddenly, the mushrooms all over its body erupted, spewing out a massive cloud of yellow spores, seeming to engulf the old captain and the others in the next instant. Just then, a bird covered in mushrooms flew through the crowd to Stinkhorn's side. The bird's voice was hoarse and grating. Retreat. Hurry. The immortal is coming for you. Stinkhorn paused, confused. The immortal? Impossible. Isn't he always in East Lake City? I was about to assimilate them. Can't. Retreat. The mushroom bird spoke again. This is an order from Incap. Stinkhorn frowned. Big brother? All right. The cloud of yellow spores it had just released suddenly withdrew, and sucked back into Stinkhorn's body. Stinkhorn looked at them deeply, wanting to leave but hesitating, as if undecided. The old captain and Feng Biao prepared to defend themselves, but seeing this, they were momentarily stunned. What's happening? Neither fighting nor fleeing. What does this mean? Humphrey, consider yourselves lucky. Stinkhorn snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, just as it turned, a black chain like a giant python descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Stinkhorn completely, binding it tightly like a rope. Stinkhorn was stunned, instantly filled with shock and rage. Immortal. The immortal's coming. The mushroom bird cried out, flapping its wings frantically, attempting to escape. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Whoosh. A fierce gust of wind blew, causing the old captain, Feng Biao, and the others to shield their eyes. When they looked again, Stinkhorn was nowhere to be seen. The mushroom bird had been split in two, its flesh and mushrooms mixed into a gruesome paste, lifeless on the ground. Feng Biao looked around in astonishment. Where did the yellow mushroom go? The survivors exchanged puzzled looks. Where had it gone? The old captain mulled over the word repeatedly. Immortal? What were the mushroom bird and the mushroomman talking about? Suddenly, as if receiving a signal, the mushroomman began to retreat like the tide. The survivors, standing atop the ruins, looked up to the sky, crying tears of relief and joy. We survived. We made it. The ship gang stands strong. The old captain turned to Feng Biao and the others, speaking sternly. We must keep the matter of the yellow mushroomman to ourselves. The mere fact that a mushroomman could speak was horrifying enough. Their retreat was not a defeat but a strategic withdrawal, which was even more terrifying. It meant they would return sooner or later. However, this information must not reach the general populace as it could undermine their trust in the ship gang. Feng Biao nodded vigorously, glaring at his companions. If anyone leaks what happened today, I'll throw them into the sea. The survivors shivered and nodded vigorously, understanding the grave consequences of divulging such information. Hot Hotel. Chu Zhuan observed the yellow mushroomman before him with interest. He had been aware of the situation developing in the eastern district, where the old captain and Feng Biao had been encircled by this yellow mushroomman, but he had initially decided not to intervene. The lives and deaths of others were of no concern to him. However, from the moment the mushroomman began to speak, it piqued Chu Zhuan's interest. Even the demonic beasts of the Foundation establishment stage from the mystic Azure realm, which had only opened their spiritual intelligence, could not speak human language. They needed to condense an inner core within their bodies to be able to articulate human speech. Yet, this yellow mushroomman, clearly far less powerful than a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast, could speak. That was the real reason Chu Zhuan had intervened. You're called Stinkhorn? Chu Zhuan looked down at him with a slight smile. Stinkhorn eyed Chu Zhuan fearfully and nodded. Chu Zhuan chuckled. So, the immortal you speak of is me. How did you come to know about me? Stinkhorn remained silent. Chu Zhuan's smile took on a teasing edge. It seems you respond only to force, not kindness. He extended his hand, summoning the corpse refining blood fire from his chi-si to his palm. Buzz. The blood-red flames roared, filled with the wails of countless tormented souls. As Chu Zhuan brought the fire close, Stinkhorn's surface began to char and curl. Within moments, the scent of roasted mushrooms filled the air. Quite fragrant. Chu Zhuan remarked lightly. Ah! Stinkhorn screamed in agony. Fire was its greatest fear, and this immortal could manipulate flames. If you don't answer, you'll become just fuel. Chu Zhuan stated calmly. The corpse refining blood fire continued to burn, swiftly engulfing Stinkhorn's lower half. The aroma of roasted mushrooms grew even stronger, enticing even the zombie-like beings, Long, Gu, and Bao, who sniffed the air with evident desire. Roar, roar, roar. Bao pointed at Stinkhorn, grinning bashfully as if asking if he could have a bite. Chu Juan laughed heartily. Of course, once I've cooked him thoroughly, you can eat all you want. Roar, roar, roar. The trio of corpses howled excitedly. Chu Juan's words completely shattered Stinkhorn's resistance. Terrified, it cried out, I'll talk, I'll talk. We have known about you for a long time. We purposely avoided East Lake City. You are strong, Big Brother said. Not to provoke you. Chu Juan's interest deepened at this revelation. We? Big Brother? There are more of you? Under his relentless questioning, Stinkhorn had no choice but to reveal everything. Big Brother Ink Cap, Second Brother Panther Cap, Third Brother Green Cap, and me, Stinkhorn. Chu Juan repeated these names, chuckling. These were clearly the types of poisonous mushrooms. After absorbing genetic energy, they had become supernatural beings and adopted these names for themselves. Chapter 80, The Terrifying Power of the Immortal Stinkhorn, gripped by fear, pleaded, We have no intention of being enemies with the immortal. Could you let me go back? Chu Juan smiled faintly. You expect me to release you after you've covertly released spores, sent signals, and attempted to infect me with your mushrooms? Stinkhorn's expression changed drastically, and a fierce look flashed in its eyes. Seizing the moment when Chu Juan had retracted the corpse-refining blood fire, it violently erupted with mushrooms from all over its body. In an instant, a thick cloud of yellow gas enveloped Chu Juan, densely packed with spores. If these spores were inhaled, they would cling inside like relentless maggots, making them impossible to expel. They would settle within Chu Juan's organs, mushrooming him from the inside out, ultimately transforming him into a mushroom and die. Stinkhorn roared. Interesting. Chu Juan commented nonchalantly as he enveloped himself in a blood shield. This was a chi refining stage spell, seldom used by him now, but still more than sufficient to block the yellow spores. The spores, alive with malevolent intent, continuously struck the shield, creating ripples across its surface. Yet even a chi refining stage spell was impenetrable to them. Such an attack could be considered on par with a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Chu Juan noted with amusement. Release me. Big Brother, Second Brother, Third Brother. They will arrive soon. Stinkhorn threatened viciously. Chu Juan merely smiled and waved his hand casually, incinerating the surrounding yellow spores with corpse-refining blood fire. Even the spores that tried to burrow into his pores were repelled by his spiritual chi. Don't kill. Don't kill me. Stinkhorn howled in terror as it saw its doom approaching. Chu Juan, uninterested in further dialogue, intensified the corpse-refining blood fire, completely engulfing Stinkhorn. Its screams abruptly ceased, and the scent of roasted mushrooms filled the entire rooftop. At Chu Juan's nod, Bao was the first to rush forward, grabbing the roasted mushroom and devouring it eagerly, savoring every bite. Who had taken several bites and then, from the remains of Stinkhorn's head, he unearthed an irregular yellow crystal, presenting it to Chu Juan as if offering a treasure. What's this? Chu Juan examined the yellow crystal, deep in thought. It appeared to be Stinkhorn's genetic core. He could feel the strong genetic energy pulsating within, far surpassing any supernatural creature's genetic core he had encountered before. Could this possibly serve as a wood attribute spiritual item? Chu Juan mused, his interest piqued. If he wanted to cultivate the evil wood spiritual body, he would need to refine a wood attribute spiritual item every 3 days, a total of 33 times to achieve a minor completion. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Its energy might not reach the level of a wood attribute spiritual item, but I can give it a boost. Chu Juan recalled another method from the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture. For righteous cultivators, spiritual items were rare treasures, obtained either by spending a fortune in markets or by searching through mountains and rivers over long periods. But for demonic cultivators, spiritual items could be created provided one had a suitable seed. For wood attribute spiritual items, a wood attribute seed was needed. To Chu Juan, Stinkhorn's genetic core seemed an ideal candidate. To create a wood attribute spiritual item, a significant amount of wood attribute beings is needed. Fortunately, there is plenty of mushroom in here. Chu Juan smiled. He instructed, all of you, go out and capture as many mushroomen as you can. The more, the better. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 corpse puppets roared and streaked out like 3 flashes of black light. Chu Juan then selected a flat piece of land and began to set up an array. The array for creating a wood attribute spiritual item was called the 100 Woods Nurturing Spirit Array. It sounded like a righteous cultivator's array, but it was, in fact, an unequivocal demonic array. This was because cultivators possessing a wood attribute spiritual root could also be thrown into this array as nourishment to foster the wood attribute spiritual item. In the sprawling expanse of the Great Dream Marsh, located at the tri-province junction of Hanhai, Linjiang, and Jingshan, a vast and vibrant ecosystem thrived. Before the zombie outbreak, it was the largest ecological preserve in the Han country, attracting numerous tourists daily to explore its native flora and fauna. Known for its diverse fungi, over half of the country's mushroom species were discovered here. No one had anticipated that after genetic energy enveloped the globe, these fungi would develop sentience and form a massive collective. At this moment, thousands of mushroommen lay in wait within the marsh, ready for orders. High above, two distinct mushroom figures stood. On the left was a small, dark figure almost entirely obscured by a black cap. On the right stood a robust, emerald figure with a green cap. Big brother, I was about to fully assimilate the human forces in Jingshan province. Why call me back suddenly? Green Cap asked in a low voice. In Cap responded gravely, the fourth brother was captured by the immortal. Green Cap was taken aback, captured by the immortal? We must rescue him quickly. In Cap shook his head, his face expressionless. No, abandon him immediately. The immortal's terror, I have long witnessed. I estimate he's already dead. Green Cap dared not argue. Among the four brothers, In Cap was the strongest and wisest. Without him, they would never have ventured beyond the Great Dream Marsh, as the supernatural creatures here alone were a formidable threat. So, you called me back for this? Where's the second brother? Green Cap asked again. In Cap nodded, the second should be on his way back now. The immortal has made moves, we don't know if he's targeting us. Let's lay low for a while and watch his actions. Green Cap suddenly asked, what if the immortal comes for us? In Cap shook his head, it will take the immortal some time to locate our stronghold. Even if he finds it, reaching here will take him time. I've hidden many mushrooms around the Great Dream Marsh, they will detect any approach by the immortal immediately. Don't worry. Green Cap nodded, alright then, I'll follow your lead and remain hidden for now. Just then, a sword hum pierced the sky. A figure in black, standing on a flying sword, appeared abruptly before them. It's too late to think of hiding now. Chu Zhuan said with a smile, looking at the two mushroommen. In Cap and Green Cap were both startled. They had just been discussing the immortal a moment ago, and now he was already there in front of them. Chapter 81, Little Grass King Chu Zhuan, observing the two articulate mushroommen, revealed a slight smile. Having set up the 100 Woods Nurturing Spirit Array and created a wood attribute spiritual item, he had begun searching for the so-called Big Brother, Second Brother, and Third Brother. Reviewing maps of the surrounding provinces and analyzing the attack and retreat patterns of the mushroommen, he quickly surmised that they originated from the northern part of Hanhai province. Combining this with the fact that the Great Dream Marsh was renowned for its diverse fungal life, Chu Zhuan deduced that their stronghold was likely located there. Navigating on his flying sword, his journey was uneventful save for a few overconfident birds that he effortlessly dispatched. Even if he was wrong and the Great Dream Marsh was not the mushroommen's main base, the trip wouldn't be a waste. The marsh was teeming with a variety of life forms, potentially housing formidable supernatural creatures. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Great Dream Marsh, Chu Zhuan immediately noticed mushroommen lurking in dark corners underwater, in dead tree trunks, and even underground. It became clear to him that this was indeed the mushroommen's stronghold, and his guess was confirmed. Kill. In Cap growled, his voice sending ripples through the air. The once tranquil marsh erupted as countless mushroommen awakened from their hiding spots and surged towards Chu Zhuan in a frenzy. Chu Zhuan deployed the corpse nurturing tower, and the three corpse puppets transformed into streaks of black light, tearing through the mushroom ranks. Wherever they passed, mushroommen were thrown backward, chests caved in, heads burst open, or bodies torn in half. They stood no chance against his might. At that moment, Green Cap puffed up its body, releasing a cloud of green spores toward Chu Zhuan. However, with a casual grasp, a gigantic claw materialized from thin air, clenching tightly around him. The cloud of green spores was instantly incinerated by the corpse refining blood fire, emitting high-pitched squeals as if numerous tiny lives were perishing in the flames. Green Cap, tightly gripped by the yin evil demon claw, made sounds as if it was under immense strain. Painful screams escaped its mouth. In Cap watched in horror. Green Cap was nearly as strong as it was, yet it stood no chance at all against Chu Zhuan's power. Immortal, we don't wish to be your enemies. In Cap declared, his gaze fierce. But if you push us, we will fight with everything we have. Chu Zhuan looked on with interest. Oh? Let's see what you've got. With a roar of kill, In Cap suddenly unleashed a cloud of black spars from beneath its feet, shrouding itself completely. In a surprising turn, it fled. Chu Zhuan, smart enough to know when to run. But escape was just wishful thinking in front of him. Go, Hueco. Chujuan said nonchalantly. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. Whoosh! The evil soul chain shot through the air, snaking like a black python and instantly catching up to Inkcap from behind. A ferocious, bald-headed spirit burst forth from within the chain. Hueco, the battle monk from the Golden Dragon Temple. With a cackle, Hueco pounced, and Inkcap immediately felt as if a cold, malevolent beast was targeting it. Its speed slowed just enough for the evil soul chain to wrap it up tightly. Moments later, the chain dragged Inkcap back to Chujuan's side. Inkcap's eyes darted around, looking for a chance to release a spore cloud, but Chujuan swiftly slapped both Inkcap and Greencap on their heads. The raging corpse refining blood fire burst forth, incinerating them into 2 piles of charred remains. No chances were given. Let's go home. Chujuan said, turning away. Pity we didn't catch the third one. We couldn't wrap this up in one go. Chujuan shook his head in mild regret, contemplating the one that got away. The marsh was quieter now, the immediate threat neutralized, but the air still hummed with the tension of unfinished business. As Panthercap led his followers through the forests, a sense of urgency gripped him. Inkcap had warned him that the immortal was targeting them, and they needed to abandon all their engagements and return to the Great Dream Marsh immediately. The terrifying reputation of the immortal was something Panthercap had been aware of for quite some time. The mushroom spores, their primary method of information gathering, had relayed countless pieces of intelligence and news back to them, including activities in East Lake City. The spores had reached East Lake City several times, carried by the wind, birds, and even zombies. These were their methods of dissemination. However, the mushroomen were surprised to find that East Lake City lacked suitable hosts for their parasitism. The human population was sparse, and there were no zombies to be found. Back then, the intelligence of the mushroomen was not very developed, and the 4 leaders, the Mushroom Brothers, were still naive in their understanding of the world. They instinctively avoided East Lake City due to these unfavorable conditions. As they assimilated more humans and supernatural beings, the intelligence of the Mushroom Brothers grew. Eventually, they realized that East Lake City was a forbidden zone, inhabited by an immortal. In the eyes of the immortal, all supernatural beings were mere insects, the only distinction being between those who were useless and those who were useful. Every powerful supernatural being that had risen in the southeastern provinces had met its end at the hands of the immortal. Even the ambitious zombie empress, who loved to expand her territory, dared not extend her reach into East Lake City. The immortal was known to operate out of East Lake City and its surroundings. Panthercap could not understand why the immortal had suddenly turned his attention toward them. As he pondered and hastened his pace, a sudden chill gripped him as he saw a streak of sword light flash overhead, disappearing as quickly as it appeared, swift like lightning. That was the immortal's doing. He realized. It came from the direction of the Great Dream Marsh. Could it be that my brothers are dead? A great fear welled up inside Panthercap. He immediately hid, thankful that the sword light was high above, and seemed in a hurry to return somewhere, not bothering with the ground situation. His presence went unnoticed. After waiting 10 minutes following the disappearance of the sword light, Panthercap cautiously emerged from his hiding spot, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked in the direction the light had gone. I can't stay in the Great Dream Marsh any longer. I must leave this place. I'm the last one left. I must avenge my brothers. He resolved, clenching his teeth. Just then, he sensed something unusual. Whirling around, he spotted a tender green sprout not far off on the ground. The small grass, less than 30 centimeters tall, swayed in the wind like a green sprite, its vibrant green color starkly contrasting with the surrounding apocalyptic wasteland. It seemed more like something out of a pristine forest. Panthercap relaxed. Grass King, it's you. I thought you were some other supernatural being. His eyes burned with fervor. So, are you here to help me? This sprout of grass was as powerful as the Mushroom Brothers, another extraordinary being in its own right. Nobody knew why a mere weed could become supernatural, and the Mushroom Brothers had wisely never asked. Chapter 82, The Future of Black Blade. Long before, the Mushroom Brothers had forged an alliance with the Grass King, agreeing to mutual non-interference and mutual support. Recently, on the advice of the Grass King, the Mushroom Brothers had decided to expand their territory from the Great Dream Marsh. However, the Mushroom Brothers were always puzzled as to why the Grass King remained solitary, never seeking to expand its own territory. I am here to help you, of course. Hurry, the immortal has already arrived in the Great Dream Marsh. The tender voice of the Grass King emerged from the small green sprout. Panthercap pointed in the direction of the fading sword light. I've seen it, the immortal just flew out of the marsh. It's likely that my brothers are all dead. The Grass King expressed surprise before asking, what will you do then? Will you fight the immortal to the death? Hatred flickered in Panthercap's eyes. Of course, I want revenge. But not now. I will take my followers far from the Great Dream Marsh to find a new territory, where we can secretly gather strength. When I become a level 6 supernatural being, I will return to kill the immortal and avenge my brothers. Panther Cap looked at the Grass King. We are allies, you will help me, right? Of course, we are allies, eternal allies. The Grass King nodded. Panther Cap felt moved. Thank you. You're welcome. The Grass King smiled. The next moment, numerous grass roots burst from the soil, piercing into Panther Cap's body. These roots had been lying in ambush all around him and now emerged suddenly, leaving him no time to react. Why are you attacking me? Weren't we allies? Didn't we agree that you take the central provinces and we take the eastern ones? Panther Cap's genetic energy was rapidly being drained. He howled in pain and cursed in anger as the Grass King increased the intensity of the extraction. I dare not kill the immortal. The Grass King said calmly. I only encouraged you to expand so that you would expose yourselves deliberately. In its view, the Mushroom Brothers were a significant threat. Should their power grow, it could potentially endanger its own safety. Rather than wait for that day, it was better to set a trap and lead them to their own destruction. Panther Cap's eyes widened in rage. You. He couldn't finish his sentence. The draining of his genetic energy was so severe that he was rapidly losing his intelligence. Within minutes, the last of the Mushroom Brothers was drained of all genetic energy, turning into a dried-up husk. The Grass King looked in the direction of the departing sword light. Immortal, may we never meet. Even though it was the golden rain that awakened my intelligence, I still do not wish to encounter you. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. The Grass King retracted its roots and wrapped itself in its leaves, quickly forming into a sphere. The sphere rolled along the ground and swiftly disappeared from sight. The squeal of brakes tore through the silence as Wang Yong's Vance screeched to a halt. He leaped from the vehicle, his face a mask of despair as he surveyed the bridge ahead, completely overrun with mushrooms. Tasked by Wang Gangjian to seek assistance from the ship gang, he had left Black Blade Security Company, hoping they could help stem the southward tide of mushroomen. But now, the very path to the ship gang was also claimed by the encroaching fungi, signaling that even the ship gang was in peril. What do we do? Go back? Wang Yong sighed deeply. Who's there? Don't you know this is ship gang territory? A wary voice called from beneath the bridge. Wang Yong looked down to see a small boat with 2 middle-aged men aboard. He sighed in relief and quickly explained the situation, ending with a plea. Can you help me contact the ship gang's leader? We have no one else to rely on. Whatever the ship gang wants, we will provide. The 2 men exchanged a glance, their expressions odd. Yuhai City was attacked by mushroomen just 2 days ago, and several superhumans died. One of them said. We probably can't help you. Wang Yong's face fell. The ship gang had been attacked too? But he quickly seized on a crucial piece of information. Did the ship gang repel the mushroomen? They did, but the casualties were heavy. The other man replied. How exactly they repelled them, we don't know. All we heard was that the mushroomen suddenly ran away. Wang Yong was taken aback. They ran away? I have a walkie-talkie, I can ask the boss for you. The calmer of the 2 offered. Thank you, brother. Wang Yong expressed his gratitude. Moments later, the reply came through. The ship gang doesn't have the resources to help Linjian Province's forces. You're on your own. Wang Yong's expression froze. Okay. Okay then. He climbed back into his car like a zombie, turned around, and headed back the way he had come. The ship gang wouldn't help. The mushroomen were unstoppable. Was there a future for Black Blade? Would they have to relocate en masse as they had when facing the zombie horde? As he drove back, Wang Yong's thoughts drifted to the immortal. How the initial zombie tide had vanished remained a mystery, but it was clear it had something to do with the immortal. Would the immortal intervene again with the mushroomen moving south? The ship gang won't help. The immortal is our only hope now. He murmured, a flicker of hope reigniting in his eyes. I hope my cousin can persuade the immortal. At the Hotai Hotel, no sooner had Chu Zhuan returned than he immediately cast the genetic cores of Inkcap and Greencap into the 100 Woods nurturing spirit ray. Inside the array, the remains of mushroomen had amassed like a small mountain. At a rough count, there were at least 3,000 bodies. Under the influence of the array, these carcasses would transform into rich energy, infusing into the genetic cores of Inkcap, Greencap, and Stinkhorn, and over time, metamorphosing into wood attribute spiritual items. Given the current pace, they should take shape within a year at most. Chu Zhuan mused, a smile playing upon his lips. It remains to be seen, however, just how many wood attribute spiritual items will ultimately emerge. If the energy infused was sufficiently abundant and concentrated, a single seed could yield multiple spiritual items. Were this the Mystic Azure realm, merely procuring spiritual wood would cost a vast sum of spirit stones. The spirit stones required to create wood attribute spiritual items were only about 20 to 30% less than buying the items outright. But here on Blue Star, spiritual wood could be wholly substituted with mushroom in a most lucrative venture indeed. I must not exterminate the mushroom. Chujuan pondered. It would be prudent to cultivate a few more, even if they are not quite as formidable as the mushroom brothers. In doing so, I would secure more genetic cores, enabling the creation of additional wood attribute spiritual items. With this thought, Chujuan promptly dispatched Long and other corpse puppets to capture more mushroomen and breed them. There would be ample need for their selfless offerings in the future. Just then, Chujuan raised an eyebrow. Black Blade's people have come looking for me again? Chapter 83, Pledge of Allegiance. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan stood anxiously outside the Houtai Hotel, where the mist churned incessantly as if concealing a frenzied dragon. This was their fifth attempt in recent days to summon the immortal residing within. Sadly, there had been no response. Their calls had sunk like stones in the ocean. Yet, they could not afford to give up. Wang Gangjian was acutely aware that the lives of hundreds from Black Blade rested upon the shoulders of its few superhumans. If they did not strive and fight, all would inevitably perish. Immortal, please assist us. Wang Gangjian pleaded with all his might, his voice earnest. The mushroomen are too numerous, we are powerless against them. Whatever you desire, if it lies within our power, we will deliver it to you. His plea was made without the aid of loudspeakers or recordings, spoken each time from his own lips, lending the appeal a grave sincerity. The mist continued to swirl silently. The immortal did not appear. Tang Jinchuan's face was etched with bitterness. Let's go, boss. Wang Gangjian sighed and turned to leave. As they turned, they were startled to find a figure standing behind them. Black hair, black eyes, clad entirely in black, it was the immortal. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were simultaneously shaken and elated. Immortal? Chujuan inquired calmly, you just said you could give me anything I want? They nodded vigorously without hesitation. Chujuan's smile hinted at irony. What if I wanted you to become zombies, would you agree to that too? The two exchanged a glance, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. But after a moment of fear, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan solemnly nodded again. We would. They affirmed. If our lives could save the hundreds in Black Blade, we would sacrifice ourselves willingly. Chujuan said no more. Silence fell between them for a moment. Eventually, Chujuan spoke nonchalantly, the leaders of the mushroomen are dead, and the rest pose no threat. You need not worry any longer. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were stunned, their eyes wide with immense relief. The leaders were dead? Truly? Instinctively, Wang Gangjian wanted to voice his inquiry but then realized the immortal had no reason to deceive them. He immediately felt at ease. Thank you, immortal. The two bowed deeply to Chujuan. Do not rush to express gratitude, there are matters I require your assistance with. Chujuan said casually. Wang Gangjian responded solemnly, please command us, immortal. Black Blade is ready to serve at your beck and call. I need you to gather intelligence, the more the better. Chujuan stated calmly. From Linjian Province, Anhai Province, even to the Han country. All information on supernatural beings is what I seek. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road, report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Although he could control the flying sword to search for supernatural beings, just Linjian Province alone was vast enough to compare with nearly half of Wu Province. It was preferable to obtain intelligence beforehand, and then proceed with the hunt, thus saving time. Most of his time was devoted to cultivation, to breaking through to higher realms. Such time should not be wasted lightly. Such tasks, if given to the original corpse puppets, were slightly troublesome. Only corpses like Long, Gu, and Bao possessed the intelligence akin to normal humans. Lower-ranked corpse soldiers lacked brain capacity. They were not suitable for such tasks. Chujuan felt that the few from Black Blade security were quite capable. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were of superior mind and reliable. We are willing. Upon hearing this, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were delighted and immediately nodded. To serve the immortal was an immense honor. To serve me is to never rebel, for all eternity. Chujuan said indifferently. Should there be any betrayal, let your bodies be devoured by 1,000 corpses, and your souls barred from reincarnation. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan shuddered. Such words from another might be dismissed as bravado. But coming from the immortal, they believed he truly possessed such powers. Both took a deep breath and declared solemnly, we are at the immortal's command. Chujuan nodded slightly, flicking his finger lightly. Two genetic cores landed precisely in front of them. Swallow them. Chujuan said. This. Both Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were taken aback at the genetic cores, the size of pigeon eggs. Such large genetic cores. Surely they were at least third level. Could we consume them? Consuming a genetic core required choosing one that matched or was lower than one's own level. Forcing a higher level genetic core could greatly increase the risk of failure. One might be normal 1 second, and a bloodthirsty monster the next. Wang Gangjian swallowed hard. Immortal, we cannot simply consume genetic cores, it could be lethal. Chu Zhuan looked at him and calmly stated, with me here, you will not die. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan exchanged a glance, reassured by his words. Wang Gangjian gritted his teeth, picked up the third-level genetic core, and shoved it into his mouth. Crunch! His teeth crushed the core as if it were candy, quickly transforming into dense genetic energy that surged through his limbs and body. The violent foreign genetic rampaged within him like a wild buffalo. In the blink of an eye, blood seeped from every pore on Wang Gangjian's body. Veins on his forehead bulged as he clenched his teeth tightly, a look of intense agony on his face. His eyes bulged out like those of a goldfish, streaked with blood as if he were about to turn into a zombie. Tang Jinchuan watched in utter fear, convinced his friend was turning. Chu Zhuan observed Wang Gangjian thoughtfully. His condition resembled that of a cultivator who had deviated during practice. For cultivators, such deviation meant bleeding from every orifice and potentially bursting apart. For superhumans, it meant complete zombification. To alleviate a cultivator's deviation, one needed to inject external spiritual chi to clear their blocked meridians. Presumably, the process was similar for superhumans. Moreover, genetic energy was inferior to spiritual chi.